I made things happen. I I had 0 panic attacks in the process of doing so. That is also a lie, and I'm sorry for starting off this stream with a lie. Hi, it's a late night stream. I posted a thing. What's going on, everyone? Uh-oh. Wait. I'm afraid of sarcasm. Give me a second. I'm afraid of the wrath. Vegeta! I think I saw over there. Welcome back to the family! Hold on! I'm at the wrong place for that. Thank you so much for the continued support. Guys, by the way, I'm gonna say this another time again. I got permission because my channel's been up so long. I got a thing. Would you like to know what the thing is? It's special to my channel. Not many channels got it. So we're gonna have to use it. Does it pique thine interest? I have no idea where Nightbot is. Nightbot went AWOL. Nightbot's staring at me right here. This is that was about a stupidity. I'm gonna play for a second. I had to put ads on. They're coming for me. By the way, I did a thing. You guys didn't see. I'm not looking at the thing. I'm getting the game command correct, Chris. Sarcasm can pop up anytime. Sarcasm is a built-in jump scare. Where's it live? Where are you guys? There you guys are. All right, what's going on? Finally. Oh God, the text on the chat. The chat on the text. There are so many times I tried to use this screen again for a reason, so that things like that could pop up. What's going on? Hey, and leading to your birthday tomorrow. Your birthday's tomorrow. Happy birthday to ya. I can't sing right now. I gotta. How happy running out. So this is gonna be good. Where's the chat? Where's chat? Where is that? Where's the chat box elements? Oh, look at that. Chat screen capture and then the chat box backup. Yeah, you come here, chat box backup. You might be chunky, but I kind of want you like show platform icons. Yes, please. I don't know what platform. Oh, what platform you're on? Okay. I don't know which theme is smallest, and I think I just screwed up everything. You know what? That's my backup chat thing. I'll get into it. Like if we get a second time around. I didn't plan enough things. So that chat above me and is as good. I'm not putting up the. Am I gonna put up the random jar? Am I putting up the jar? Did we all want the jar? Is the jar important? I'll let you guys decide if the jar is important. Happy birthday, Michael and Vern. Okay, let me say happy birthday to a few people. I'm getting things together in my life. Get headphones on. I don't want people to leave before I can at least do a thing. And I actually can just pop up my chat right here for a second. I'm keeping usually the glare on that screen is me putting up chat on here, and instead I'm just gonna put it up every now and then. Where I like if I want to talk to you guys, I pop it up. Which I want to talk to you guys all the time, but like I don't want the glare all the time. We've got hey spot. Jeffrey, Yarg, Majid, welcome back. Cam has a ham. Shadow, Kale, Vern. What's going on? Yeah, putting a blue light above my head has really helped the idea of whether I have to re-dye this. This has not been dyed for a while, and I forgot to put on another shirt. Well, I'm all strapped up in real weird ways. Don't ask questions. Accept reality. Aubrey says I did birthday dirs because she turned 40 Saturday. I will warm my voice up. Bree, you got to 40 before I did? I didn't actually know that. I thought for some reason my brain said you're younger than me. Hey Jamie. I'm doing okay. I'm just a little panicked. Don't worry about that. Ugly way to play. What's going on? I'm just trying to get everyone. And Mike L for 69 months of support. I appreciate that. Thomas Howard, what's going on? Blue Mocha 90. Now, Blue Mocha 90. Something fill the jar up good. I'll figure out the jar. I don't know if you have Blue Mocha 90. I meant to say something to a few different people, and I know this is like outing you out of nowhere, but I don't know if you have like on your social medias, if you got Instagram, or like if I actually look out for it on Discord. But you're gonna have to say is Blue Mocha 90, because there's a few people I need to try to reach out to, and you're one of them. Happy early birthday, Vern. What's going on? You'll be 43 tomorrow as well. I can't wait to not be 30 or 30s anymore. Jesus, it sucked. Hey Vamp, yeah, everything unbuffered itself once it decided to play nice. And Holt, what's going on? Bree, hey Holt, hey both of you. I'll warm up my voice. Patrick Carrier, what's going on? Jamie Johnson. So okay, blue light in the background hiding your hair color. Okay, oh, the pun. I saw the pun. Okay, so it's a blue light above me. You would be surprised at the price of replacing your chandelier, whatever, the small A19 base, I think it is, light bulbs, is the same for a very, very cheap light bulb, like a very, very cheap color changing light bulb, as it is for a good quality, just it won't burn out within a month of buying it light bulb. They're the same price. They're like $8. So I have up there bulbs that are different colors, and two of them are red and one's blue, and the ones that's blue is pointing towards this computer and the streaming one. It makes my hair look more blue, so I don't have to. It's doing wonders for me, and then it lights up the rest of the office so that I don't have to worry about like dying in here. You actually be 49 tomorrow. No, there's nothing to cry about on that one. Look, I admire people who age with grace, because you're showing me the way that I'm supposed to be getting it done. And I know everyone's reaction to that one is, oh, no, I'm don't do what I do. No. People, the way I need to learn to age with grace is the idea that I don't want to be 30 anymore, because 30 suck. But I do want to learn how it is to deal with the same crap and adversity I deal with now, but do it 10 years from now. You know what I mean? I'll message you again on Instagram and let you know it's me. Got it. Thank you, Blue Mocha 90. I should stream OG Resident Evil 2 again. 30s really do suck. They do. They really do. So, a few things, and then I'm just gonna play the game. First, if you didn't notice, I just uploaded a video. Second, if you're here live, you're gonna get another ping. I made a short. The way that it's gonna work out, if things can keep going the way they're supposed to, and like, since you guys are here live and I didn't wear a shirt, like, this is a sling and a rotator cuff slash my shoulder's really screwed up to the point of my right arm is not usable all that much. So as long as I can have things hold out and do everything that I would like to do. By the way, usually chat is not looking like that another time, not right now. Then my plan is that we're gonna get a few videos that we should have gotten years ago at this point, but this week I've already got planned out. I've already got a few 2 other videos exported. For those of you who are waiting for Dead Space to finish up for all this time, you're gonna get your wish. For those that were looking for Lost Hope to continue, you're gonna get your wish. For those who are waiting for Resident Evil 5 to actually be edited instead of like the live stream, you're gonna get your wish. And I learned finally from bigger YouTubers that the algorithm really does favor the idea of no longer playlists. The algorithm for YouTube would like to give you playlists curated to you, so it doesn't want to serve you a playlist of like my videos. And because of that, that's why you keep seeing a lot of bigger YouTubers putting together like a playthrough of theirs called The Movie. That is a trend now that actually does well. My first one should be this Saturday, and it'll be my playthrough of Resident Evil 1 Remake that I did years and years and years ago, trying out a different format, which was, can I just record things, you know, try to keep it between 10 and 20 minutes a piece for each recording and play games and see how you guys like it. I'm going to keep that format for old school, but I'm going to smash them all together and release it on Saturday. So Saturday should be movie day, where I take an old series, smash them all together, and release it until people know the old series I used to do. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm hoping to be recordings that are some. Tuesday, Thursday are different. Sunday is a different thing. I want Mondays to be retro, Wednesdays to be family, Fridays to be recorded in office, and Sundays to be recorded in office. The Tuesday, Thursday might be VODs. We'll see how long I can keep that up. Everything should be going for this week. I should be good to go to stream every day. We're gonna play a little bit of this tomorrow. I'm gonna be doing the whole live VOD recording thing because I don't really have that much time. I didn't want to do it for this game. I'm gonna do it for this game. It's gonna be Poppy playtime. I don't know what time I'm gonna get to it, but it's gonna be Poppy playtime. Finally, on-screen elements are sometimes paused during gameplay. No, well, yeah, sometimes. Not right now, Nightbot. Shut up. My channel has been around for so long that I just got the whole thing of I can, like, they randomly gift these things out to people. I just got the whole I can have up to 10-year badges. That I just found out today. I can have up to 10-year, like, you've been a member for 10 years badges. So it doesn't stop at 4 years anymore. It stops at 10 because my 10-year anniversary of being on this platform is in just a few months. It'll be 10 years. 10 years ago, I made the channel, come September 23rd. So for those of you who would immediately get a 5-year badge, I was thinking Roman numerals. And the thing that I'm thinking of first is actually putting 2 swords together to make a V. And after that, after year 5, where you finally have a way to protect the family with weapon, I'm gonna put the shield back behind it with a star for 6, and I don't know what to do for 7. Swords get to come out and play. I think that's what I'm gonna do. 2 swords together that make a 5, like the Roman numeral 5. And then put the shield back behind it with a star for the 5 plus the star 6. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. You guys can tell me if you like it or not. Earl of Irony and Tanya, what's going on? Please do some Firewatch and Alien Isolation for the movie uploads. Dude, I'm begging. You do not have to be. Robert, thank you so much for the support. I really, really appreciate it. Being here for 11 months. I really do appreciate it. Listen, I just said in the hallway to my own son, Soma is one of the ones I'm going to be doing. Alien Isolation is absolutely on there. People usually don't know about my older videos. Hey, Philip, what's going on? So Resident Evil has to start off, but, you know, it is what it is. We live, the kind of world we live in 2 swords in the shape of a V, Roman numeral 5, for 5 years. For 6, putting the shield back behind it with a glowy star. I'm gonna play around with it. I just found out today that I get it. But swords, I've promised those for a while. Let's break out some swords because I can do it up to 10 years. Holy crap! I've only almost been on here 10 years. I would like this to, by the way, as time goes on, I hope you guys know that I'm going to be looking to you guys, hopefully, as a mutual thing, that I'll be here more often and be more reliable, and that I can look to you guys as reliable support for something that I hope you guys like the idea of. I want to be able to make this channel into a dual purpose thing. One, I want to have fun again. And I know a lot of people might not think, like, right now I'm not reading chat. I'm sorry. I'm running around. I know like you're supposed to have fun while you do this, right? Well, when games are your job, sometimes they can be not fun and people get demanding and everything. But there are still things that really interest me. And if anyone's been here for a while, science, right? I'd like to bring that in, and more education is required for that. And a few things start in 2026, and I don't know if I have the time to be able to get on it, so I can at least make sure that I'm signed up to grab what benefits I can. But I do know that I have access to still being able to have possibly a way into starting off a nursing program. And the way I'm going to get through some of the things that are outdated for me is there's a program in a college local to me where you can take classes via test. So this is really weird to try to explain, but they have a program where they'll give you one test covering the entire semester's worth of classes. You pass the test, that's the grade you get. It's all inclusive. It's $94 per test. And with the way it's looking like for me to be able to fast track my way in there, I can't pull from a lot of my degree from 2004 through 2008, 2009. I can't pull through for a lot of that for me qualifying for the nursing program. So I'm instead having to go through this program where they charge me $94 per test. $10 if I would like to have basically the rubric, like the outline of what will be on the test. My plan is ambitious. 1 test a week. English 101, that is not a semester for me. Like fall semester, I'm in English 101. If I have to redo English 101 because I can't pull that from my transcript from the college I did go to, and for my psychology degree, that is called 1 week. I have 1 week to know everything that would be on a English 101 and pass one shot at a test. Every week I'll have to come up with another 94, or if I think it would be difficult, $104. Worst case scenario, I only have to do that 20 times. 3-hour credits each time. That's being in my junior year, and I fully qualify to at least be considered for the nursing program, even though those tests don't cover A&P with labs. I do not have anatomy and physiology with labs. I have anatomy and physiology, I just don't have them with labs, so I have to redo that. That's one of the things I gotta go. So I just wanted to let you guys know that, like, my family's in dire straits, I'm in dire straits, and I just keep coming on camera and saying like how bad things are, and then you don't hear from me. And instead, I'm gonna try something else. I'm just gonna try to never sleep again. I'm gonna try to make this make the best of a bad situation, and be here with you guys and earn your trust, support again, because I've been gone for too long taking care of my parents, taking care of the home front, taking care of everything else, taking care of my battered body that seems to get more broken every single time you see me. And hopefully it can turn into one day a two-way street where as my education's expanding, YouTube can help acknowledge that I do know what I'm talking about sometimes, and that I can get that little tag under my name that says healthcare professional, so that I can do. He ran in a weird we are not doing this, by the way, on PC when I go for the record. We are very much doing this on a PS4 Pro, maybe a PS5 at most. There are some weird patterns that can happen on PC, and I'm not used to them yet. I'm checking up to see what you guys have to say. Never sleeping is bold. I am an insomniac. I have a few more months of Seroquel, for those who don't know about my dissociative amnesia. I did talk about that, right? I am recovering amnesiac. How long has it been? October, November, November, December, January, February. I got the majority of my memories back in February. So March, April, May, June. Yay! I'm actually over the point where I've been recovering longer than I've been an amnesiac. That's awesome. That feels like a landmark for me. That's yay. That also means I'm halfway through Seroquel. I might be an insomniac, but Seroquel is trying its best to make me sleep. But what I'd like to do is, one, there's a potential job opportunity if, and I'm gonna have to really redirect you guys' attention. There is in the Discord a place where you can put clips of past videos I've done, live streams. I am actually looking for specific things, and I'm gonna post it as a top note, and I'm gonna redo the Discord. I'm hoping to do that Friday day, after everything's recorded, after I figure out what I'm doing Sunday, and Monday videos are all uploaded, and I know whether I'm going for the record on Saturday. Friday during the day is when I believe the Discord is getting overhauled. For now, I think if, in case I can't get to it, I'm gonna put a sticky note on there. I have possible opportunities available to me if I can get shorts made, other things I thought I was gonna do like a month, 2 ago. There's a Discord channel that looks like it's just for like funny, like, oh, he screamed. No, it's for like a lot of things. It's varied. It's not just for one thing. I'm trying to figure out a way to like, I can probably speak on it better. I have my notes somewhere about it. But like, it's not all just about like guffaw funnies. In fact, if you go look at my channel, 11 minutes ago a short was posted. It was just set on auto. If I'm gonna be streaming that day, the shorts will probably post on the while I'm streaming. If I'm not streaming that day, the short will probably post for the video I'm posting. The short for it will probably post the day after, acting like a commercial for that video, to let people know, hey, I did that thing. But the last part of Shadows of Rose I was recorded a long while ago, in which I totally did correct it to not say to be continued at the very end, but it does it anyway, so don't pay attention to that. It is finished. That is up, and then there's a short. That took some time and was hard to make. And thank you so much. I appreciate that, Wolfpack.
Carlos. I'm always glad to see Jill's ass, but I didn't know I'd be glad to see your little Puerto Rican ass. Are you Puerto Rican? I don't know if that's racist. I made a very snap decision on his ethnicity.
Ethan must die. In the year of our Lord 2025, the only other thing I could ask for is birthday mode. Hope this helps. Darkness.
It does help. Thank you so much, everyone. Hashtag Wolfpack over there. Yeah, that bar is not joking. My bills were due 2 days ago. It's just that 4th of July weekend let them not ping until today, which my bank account is negative a few $100s. Oopsie daisies. What is one to do? So it really does help. What's going on, Wolfpack? Wolfpack in the house. You get a new shield here soon. Yay. I'm not sleeping tonight. I might take a vote as well. I would like to hear from you guys what you would like the movie version of. Now, Alien Isolation, Soma. I didn't even think about Firewatch at first, but Life is Strange is one of them. But Saturdays would become the movie version. Oh, the game's a bit dark. Yeah, that's actually my fault. The display got screwed up over and over and over and over and over. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Whoa, ho, ho, ho. We got blinded. Blinded by the light. White Day. Of course. Sorry about that. Hey, John. I'm keeping the screen up so I can talk to you guys for one more moment here. Everyone, hashtag Wolfpack one more time. Thank you. Thank you. The Saturdays will just become movie day. Yeah, YouTube doesn't want to push entire playlists nearly as easily anymore. So I see why YouTubers are doing it, and it'll make it so that those of you who have not been around as long will find out that I've done a lot of things you might not think about. I might get more interest in people wanting me to go back to Alien Isolation with voice. There is a mode for Alien Isolation where your microphone can give you away to the alien. And if I make the movie version, which is a good idea if I do that as one of my first ones, I think I want to do Soma as the next one after. But like, hey Chris, what's going on? And John, hey LJ, what's going on? If I do the movie version of those, there is movie version of BioShock is very high up there. BioShock is one of my favorite games ever. Soma is very high up there. In fact, it's probably the one that'll be after. It would probably be the second one. But getting people to remember that, like, revisiting Alien Isolation can be fun for all of us, because there is a mode I didn't do, which is simply, one, I can just do the mode where, yeah, the microphone gives you away. If I speak while I play, the alien can hear me, which gives a whole different vibe to the entire game, because I will absolutely put on alerts. I have a bunch of new alerts that I want to play with you guys that are not the ones you're used to. Of course, the landmark alerts will not change. I won't change the landmark alerts. The ones that you guys can't live without, because I will not live them down. But yeah, if people knew that I did the Alien Isolation front to back a long, long time ago. Better part of a decade ago type deal. BioShock, one of the first series. One of the ones that I know will take months to get to if I'm only doing them every Saturday. I might speed up some of the less popular ones. Attack on Titan, the original Attack on Titan, might be one of the ones I speed up, because my God, was that one of the games I had the most fun with. And it's hard to get through a lot of information when you're doing a lot of work at the same time and you do information overload on people. I forgot that I had a format that used to work for when I would stream and also record, and it's Attack on Titan. The format I used to use, if people remember this, was that I used to release videos, and then on top of releasing a video, if I wanted to do something in the game before I like hit the next part of main storyline or something like that, I do a live stream and I just put it as part of the playlist, do a thumbnail for it, and call it 0.5. Of course I'll get them. All of my old series will eventually become movies. I can't do them all at the same time though. Metal Gear Solid is not toward the top though, because I got someone tried to come over the Canadian border and kill me over Metal Gear Solid 2. So you can see it's not the top of my list. yes, my life has been threatened by this channel more than once, and one of them was over Metal Gear Solid in that series. So I'm not inclined to do it first. Hey, true winner. But where was I? The generalization is that I'm gonna be scattered and trying to do a lot of things at the same time, and hopefully there are some series that people will want me to go back to. Soma will be getting a sequel, so people should know that I did Soma, and people should know that I did Soma, that I'm going to go back and replay Soma. There's a good reason for me to do it. I could poll people on the next movie thing. I've got some things that will play into it. I want to replay Soma, and I want to replay Alien Isolation. It would be good for people to know I did the first time. Soma in general is special. Can anyone here realize why Soma in general is actually a very special game on this channel? Anyone? Raising hands? Anybody? Bueller? While people are trying to think of the answer to that, I might go back to the whole format of I'm playing a game, I'm recording it, and then they're like side quests to the game. So I live stream it, and I call it 0.5 like I did Attack on Titan, which I honestly don't think is a bad format. Yeah, I would just call it 0.5. I know there's an episode 17.5. And I liked doing that, so I think I'm just gonna go back to that. I can record stuff, and then I can do stuff live and just call it 0.5. Yep, first series, but what makes it even more special other than my first series? I'll show people my 0.5 series. I did that with Sword Art Online, actually. There's a lot of games I played that actually helped make the channel bigger than you'd think. Sword Art Online blew up the channel more than I thought it would. BioShock, the original, when it got a remaster, I was posting it so fast. The last vacation I ever took with my dad, that I hope it's not the last vacation, I was posting it while we're on vacation to try to beat other people after the embargo, and I didn't get an early copy of it. That pushed a lot of people. It was my first full playthrough. It is, part of it is the storyline, but it's something that I'm guessing most people might have overlooked. So I'm just gonna give it to you. It's the only full playthrough on this game of a storyline, and my brother's alive. It is the only time in the history of this channel you will get the version of me that I wanted. Yep, Jeffrey got it as I was saying it. It's the only series that will ever be on this channel that is the version of me. It's the only one. My brother was alive when I did it. Oh, did you actually get it? Whoops. Speaking of Alien, I got an Alien D&D campaign and made an NPC after you. Oh yeah, that's right. You were doing that. That's so cool. Yeah. If you go back and look at the thumbnails, I don't have blue hair. My blue hair came 2 days after my brother died. 2 days? 3 days? Yep. So, Soma is the only playthrough I had where... this is one of my older layouts, and I'm going to go back to using it more often. Because I prefer... I need to fix it. You see how things are, like, glitching a little? Are they glitching for everyone else, too? Because my computer is deciding, like, today is not a day to work properly. But are things pretty smooth for gameplay for you guys? Or is it just my side showing glitches? Like, the knife just turned into glitching like it's had a dead space for me for a second. Is it glitching? It's fine if it is. The game vid is glitching. I could barely get it to work. Like, it would barely work. I'll try to make it better in a second. It glitches a few times. It's glitching, yeah? Okay. I'll try to make it better in a few. It just wouldn't work. I would have started the stream 20 minutes earlier. 15 minutes So Soma, one of the reasons I want to replay Soma is that it is one of the only games where I could say that my brother's influence, the way that it used to be, the way that my life used to be before he died, was still intact. It was 100% intact. He was alive. So, oh, sarcasm's here and I got the burner. How much worse can it get? Sarcasm, I hope things are going okay for you. Hello over there. I'll try to fix the... Oh my god, it glitched. I saw that glitch. That was crazy. Is there a way for me to just, like, disable and re-enable, deactivate and reactivate it? Look, like, don't panic. And activate. Shut up, sarcasm. No, it's not. It won't reactivate. Uh-oh. This is what I ran into before the stream. Don't. You don't have to be like that. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you don't have to be like this. You don't have to. You don't have to be like this. This is why it was glitching. This is what happened to me earlier. I have no idea what happened. Like, it just refuses to work, which is really good that I actually have the other way to record now. I've got a new way to record. So this is just like a live stream only problem. And I've got actually a way to get around it. So I have a Elgato 4KX that isn't supposed to be in my possession, but it is. That I can use to record not in ProRes for smaller files. If I'm recording on here, I'm just going to use the NVIDIA codec and not go through this. But when I stream, something has to communicate back and forth, and it does not like to play. This is why I got stuck not being able to, like, get to you guys. This happened. It, like, is glitching out like crazy. My everything. So I was like, I really badly need. I was like, I need to work, and then it would just won't. It won't. There it is under number 2. Are you for real? Do you exist? I don't believe it exists. I'm not a believer. Justin Believer. I'm not that. Come on. Come on. You glitching. I'm gonna talk to you guys for a second as I'm going through. I can't bend down and, like, touch stuff very easily. Because I'm all busted up still. And I also have no idea why my side just lost things. See, everything just breaks whenever I try to be good and do things. Why do I just hear heavy breathing in my ear? Monitor? You want to explain yourself? What? My soundboard is getting the sound, but I'm not getting the visual. I just have Ethan breathing in my ear. This is a very awkward. No, I'm not doing that as a stream. I'm not doing that as a stream. I cannot do a full stream of Ethan breathing in my ear. Like, Ethan. Like, we're not. It ain't that deep. It ain't that personal. Come on. Ethan, I need you to work with me on this. Like, I can tech support later, but I didn't have the time to tech support everything you want me to tech support right now. It wants to put it in an HDR. That's half the problem. And that's half the battle. Now, can I get it back for you guys? Probably not. Just DocSend, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I'm not saying about your comment. Yeah. I'm doing my own thing over. Jesus H. Did you hear that sound? It's the sound of desperation. Yeah, Ethan is that guy right now. He is just absolutely... He's trolling me. I don't appreciate it. Ethan is absolutely trolling me. I'm gonna use the other Elgato in a second here. Oh. But let me pop up the chat for you guys so I can see you guys as I'm... Little pocket pull of camera. Yeah, well, it's not easy right now for me to like navigate and do things like that right now. It's actually quite difficult. This is the worst time ever for things to go down. There is no hyperbole in that. This is pretty much the worst time ever for things to go down. So I'm just gonna use my other unit because one is over there at the back. Maybe it's just the unit itself decided to nope out, and if that's true, then I won't be happy. You're supposed to be like my faithful steed and servant. Like, what do you think you're doing? You can't just nope out on me. I need you for a long time, possibly life. You'll never get away from me. I'll always find you. Be afraid. That doesn't sound threatening. That's probably fine. Oh, sarcasm, thank you. What's going on? I am scared. Wait. Did I get it back? It didn't give it back. Sarcasm. What's going on?
We would like to buy one child, please!
Jessica, a few days ago, apparently laying around, goth chick shoved their... What did I expect? What did I... What could one what is one... I don't know what I was expecting. It wasn't that. Let me assure you, I wasn't expecting that. Oh, wow. I just found the problem. I can't fix it easily. It's God. Oh no. I found it. This is the kind of problem where when you run into it for tech support, you want to not have that job anymore. I don't know if anyone's worked tech support. Yeah. But it is definitely one of those problems where if you run into it, you're finished. With life for the moment type deal. Like you just kind of give up. I don't give up so easy. But I can do one thing. YouTube, shut up about ads. Just shut up. I'm trying to talk to people. No, the tech issue is not mine this time. It's not, it's mine. But I mean, it's my stuff. But like, it's not mine. I don't know what's doing. There was an update to a lot of hardware that since Windows 10 is being phased out, and you cannot force me yet to go to Windows 11 on everything. Except you might be able to force me to go to Windows 11 on everything. In general, Windows 10 is more stable with a lot of things that I would use for the industry I'm in. Good night, Cam. Thank you for being here. Like, it's more stable for the things I use. So having to go to Windows 11 is like a big deal, like a bad big deal. And so, yeah, I've been holding off on all of that, and then there were a few updates that were like auto updates that my computer restarted because I had a power outage. So it just updated things made for Windows 11, not 10. So this mistake is not quite mine. It is, there was a power outage. And the power outage did it. It did me in. We're all doomed. And so I know how to fix it, but like to fix it, you know what I mean? Like there's fixing it and then there's actually fixing it. I can fix it. But I only have so many tries right now to fix it right now because I can't reach down much more.
We would like to buy one
Oh my God.
child, please!
That scared the crap out of me. I didn't know they were on pause. I'm happy I am in this I'm drinking for fun, so I go to work day next. Oh God. Well, I'm glad you got to something where you'd like to be, ish. That's an ish, right? That's not exactly. Thank you so much. Hey, Kokoki, what's going on? I am going to make this work. No, I'm about to go crawling. I'm gonna go spelunking. You guys, who here actually knows that I will re-injure something to get it working. I'll re-injure something. Don't even. Someone, I swear, there's probably someone who dared me in their head, and that's good enough. Can't believe someone would dare me in their head and not say it out loud. What a wuss. You should say your dares out loud. I'm going spelunking. It's dark down here. Is that cord even plugged in? Are you kidding? No way. No freaking way. If it works after this, I am going to be irate with this computer. Oh. No. You don't get to do that. No. No. That is not how this goes. There is no way. There's a way. I'll say what happened in a second if that's what. No way. Maybe there's a way. There's no way. Where there's a will, no way. There's no way. But I mean, there's a will. It's not. It can't. I think. No, I'm not saying that out loud. I'm not speaking that into existence. No. I'm not speaking that into existence. I'm not. It's impossible. My right arm is like dead. I can't really do too much more. But there's no way. That would be the dumbest thing. Do not tell me, because I know boot priority would say, "Oh, you did not." Would you like to know what I just found? Boot priority changed. It's in freaking Windows 11. You don't know what you're doing, Windows 11. Windows 11. Why do you want? No one wants you. I don't think anyone loves you the way you want to be loved. Everyone deserves some sort of love, but not you. You had your chance. You made fools of all of us. We believed in you. You let us down. You let me down. I mean, it hurt me personally. Windows 10, 11, not 10. I had to feel the sting. I felt, oh, the boot priority made it so that my USB-C port is technically Thunderbolt 4 ready back there, and with something plugged in, it's been overriding any other input that needs that kind of speed. Right above it is a USB 3.1. That might be the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. That means I actually can't fix it while I have the program going. But I'm not giving up. I'm gonna keep doing the thing. No, that is so dumb. That is stupid. Is that no, please someone tell me how that's wrong. Somebody, there's no one to tell me that's wrong. Somebody. No. You cannot tell me that happened. Why? Why would you do that? I knew it was possible. Why would you? Why would you willingly? Why would that's just kind of like being like, oh yeah, Unix had it correct. Like, and being like, what do you mean Unix had it correct? Well, in general, you know how they did the whole like wacky you sung higher and everything, they had it correct. It's like, yeah, but what about all the other things you do? No, they just had that one thing correct. That's Windows 11. It finds one thing correct and then it refuses to acknowledge anything else. I can do one thing. How about all the other things we still need you to do? Did I mention I can do that one thing really well? I hate Windows 11. I hate it. Hate it. Hate it. That's exactly what was happening. That's exactly what was happening. I must stress that's exactly what was happening. That is oh, I am oh, Larissa, hey there. What's going on? Oh, me and the floor. I am not gonna get over this. This is mental torture. This is not right. Get me on the line with the Pentagon. I thought we couldn't allow things like this. I mean, this is like my Guantanamo. This is not okay. This here is abuse against me, perpetrated by me, specifically to spite me, orchestrated by the powers that be me. And we can't stand for something like this. As a people, we can't. I'm this not. No, I'm gonna bypass it. No, I'm gonna look. I stick you in here. I stick you in there. You can't argue. Watch this. Whether you like it or not, you're there. You're there. Get along. No one cares about your squabbles. Get along. Get along. That's what you do. That's what you do now. Just get along. You're not allowed to not get along. It is allowed to not get along, but I'm telling you it's not. Rowan, look the other way. Okay, cool. You don't need to see your dad at his worst time. This is the worst. I'm a professional. I work from home. I have to make enough to do everything. My son walks by and I'm just thinking, this is not the example. When Miyamoto created Nintendo, he didn't sit there and think dad should be on their knees teaching their children how to be in a tangle of chords. Okay, whose rabbit hole am I going down though? The baseball program here kind of sucks at the moment. I'm trying to get clarification on how to make it unsuck. I don't. Hold on. Okay, so there's an issue going on here. Oh, there it is. That doesn't count as a screen computer. That doesn't count as a... Wait a second. Wait. Uh-oh. I might be dumb. If I know... Oh, no. If I know that I actually need to practice for a real run, and I know that my PC's screwing up, and if that same person also knew they had a PS5 right there. This is all hypotheticals. None of this has happened yet. Kind of. If this hypothetical person possibly forgot that they could say screw it to like half the things they're doing, and this is it's just a hype. This person doesn't exist. I really gotta. This is like hyper. If they just were to plug in the system that they were supposed to plug in when they first started, would that solve everything immediately? Would that just make it work like pretty immediately? Would that, like, if let's suppose one were to do that. Not me, because I would never be that dumb. Maybe, but if one were to do such a thing, please don't work. Please, just out of the idea that I could just turn this into a talking stream, put on background music. Please don't work. Now I have honor on the line, like, and I'll lose a lot of it. Don't just work. Don't like make me work for it. Like, make me work for it. Please. Don't just don't not in front of everyone, please. Don't. And the game disc is already in for Resident Evil. No, don't do this. Don't. You don't have to do this. You don't have to. Don't come on. Don't. I'm actually asking you to not come on. You have to understand. I'm at the end of my rope here. This is ridiculous. I like barely have feeling in my hand. I have no idea where I am anymore. You see what happens when you concentrate on one thing for a little bit too long? I've been concentrating on all of the other stuff I've been having to do, and instead it led to this where I accidentally didn't get all of this done. Is this an HD? Don't do HDR. Don't. It won't understand HDR. It never does. What are you doing? Why are you doing that? Don't do that. Don't. You're not allowed to do that. HDR is off. Cool. Thank you. Come on. Oh God. You know when you just want to grab someone by like their jugular? Don't just disregard that statement. Police, whoever's watching. I'm gonna try something real quick. Yep, see, it's the problem of that. Hey, Aaron, what's going on? You won't see me, though, in a second here. In a moment, I'm going to do a disappearing act where the stream will start looping, but I'm not far gone. I'm just restarting because I have no choice. It won't... We'd rather have a glitching stream. I've got to shut down Streamlabs. Because I let it update when I shouldn't have. Well, I didn't let it update. I lost power. I've lost power so many days. And I've been just trying to get power back. It's just me and power. Me and the power company, we're not agreeing either. Is this power? Is this power? I almost said white power. I did not mean that. It's so close to just being able to restart. Hold on. Let me just do that. Hope you guys are having a good one. What? But why? No, please. Just. Why do you break? Why do you break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar? Okay. Oh my God, in the background. Holy crap. I'm gonna restart this, but let's all just do the thank you Alyssa thank you part. Holy crap. I'm restarting I'll loop for a second. Don't worry about it. And then everything will come back online. But holy smokes. What the? Thank you so much. Tier 1 tech support at its finest. Me on my hands and knees. I still hear Ethan breathing. Okay, I'm playing it. Thank you so much. Holy crap.
We chose violence. You guys were right here. You're participants because you didn't stop me. I can't. My brain. I did it the other way. Oh. Get it. Fuck you. Fuck off. Suck my left.
My son is here.
Suck it. Make me come a second time. Suck the right one. Get my juices. It's not my baby. You should have spit. It's not always about the idea of quitting. Suck it hard. Hate that puzzle.
Tier 1 tech support at its finest. Have you tried turning it on and off?
I'm gonna turn it on and off.
You could give me a hand hug around my neck for that comment, but guess what? It's not my baby and the first bar is filled.
Appreciate that. Everyone hashtag Alyssa. Like, Jesus. I mean, it's oh my god, that sound bit. I can never get away from it. Okay, hold on. The stream will start looping, right? The stream will loop. It is not because the stream is over. It's because I'm restarting the software. The second I restart, everyone hashtag Alyssa while I'm gone. I'm restarting the software, and by restarting it, even if it's glitchy, we're gonna go with it. Good, cool. Here it goes. It's going in a loop. I really appreciate that, Alyssa. Thank you. Give me a hand hug around the neck. Play and make mac and cheese so it loops. I can't while it's off. I'll do that soon. Hey, Emmy, hold on. It's time for looping. I don't like how easy that worked. I don't. No part of me. There are 0 parts of me that appreciate how easy that was. I'm a ball of fury and flame. I'm just an entire ball of just malice. Just pure. I'm just one. I don't view myself as an angry person. I don't think
Thank
that's...
you for the tip. Luckily I'm not a female, so I don't mind just the tip.
Someone was waiting on that one.
On an unrelated note, I got banned from a Racing Canes. Trust me, it is completely unrelated to the first message. You can't disprove it.
That is absolutely a way to come back to a stream. That is one way to do it. It's not the way I thought that was going to go down. Sarcasm. On an unrelated, I got banned from... No. Everyone hashtag King of 69s. And we ignore everything else that was just mentioned in that. Yep, that's what we have to do. We just have to... We got lost. By the way, all I had to do was restart the computer, and now you see this? We're on the PS5, what I wanted to play on anyway in the first place. I don't know how loud things are for you guys, but this is why I wanted to practice on anyway. There we go. Everyone hashtag King of Sarcasm. I'm on my trusty PS5 again. I should have never double crossed it. Maybe even triple crossed it. Is it better on PS5? Oh yeah. I can't mod things and everything like that. I keep playing on my PC out of convenience, not out of what's the best. Mostly because of the Elgato 4KX I have not hooked up. So I need to be recording on that because I can record straight to my Mac in not in a format other than ProRes. I can use HEVC, or I can use, you know, so for this is, most people do not care about what I'm about to say. Don't worry about it. There are formats that you can record things in, and then there are formats that you deliver videos in. basically I can record it in a codec, a delivery codec, and use it to edit anyway. When I use recording codecs, it doesn't work out the way you think because it takes up a lot of space. This game, why did I have to get the burner first? I've been doing what I've been doing, and I need to hook that up because it gives me the choice between how I'm going to record it. Do I want to record it 4K content and have a lot of hard drive space, or do I need to record in a delivered codec? Which is most codecs people think of. Uh-oh, I'm gonna get smacked. Yay! Setting that up will fix basically every problem I've got when it comes to streaming with you guys. The caveat being, I've got to figure out how to untangle the wires that go from my PS4 Pro while know I'm gonna need that soon for doing exactly what I'm doing, and being able to use the PS5 and being able to do a few other things. And I got a busted right arm. And this game plays significantly better on a PS4 Pro and a PS5. Why? The PC can render it so fast that things become unreliable. So, if you want to know why... One, I need to hook up something that'll make things reliable. And second, so I'm on my PS5. I can guarantee on the PS5 frame rate, how the game will render everything in this mode, just in general how the game will act. So let's say no ads, no delay ads, stop it. I was on my hands and knees. I got about a 20 millisecond delay on my voice, and that happens. Let me know if that changed anything. Oh, you know what it is? Because... Wink. Wink. Cool. It's synced up now. So, when I play on a PS4 Pro or PS5 for something like this, I can guarantee how the game in general is treated every single run I do. On PC, no matter how much I put, how much I try to tell it, hey, stick to 60 frames per second, stick to all this stuff, it can fluctuate because the power of my PC is better than the power of the PS5. So, for example, Marguerite will not, on PS4 Pro, do anything but come from the front. And I'll show you when we get to her. She won't do anything but come from the front. On PS4, and you can see where she's coming from, and you can plan out how you're going to attack her and whatnot. I made you a YouTube premium subscriber. I've been trying to make I'm doing my best, man. So since I can, for those of you guys watch me do this lately on PC. Oh my God, burner fuel. You'll see that it's unreliable enough that she keeps coming from the right and mostly not from the top. It's because she can, when her code comes and it gives her paths of where to go, it can give her too many, and my placement isn't quite the same. So I can't just rely on the same place because how fast did I get there? What did I do to get there? That kind of stuff. Usually when you find people preferring a console over a PC, it's reliability of what you're doing. Usually when you see people relying on the PC over console... Uh-oh. Like that. I forgot. I just forgot for a moment that the way I run by is a no-go on consoles. That's PC only. I never got streamers inside and kind of do. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that. By the way, is the delay finished? Is the delay between my mic and my face gone? Did I fix it? Basically, to mod things and abuse games, you use a PC. To play things in a very predictable way, you use original hardware. This game came out for PS4. The quintessential thing you want to play this game on to be able to nail something like even a randomizer like this, you want to play it on a PS4 Pro. Right now, I can't do all the chord stuff to be able to switch it all up because one, that would require a lot of brain power thinking, and like I told you guys, you're getting a lot of videos here very soon. The second reason is just because it requires lifting. I can't do that right now. I can hey Alyssa, I'm gonna go ahead and lift primarily with my right arm things that weigh between 20 and 60 pounds so I can make a better viewer experience. Since you did fill that bar, and I'm very grateful for that, I was just figuring you could give feedback on how that wouldn't affect me in any way, shape, or form if I have a problem with my GH with a possible injury also to the AC at the same time. While wearing a brace for generalized rotate. All right, so she has access to her phone right now. You want to lose both arms because I can make that happen. Okay, so that is why we just have to deal with some of the things that we have to deal with. In fact, for those of you who are live and supporting, and I appreciate that, I'm going to show you guys a little secret. Yes, Chris, you did actually mention that you're blind. I'm going to show you guys a secret. You want to see a secret? It's that. Does this look like a big secret? It probably doesn't. This is how you guys have been getting edited stuff and content. You want to meet me on... I don't want to risk actually camera 3. This is my oldest, most faithful tripod. It is now broken from trying to do this because I accidentally take on too much weight. This is a boom arm meant to hold an Elgato light device and whatnot. That is a strap on the very end that's meant for like a suitcase or anything that you can buy them like package of like 3 of them for like $6 on Amazon. And this is a CVS sling. And this contraption has made it so that I can this contraption has made it so that I can dangle my arm above my mouse and continue editing or trying to play PC games. In the course of trying to figure out playing PC games with you guys, I've broken this contraption twice. And once is like a light stand, one of my tripods that is like built like a tank, it finally broke after I got you in 2009. What are we in, 2025? After 16 years of service, if the tank, I think that tripod cost $110 because I got it on sale. It was 150. I think that one's 110. I finally broke it trying to just getting stuff done. So hey Reagan, been gone for a long time, lots of health issues with Reagan. I understand health stuff. Anyway, original hardware all the way. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. I'm delirious at this point. Emergency appendectomy. Did I just see that? Do not recommend. Please don't. I'm gonna have emergency armdectomy for talking the way I did. I think I'm on Alyssa's hit list now. Don't do that. Those are technically... They found a cancerous tumor in the appendix, but it's removed as you're on the mend now. Holy crap. Okay. Congrats on the appendicitis. Because that's a whole smokes move. Jeezums. Reagan, I'm glad to hear everything's okay. Holy crap. Do not recommend that to most people. You aren't recommending it, but holy crap. Hey Jacob, what's going on? Whoa. Oh no, it's a blessing. They're right. Holy crap. There are a few different types of cancer that are very hard to catch, if you can catch them at all. Cancer that starts in the appendix is one of them. Appendicitis doesn't always set in for cancer of the appendix. It is a huge blessing in disguise. It's a huge blessing. For now that I'm back in a groove of any sort. Hey Kelsey, hey there. Spying overlords, my buffering is being unreliable. I'm sorry to hear that the overlords are being cruel.
I got one, I got three. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishness. 5 in the fishness.
Oh, it's because they're trying to play alerts again.
Can I get a 5 in the fishness?
Literally, I'm delaying alerts
I didn't
again.
think I'd ever say.
It's because they're trying to play alerts.
Can I mention ever again?
Kelsey, thank you so much. It's because they're trying to play alerts. I keep seeing a yellow bar popping up. I can click on it and I can pause alerts. Since I keep pausing it, my stream is staggering. So thank you for helping do a piece of God. Anyone medically inclined out there? So this is to sarcasm, Jeffrey, Alyssa. Other than pancreatic cancer and cancer that usually starts. No, gallbladder actually has more ramifications, and the tissue is wrong. Pancreatic cancer usually kills the cells inside that would tell you that you have the cancer. That's why it's gotta usually metastasize. So you can rarely find it with those with diabetes, because you would start testing the pancreas. For type 2 diabetic, you might suspect. Is there anywhere else that you could get lucky that the healthy wear the crown, only the sick can see? Oh god. Don't I know that? I gotta go help my parents here again soon. You know how devastating it is to see in my mom's eyes every single time her jealousy that I can walk normally to the door. Like, I know my mom goes through it. I know she doesn't like talking about it. Like, watching the jealousy on her eyes that I'm just able to walk like a normal person. You had rotator cuff surgery. Your surgery is fine. I'm trying to avoid surgery. But yeah, it's not fun having to go. But holy crap, this is actually really. Is there any other nurses and doctors that I'm not aware of? Could you guys out yourselves real fast? Or biologists that would actually have a heads up on this, or health professionals? Is there anyone else that could help me out on this? It is scary and it's expensive, but Reagan, like, my brain is trying to go through it, and it's like, no. I'm not having a repeat. I hope you the best on your recheckups. I hope for the best that, everything goes smoothly. I'm sorry that you're hitting a big bill. Keep checking in with us. Let us know what's going on. Even leave a comment on a video if things go differently. The last time I got too optimistic about a member is one of the things that hurts me the most, because Raymond went through something very, very bad, and I got so hyper about them being okay, and then Not making that emotional damage mistake again. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Sarcasm. Reagan, you have your shield back. You might be on tough time, but you got your shield. Aaron, Clumsy, Necro, and Into Pit with the Fox. What's going on? Welcome and welcome back to the family. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Nathan, I'm that's always true. I'm glad I could help out with that. Yeah, last time I gave too much. That's something that I can't live down. Yeah, you've got your shield. Is there any? I'm trying to think of cancers that you have to get usually lucky to find, and pancreatic cancer is the big bad scary one. But in dodging bullets, am I incorrect to say that like cancer that is localized to the appendix is almost a bigger bullet to dodge than pancreatic cancer? Chris, you did not mention that. Oh God, give me horror stories about rotator cuff surgery and things like that. I can barely use my right arm right now. Please tell me more. I did want to panic today. I was hoping everyone could help out with that endeavor. Oh my God. I dated a massage therapist. Obvious there wasn't a happy end. That's not obvious. A long time ago, I hurt my right arm. I couldn't use it for 3 months. I'm sorry to hear that. Poison Sweetness. That is a name change or an icon change because all of a sudden my brain will not parse that. Your logo is. Welcome to the family, Smooch. Look, that's a wooden shield. I appreciate the support. Thank you. I just got up to 10-year badges I can give out, but you've got a wooden shield. It does get stronger over time, though. It becomes metal pretty quickly. Protect yourself, protect the family. Welcome. Thank you. Because that's a long time ago. Smooch is part of the family. I lost my grandpa to pancreatic cancer. Cancer's not a fun subject, but I'm just glad one of our members. I'm just glad one of our members got lucky. My question was, am I missing another kind of cancer that would be even more benign and wouldn't show up until it metastasizes, other than pancreatic and any cancer that would actually be localized to the appendix? People who just usually look, I still usually try to find everything. There's no way. There's only been a few lurkers that have ever caught me off guard with a name and having a 4-star shield. Are you telling me you've been lurking for long enough that I really am just like an asshole and I didn't catch it? Or is there any possibility that there's been an icon or name change? Because usually that's what throws me off. Please don't tell me I'm just a jerk. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I'm a jerk. Don't tell me the truth. The truth hurts. Yeah, welcome. Watching all videos and guys and stuff. I'm glad. Was it Austin? I should. Yeah. I'm asking because I'm just thinking. I'm so happy to hear. This is probably the first time I've been happy to hear about. Don't think so, not a big chatter. God, I'm just an asshole. There's a very old community post I need to go necro about people that like if they want to share their actual name and one unique fact about them, so I can try to memorize. Because as long as I have under 500 members, scientifically speaking, I should be able to know their names. And I've been trying still. I still actually go check that thread. I still keep up with that. See, by the way, like on console, very rarely will one of these guys drop to the ground downstairs. On PC, will drop to the ground all the time. It is highly annoying. Get rid of that. Because we have another pistol in here. Yeah, you go click, 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 click. Doesn't bother me none. Wait. I did have a pistol, right? The ads are coming. If I pause it again, we'll never have people with an unbuffered stream. The ads are coming in the next minute. The ads are coming. The 4 Horsemen Apocalypse ads are coming. What? Gotta go. Good night, everyone. Good luck with this program. Yeah, I started off talking about that. I need to keep that in an update video. You know, all your stories of future, but cancer it seems like it touched up. Yeah, cancer really cancer sucks is like downplay, but jeez, some people just went. I can't think of. Good night, Jacob. Thank you for being here. I can't think of like a yeah. That's lucky. No sarcasm. Don't. Sorry, that was the wrong note to take from that sarcasm. By the way, Vern, I know I said hi, but that's one of the icons. I'm like, I always know that's Dragon Ball Z. I always know it's blue. Vern, it was a few years ago that you changed your icon, and I remember like you were the I thought there was one time you showed up. It was years ago. And I was like, this is one of the most supportive randos I've ever seen. I thought, do you remember that? It's been a long time. It was either, I think it was your icon, not your name. It was probably 3 or 4 years ago, maybe just over 4 years ago. Your icon changed, and I just absolutely did not know who you were. But like, I know the blue of going toward it, but like there are a few people who I've done that to. I'm just trying to say that there are a few people who have been here a long time just been like, I don't know who you are anymore. You changed your name or icon. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a long while. It's been a long while, but I've been this would not be the first time I've been that person. Just being like, hey, buckaroo. Is bile duct cancer another sneaky cancer? If you're unlucky, yes. I know it's a very morbid topic. I'm trying to get my mind off the idea that last time I encouraged somebody who is like physically not doing well. I don't know if you guys all remember Raymond, but it still hurts. And it hurts even more that when I lost my memories, one of the memories I lost was actually Raymond, and I got it back now, but I actually had forgotten. I had a vivid. Talking about my dissociative amnesia is really weird. I had a vivid recollection that I knew that there was a member that I cared about we lost. And I knew some of the names, but I had forgotten other names. And then it hit me like a dump truck, and it was like losing Raymond all over again. If you guys didn't know, like, we've had a few members that have passed away. Raymond is the one why I get when people have like had a brush with potential death, I immediately want to backtrack on everything I said.
We would like to buy one child, please!
Am I excited for RE9? Yes, actually. I'm gonna save that for a video. I'm actually gonna make a video on that. I'm actually excited for Resident Evil again. It's been a while. But I am happy that I can say that. That's a mistake I'll never live down. Yeah, Kevin would be another one. Yeah. Usually everyone that's been here for a while should remember. How did Kevin say goodbye? We get a new character who's a new old character. It's the daughter of an Outbreak character, and I should play Outbreak. Oh, I don't want to get rid of you. No. I'm running in circles because thinking about that is very, very weird. Yeah, I had forgot. I knew who Raymond was, but I had forgotten. Then I remembered, and then I was in tears. Because last time I talked to Raymond, for everyone who remembered Raymond, Raymond was the one who started making emojis for my deaths, for death compilations of like how many times I died to things in like Dark Souls series type gear, Blood Souls, Darkborn, whatever you want to call it. Raymond is the one that started the whole emoji thing of like me, however many wins versus it. Raymond was brought to this channel by Johnny. Johnny's still here, and I don't think Johnny's here right now, which is why I'm talking about it right now, because I don't want to intrude on like Johnny, make him feel bad. That was one of the memories I forgot and I regained and made me feel horrible. Last time we had somebody have a brush with death, I was so happy that they were back. And it wasn't like the last time, it was just the last time I started saying some of the same things I just started saying. And it was just one of those, I just had a PTSD moment. That's not fun. Of remembering I was playing Dark Souls 1. I was near the bed of chaos. I was telling Raymond after his heart attack, like, glad they caught everything. Make sure you take a rest.
We would like to buy one child, please!
Sarcasm, no! Stop. Put it down. Put it down. Put the alcohol down. Everyone hashtag sarcasm as long as he stops drinking. And yeah, that's where the story goes sour real fast, because that's the last time I talked to Raymond. There was I gave all this encouraging news of just being like go for physical therapy, do your best, all these things, and then it killed me when didn't see Johnny except for to show up and say that Raymond was found and had already passed away. It sucked. Getting news of members going away sucked. I never again want to make the mistake of like being like, yes, we have a member could have passed away. We got lucky. They're still here with us. And then taking for granted the idea that like my words have more weight than I ever knew. And boy, did that that was one of the first time that put in perspective for me. Kevin was definitely I do very much think so. Oh, I own Outbreak. I own original hardware Outbreak. I can just play it. Blue, I appreciate the love over there. Yeah, is the dot of the news report. There's not just a referencer. She's the one that writes the article. She writes 2 separate articles. She's the reporter writing articles in Resident Evil 7 in this game. So if I go to the extras and I go pull it up, you'll see that other than Zoe's contributions and everything like that, the reporter that's reporting on the missing everything, and then for the DLC stuff, there are 2 references that are made, but the reporter that's doing the Dolby Times, the one that's in the newspaper, is her. Kevin's quotes, love you all, beautiful people, and be safe and do good. Be safe, do good. And it was a purple peace sign, purple outline with the white peace sign in the middle. Purple heart. I can never remember it. I'm yeah. Never making that mistake again of taking you guys for granted at all. Because I'm gonna get back on track with what I was saying before, like way earlier. But there is something. I don't know if this is a healthy parasocial relationship type thing to have of how this goes, but like I do care about you guys way more than it would probably seem. Like some of you guys, you haven't been around long enough for me to get to know or like have a rapport with. There's something like, but there's some people who have been around long enough that I'm running in circles. That I know who they are, I know their name and everything. It hurts when you guys are not doing okay. And then there is like guilt of like, you know, I haven't been here for a few birthdays, so like I didn't sing happy birthdays to some people. And then, you know, I go off and sing happy birthday, and then others that didn't get like a birthday song, birthday dirge, like they just get to hear me sing to somebody else while theirs got skipped and everything. And there's like a few things that go along with it. But the one thing that's hardest, hey Marcus, what's going on? The thing that's hardest to shake off is by far the uh-oh, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. That was a big mistake. That was a big mistake. I got one, probably not both. Oh my god, I got both. I thought the box might be close enough to kill him. It wasn't, but I got lucky. I don't know. TLDR from earlier, though, I most certainly am trying to get things in a certain order to where you guys can, to where you guys will get more content, you guys will have more reasons to believe that I'll actually be here, and that's once a week. I gotta get it on course because there's a lot of things that happen that I don't care to talk about right now. There's a lot of things, laws, stuff happening that would behoove me to get on course for it. And I really want to be a nurse. I really badly would like to. I should have known when I was younger. I didn't. 20 years ago, I should have known I should have been a nurse. At worst case scenario, I need to basically take a $93 test per week for 20 weeks and just do my whole freshman and now that might sound like let me get it straight. What I was talking about earlier about trying to get the requirements of making into nursing program and everything again for anything that doesn't transfer on over from my my degree in psychology. There's a little bit of a loophole that lets me get the rest of the funds that were never granted to me from federal aid that still is available to me right now. I don't know if it'll still be available too long, but it's still available. But the plan would be that a lot of the times when I don't enjoy being in front of the camera, it's not that I don't enjoy being in front of the camera, being with you guys. It's that I don't really enjoy the idea that I have to fake sincerity in any way, shape, and form. And now that I have to go back and watch older me, even that, I am going to. This is about as real as I can get. I watched older me and some of the things that I might be compiling to make for, like, you know, like Resident Evil 1 Remake, the movie. Older me actually has fun playing games, and there's not a hint of just like sarcastic humor or anything. Like, it's all like I actually am having fun doing what I'm doing. And it's because it wasn't my only source of income type deal. There's a high chance of me going back to having that kind of fun. It's just when it becomes your only source of income, there's the stressors that come along with it are hard to describe. Knowing that if you fail, you're the reason that you failed, and you own, like, this is a small business. It's only my fault. That's a hard pill to swallow. And then on top of that, I know that my better skills would be going and helping people who need physical help. Because me getting a psychology degree was basically useless. My brother was better suited for that. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of botching what I'm saying. But and this isn't hubris, by the way, talking. Part of my plan for the future of trying to get through things, taking what people would take a semester to study and me doing it within a week's time. Every week I do what people study a semester to do. That's not like overvaluing what I'm capable of. That's utilizing the few skills that I actually have any pride in. I'm pretty good at test taking, and I'm a pretty fast learner. I'm one of those jack of all trades, master of one. Better than a master of one type person, I guess you could say. It's just that monetarily, that's a lot to get through per week of like taking it. I do plan on the idea, if I go that route, that I've got to show you guys my grade every single time I do one of those things. I have to take a test and then show you guys the grade I made. And I might have to get a different. There's a lot of things going on. But like older clips of me, I am very much happier, and that's sad. Given that a lot of the older clips of me that I see myself as being like noticeably happier are just so happen they're practically lying right on top of about the same timeline as my brother dying. That I don't know how to put something in perspective if that doesn't. I was happier closer to when my brother died than now, based on how things have kind of played out. That's a sad statement to make. I'd like to change that. Bicep tendon surgery? I really hope I don't have to go through that. I hope the best for you over there. Bicep tendon surgery. That is... Hopefully not in my future. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Uh-oh. I didn't reload fast enough. My hubris said she was dead.
You've got nowhere to go now, boy.
Where'd she go? There she is. Oh, thank God. Oof. That was almost real bad. I screwed up. I screwed up big time. And I knew it too. But, oh well. Like Zooty calls. You shut it, sarcasm. Shut it. By the way, I'm back on this setup of the way I'm doing things because I really like this better. OP burner. Nope, nope. That's not what happened. By the way, I'm very proud of this thing I'm opening up a thing. Don't worry about it. I'm going and looking for a thing. Don't worry about that either. I'm doing it in Google Chrome. Worry about that. I hit the wrong thing. Do not let me use Google Chrome to do that. Firefox, where'd you go? You're barely better. Oh my God. That's a good thing to know. Window capture is just like there. Smarter, do more. Bars. Just gonna go off and just do whatever. It just decided I'm gonna window capture this. YouTube, and I'm not an idiot, so I'm not gonna do that. There's another way to do that whole thing. YouTube. Wait, not YouTube. Ow. Darkness. Hi. Where do I rank with the word darkness? I've lost my ranking as number 5. Is my channel still at least in the top? No, it's gonna take a few more posts for Darkness channel to come back as being like the top. Like Eminem is the only thing that usually beat me out. DarknessJackson though. Yeah, that's top right there. Whee! Let me click on our thing. There's a reason I'm doing this. Oh my God, I got an ad. Pop out chat. Immediately got an ad. Couldn't have been faster. All right. Go grab the other window. Grab the chat window. Firefox, grab the other window. Thank you. This chat box. This is the one I used to stick up there. How did I do that? How did I used to position this? The other box you see is the backup box. I used to... No. I think I just basically did one of those numbers and then immediately was just like enhance. Did I do enhance? Enhance. Yeah. I did something like that. It's small though like that, but at least you can see everything. There you go. That's what I used to do. I mean, it feels more. There you go. It's off, but I don't care. Because it's been a while since I've done this screen right here. It's got everyone's thing on it, and it makes it look like it's a thing. Cool. Did it. I did a short... Was it... what am I doing to you guys? I'm putting you guys on the thing in a different way. It is working, right? Cool. I want to remember how this setup works for later, so I can screw it up properly. Yeah, this old style. It's not old. It's just kind of old. Also, the chat's a little delayed on it, but it's fine. I'll fix it later. I'll fix it in post. The thing that I'm looking for is, while I'm looking... I did a short and I'm proud of it. I just want to know how screwed up I am for being proud of it. Where is this thing? Shit. Nope. Capture that window too. We're capturing a window. Window capture? Go ahead. Capture that window. Sure. Capture that one. Window capture. Just over here. While this stream was going, I don't know how screwed up I am, but I do know this. I am way too proud. Oh my god, I covered everything. Everything has now been swallowed. Yeah, just go ahead and just do this. Why not? I'm way too proud of this daggum, the effort I put into this thing. I can't pick it. No, I'm playing around with a few things right now.
Your thoughts are far too scattered to rein back in.
No.
The only option is to...
So glad they added... No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Crap. No!
I think that captures
Oh. Oh, like my eyes are so wide open, I got tears coming out of them. Jesus. Wait, no, that doesn't count. She didn't see me though.
I'm so happy with this one. Because of this. I screamed so hard, and then I decided to go find a face of like the dog looking at you.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
I was... No! Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Oh, like my eyes are so wide open, I got tears coming out of them. Jesus.
I'm so happy with that.
Wait, no, that doesn't count. She didn't see me though.
Because of this. When the doll's head turns, I went and found a new thing to fit with it. That is the thing I'm most proud of right there. Also, that fact that I used the stuff I've been using for Dead Space as a graphical thing that looks like it fits. It's not darkness, hold on. Oh, shut it. All right, I'm gonna go again for a minute. Anyway, tomorrow is Poppy, so Poppy's playtime. I have to make sure everything works before tomorrow's stream. And like I said earlier, since Alyssa is no longer right here, I will lift everything that's heavy and get it all out of the way. And then I'll put my arm in this little contraption that lets me control the mouse. And hopefully everything goes fine. Because Poppy Playtime, Chapter 1 and 2 are just a pain to map to a controller. 3 and 4 are controller compatible. I might go see what the controller scheme is and try to map it. But maybe not. Hey, Smooth, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Have I ever played the Darksiders series, third-person action, or Battle Chase in Night Wars? Please stay healthy, sir. I am very unhealthy right now, but thank you so much. I appreciate that. I own the Darkside series.
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
Chad got them for me a long while ago as a gift. I just haven't gotten to them. I have not played them, but I should. Because I feel really bad when people give things and I don't play them. Patrick, I have played some of it in the country. Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. Don't look at me during, please. The burner. The burner. I'm gonna throw that burner out from spite. Just out of spite. Chad got them for me a while ago. I need to play them. I keep not using the teleprompter either. I don't want the glow to be there the whole time. Yeah. Oh, it's not even there because it's on the wrong screen. Why is it over there? Be over here. Like you're supposed to be. Don't worry about it, Patrick. Don't worry. Don't worry about your name being heard. Don't worry about it. You didn't hear your name. You didn't hear anything. It's fine. Everything you heard is it's not true. It's a lie. They're conspiring. They did it. I didn't do it. Who did what? Oh, that's how. Hold on. Wait a second. How does this work? Why does it do this? I'm actually confused by something real fast. I just you see this and everything. Why is it cutting off Patrick? What did I? How did I screw this up last time I used it? How did I do this? What did I do? It just dawned on me the most recent is not showing up. But what did I do? I'm gonna bring it back. Look at this. Just like sexy, I'm bringing it back. Whoever is that bound, I uncovered you now. We have to crop the top. There we go. Look at that. I just gotta click furiously. Just furious clicking and it's fine. I can't even really see the effects of what I'm doing, but I'm assuming it's good things. Why did it go to 50? Just bottom out. Just ride that bottom. No! Oh! It's being a jerk. Oh! That explains so much. I always get, like, thrown off when things are just being a jerk. Because I expect them to not be. No, it's not that I don't like the game. Listen, there are lots of games I will admit willingly I don't like. There are lots. That is not one of them. It's not that I don't like the game. Don't worry. There are games that people have sent that I just don't like, and it's very, very difficult to try to tell them. Oh, like you gotta do this. Oh, thank you. While you're like trying to kick it to the side. That's happened before, and I've actually reached out to some people before, asking if they wanted what they sent back. Most of the time, that's not the problem. It's just a time constraint and resource constraint. That's all. Like I've owned Darksiders for a long, ever since Dino Crisis. It's about the same time that he sent that on over. Vamp, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. Hammered Hobo. Devastation. No breathing. Zach. Rob McFadden. Ariel, Matt, Andre, Eric, Yoshwin. Hey, what's going on back there? Hey, Restance. Welcome and welcome back to the family. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. Yay! It shows it on the screen now when I do this. I actually like this layout better. Is 0.29 too high for another shot? Yes. It absolutely is. If you want to, I don't know what your physical limit is. I don't know if you're over there with the DTs while you're not drinking, so I'm not going to start assuming things. I'm going to tell you that 0.27 and you're in a world of hurt usually. If you're trying to have another, uh-oh. Not PC. You're in a world of hurt usually. If you try for another shot. How do I know that? I did lots of research for drunk live streams. Don't drink more, sarcasm. Don't do that. I'd rather you not be dead. I'd much rather you not be that. You should very much try to be more of an alive person. What do I have to edit for tonight? Did you say Randy Laley said 1.2 is a so take what you will for the Inoki, hello there. Did you say what? Am I seeing that 1.2? 1.2 is dead. The highest known blood alcohol content and someone survived through it, I don't believe it got to a 1.2. Alcohol poisoning isn't necessarily a blood alcohol. Hades, sorry, 0.12. Thank you. I was about to say, holy crap, that's dead. 0.12 is a good stopping point. That is a good stopping point. You should probably stop. Just be on the healthy side and things. Mostly because you should just not drink that much to get that far. Alcohol poisoning sets in for different people, different times, different reasons. One of the reasons I want to be able to have the little title under my YouTube channel of like any kind of medical professional, so I can say something, is so I can do things like this and say like sarcasm. Don't be a dumbass. And I have the credentials to say that. Like I would like the credentials to be able to tell you that. What I say at the very beginning of the stream, tomorrow's stream, I'll re-mention. I'll make some points that I have to cover. I had too many technical difficulties to keep up with it. I need to edit after this stream. Tomorrow is Dead Space. Finally getting that uploaded. What were the other things? Because I had other things. Thank you, Alyssa. Much preach. Nope. Sorry, sarcasm. You were a little bit behind. Actual person who can tell you. I'm waiting for Slay the Princess. For me to play the Pristine Edition, I want to go back to that game. That's one of the ones I really want to go back to. Oh, no. Arin got to you, though. Sarcasm. It's too late. Yeah, I want to get back to that. For sure, I want to get back to that. I absolutely do. I have a whole list of things to try to get finished. What's the other thing I'm supposed to be editing tonight? And also, did I leave behind a big gulp? Yeah, I did. It's too late. Crap. What's Wednesday? What's releasing Wednesday? Resident Evil 5 is probably Friday. Saturday is Resident Evil 1 remake movie. Oh! I have to edit Lost Hope. That's the one that is getting exported tonight. I forgot. I gotta get that all loaded up and everything because I gotta export that tonight. Why give me the things I can't use and carry if I can't carry and use them? Give them to me. Ugh. No. Pretending you don't see something to make it okay is not the way to make it okay. I've tried that method. I have also tried the la method. That's full on fingers were in ears to make that work. That method doesn't work. I've tried a few methods. doggy style. That's where you pant so hard when it's hot outside that you can't hear other people's advice. That's what that means, right? I'm not gonna start pretending. No, I did not see a question from Inoki. I was trying to ask if Steve's Amazon's wish list is updated since tomorrow is the start of Prime Day. No. Yes, it is, but no, not quite. I didn't even think about that. If I beat this again, I can take a bathroom break and look at it. I do like randomizers. Don't you do this to me. Don't you do this to me. Don't you do this to me. Please don't. Don't you. By the way, if I might make a recommendation to anyone who's going through any shoulder stuff, don't get, go and get something professional. You know, the rotator cuff braces and for GH, you've got your glenoid that's here. So your humerus, the top of it that joins with your glenoid is very, very shallow. So you have your, oh my God. The lining in your glenoid that your humerus sits inside of, that has that cusp edge. Oh my God! It's 6 letters. It's straight up Latin. You got inside of that. Because this is the glenohumerus joint. These cuffs have a real bad tendency. If you actually have anything AC, they push down. I gotta keep sliding this thing down to make it actually push it into me. They hurt. If you're going full lurk, Spirited Away is calling my name. Ooh, good choice, Ghibli. Don't get hurt and then not treat it properly if it is shoulder. I gotta go check that wish list. Oh my God, labrum? Is that the glenoid labrum? I had a brain fart, but I think my brain unfarted. Please say that. That's it. Because you're one of your bicep tendons. Spirited Away. Mine is Princess Mine. Okay. Right? Yeah, that's what. For me, that's what's mostly kind of damaged. Get a professional one of these. I will. Forgot about Prime Day. I forgot about the idea that people would do any sorts of things. Oz cast all day, every day. Yeah. Well, yeah. The ring. Yeah, technically, I mean, is kind of a cartilage ring. You got a tendon that attaches right there at the top of it too. That gives you a nice little shelf for your humerus in. Yeah. I'm just trying to say all that is screwed up for me. Like, the second that gets screwed up and your AC gets screwed up, don't get the real thing. This I could give a review on Amazon right now of this thing. I have to wear it in a weird way, otherwise it makes me sore. It hurts so bad. It's not fun. Would not recommend. Don't get your shoulder hurt. Would not recommend. How else movie can? Okay, I do. Mike L, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I appreciate when you got able to stop on by. I gotta ask a question. Okay. Since people are talking about, I gotta ask about Ghibli real quick. All right, start a poll. Oh, I can't reach the keyboard. Oh. Oh, wait. Reaching upwards hurts way more. Mine is actually... so much pain. Oh, house moving, castle, or what? Oh God, never do this again. And Spirited Away. This is why I have that sling behind me. Oh, that felt good. I feel alive now. That's what made me feel alive. Also, it made me feel dead inside at the exact same time. Start poll. I need to know for scientific reasons. There you go. Which one? I'm gonna need you guys to actually... My comfort for me is, like, if I have to click on one of these, it's gonna be... I'm putting in my own 2 cents. There you go. Oh, crap. No! I didn't want this. Go back. How do you go back? Go back to what you were doing. I can't vote on my own thing. All right, well. Well, no. I don't want people to pick my favorite just because it's my favorite. I want people to pick the one that they're, because I don't know what my follow-up question is. As soon as it's not my favorite, I want to know what draws people to the other ones more. Because for me, Princess Mononoke is there's reasons, but I want to know other people's reasons, but I'm not gonna ask if like no one cares. You see what I mean? Like if 0 people care to even answer, then why would I ask? I'm not trying to rig it. I'm wondering whether it's a legit question in the first place. Yeah, but for comfort, only one of those come up for me as comfort, if you will, like for a comfort something. Is Spirit, and then follow-up question: is Spirited Away like the comfortable middle ground for people? I feel like a lot that don't want to pick one, pick like the comfortable middle ground of Spirited Away. But I don't know if that's the right way to put it. Like, is it truly a comfortable middle ground, or is it just, once again, personal preference? I don't know. I don't think I'm trying to rig like which one it is, but I don't even think of Princess Mononoke as an action movie. I don't know why my brain is just different with that movie. I don't know how people's brains take some of those stories, some of those Ghibli things. It's just weird. Spirited Away is the most popular for sure. Yeah, I think it's the how they publicized Spirited Away. They made it more. I feel like in promo stuff, more accessible to both children and adults, and gave themselves a leg up on that one. What's going on, Scotty? Because my next question is just kind of like a generalized, like, even if it's the most popular. If I had to pick a movie right now to be like, I need comfort, I need relaxation, I need to decompose, I need to be able to do what it's, and I had a Ghibli film, it's not gonna be like any. If Fireflies is in the name, then I would like to decompose. I'm not trying to wind down. I just said that when I just thought of Graveyard. Nope. Kiki's Delivery Service. I got that one on the DVD. I mean, it's up there. That is a deep cut. That feels like you purposefully were like, I gotta scour the wiki page real quick. Hold on. No, not good enough. Must go deeper. The wiki hole, it knows no limits. Is it the wholesomeness? I've seen a lot. How do I see garden birds? Yes! What's that? Yeah, I know. You're not just gonna go find the deep cut for the deep cut's sake. Yeah, I know. Is that what it is? Is that, do people view, do you guys right here view, like, I'm gonna end the poll so that the thing will stop being up on the screen right now. So, like, Spirited Away blasted through all of it for the few people that voted, which is all I can. Is it really that? Is it like a? Is it comfort? Is it that it feels more comforting? Like, is it because the like more wholesome story? I don't know. I don't know why I feel like it's not that it's a bad movie. I just feel a disconnect from it, from trying to like different movies. Spirited Away for melancholy, Prince of Mononoke for hope, Kiki for wonder, House for loneliness, Fireflies for life will never be better, and we should all nihilism eat Arby's, right? It's a good movie. Nihilism runs deep with that, with me thinking about that one. I'm gonna risk it with these health. I'm gonna toss them after I'm finished with all these things. I'm gonna get a refill on this. Hey, Julio, what's going on? Hey, I don't think I said hi. I remember when I first played this game too. I remember that a lot of people that have come to my streams remember when I first played this game. I had, the day before my birthday in 2017, another bigger YouTuber had their live stream go down, and a lot of people who are here now came and got pushed over to mine. 2017. What's going on? I like, you just kind of like Prince of Mononoke for hope, but Spirited Away for melancholy, Kiki for wonder, House Moving Castle for loneliness. I don't know. I never really thought to categorize them like that, I guess. I guess it's because I guess everyone gets an attachment to certain things in their own life, right? There are just certain things that are your favorites. Like, some people are gonna swear by pineapple on pizza. Some people will murder you for the same offense that they think is criminal or something. You know, that kind of deal. I am trying to think of how to put this like the most diplomatic way possible. when I think of like, well, wholesome or like relaxing or all these other kind of things when it comes to movies, things like that, usually it's something that hits all those notes. Like, for example, when I'm trying to like really kind of zen it out over here, where I'm really just trying to hone in on me, reground myself, kind of recalibrate and everything, I can't leave a component out, if you will. That's why it ends up being Princess Mononoke for me. Like, everything you describe, every descriptor you use for every other movie, I don't feel like there's another Ghibli film that kind of hits all of them the same way. But I'm very, very partial to like grandiose storylines that have moments of feeling. What's a good way of putting this? Oh, I know. I actually do know. For like 2 seconds, if you have never seen Princess Mononoke and you're afraid that there's something that's going to be really big spoiled, this isn't a big spoiler. It's me reciting a line and then saying that something's happening during that line. Turn of events in Princess Mononoke. The main protagonist, if you can say that, I mean, I guess the main protagonist that's on screen the most often, states a line akin to, I came in through this way, I will leave through this way. And the means for which they leave are fantastical. Until you notice the blood on the ground and it grounds you right back in reality of like, the impossible is possible. The impossible is being made possible by something that feels hopeful, yet is full of despair. And you look at the ground and you're like, what they're doing, the first thing somebody says as a comment is that you'll kill yourself doing that. And it's all the things wrapped up into one for me. Like it wildly swings for me. Like all in one scene, it's just like this, like, oh my God, oh my God, is this happening? Oh my God, if he does this, you know what I mean? A lot of Studio Ghibli just seems, it does kind of swing one way or the other. It just happens to be the one where when I kind of have my own, like, I need to dissociate, like shower type dissociation. I need all the things at the same time. I guess I'm needy. It doesn't make me needy. I'm emotionally needy when I get like that. Is that a better way of putting it? Cool. It just puts me vulnerable. That's how you determine the comfort day? Most of my comfort things are just, I'll refer to Makishima from Psycho Pass. Whatever I'm reading, whatever I'm going through, whatever I'm doing, I calibrate by how much do I retain, how much am I actually listening, watching, if it's something that I could recite off the top of my head and it's a book, how many times am I reading the same page, or am I going through the whole book as fast as possible? Those kind of things make me wonder, like, what's the mental block, what's getting in my way. I need to play Little Nightmares too. I need to make a little movie out of Little Nightmares one. Every other film kind of... Oh, I think I have a better way of putting it. I think I know what it is. Every other Studio Ghibli film that I was just mentioned, I personally feel, from the outset tells me how I should be feeling about the film, because Ghibli films do a very good job at setting a tone. Princess Mononoke is one of the few that I can point to that does not specifically tell you what tone and how to feel. Does anyone know what I'm getting at by saying that? Like, is very specific in that way. Crap, wasn't close enough. Get down. I'm not getting in my corner properly, and she's able to roam around a little more than she should. From what you know, Prince Monolith is kind of like The Last of Us 2. Okay. By the way, to finish The Last of Us Part 2, because I'm going to do that. I'm going to do something I've never done before. I'm actually going to go rewatch my own gameplay of The Last of Us Part 2. Everything I've done and said, I'm going to go rewatch. I'm going to go rewatch it mostly out of spite for one person who's decided to start commenting on a lot of my videos. Including someone who tried to correct me, Jeffrey. I wish I should like send you the comment. Someone who tried to correct me on immunity and fungal and everything, and basically made me feel like I was the idiot when we don't have a vaccine for anything fungal. And I was like, I'm not. Am I the asshole? Am I the idiot type deal? And I'm not. They just had me question. Princess Mononoke in my The Last of Us Part 1 playthrough, I mentioned it purposefully. The general gist of the story is, I won't say ambiguous. I will say that it is a fool's errand in Princess Mononoke, just like it is in The Last of Us, to declare anything other than protagonist, antagonist, in the very, very literal sense of the protagonist is simply the one that you see, that the protagonist is the person you're seeing the story's eyes. You're seeing the story through their eyes, and the antagonist is the person that's going against the way they see that story, or the way that they live, or their actions in that story. So, like, The Last of Us and Princess Mononoke is both of them, I feel like, are fool's errands to do anything other than realize that you're not trying to figure out hero versus villain. You're trying to interpret through the lens that you're given. There is research. There are no vaccines on any fungi to date. There are none. I'll check my Amazon list as I use the restroom and possibly also decide if I'm gonna do one more round of this. For me, it's that each movie is more focused on a feeling I get from it, and yeah, the movie is right, the feeling, the thing. Yeah. That's. I don't know why my body rebels against that. I guess that's why that's probably what it is. When something. If I want my brain to be steered and directed somewhere, like for a comfort film, it's very rare that I want to get railroaded into a feeling. Hey, Green Ranger, what's going on? You know what I mean? Like, Ghibli films are very good at what they do, like getting you in that feeling. But like, if I'm like comfort watching, binging anything, like I settle into something. I don't want to get like, feel like I'm being pigeon-toed into just like that thing. I want to be able to feel like, oh, I'm feeling that thing because it exists inside all the other things. And usually my own mental struggles and my own problems with like calibrating and calming down and centering myself, usually it's a lot of mental struggles. So there's a lot of things that I'll watch that are talk about internal battles. So yeah, that still covers all of Ghibli, but like, yeah, Ghibli is really good at like specific emotions. Princess Mononoke just allows so much leeway. Hey, Green Ranger, thank you so much for the continued support. I really do appreciate that. I really, really do. Things have been, they have been. Yeah, that might be that probably is what it is. Because a lot of other people do like that. I do notice that. A lot of people like to watch things because it's like it's background noise that gels with them. I do appreciate when something forces me to, I don't like watching things to recenter that don't make me actively think, even if I've watched it 100 times. Of all the Ghibli films I can think of, I either have to go super depressive or I have to reach for Princess Mononoke. Otherwise, I can kind of truly zone out to them, and that doesn't do it for me. If you can't make your own dopamine store bought, it's fine. Yeah. See, that's what it is for me. As far as it goes for Princess Mononoke, when I compare it to like The Last of Us, I do a comparison specifically on the idea of don't try to like make some like hero and everything. I'm tired of people telling me that how much like I have to suspend my disbelief when it comes to The Last of Us. I've never had somebody have to like tell me suspend your disbelief when it comes to like Princess Mononoke. But in trying to have any analogies between the two, there is one villain in Princess Mononoke. There is one villain, and I'll say villain like in air quotes, as in even that you could try to argue they couldn't be a villain, but there is one written in, obvious to the viewer, supposed to be villain in Princess Mononoke. But it's even a stretch to say that their villainy makes it so that there needs to be a heroic actions against it. It's not even, villainy is a stretch for it. It's just that there is just only one straight out by, you know, more or less conventional story writing definition, villain in that. In that same way, in The Last of Us, when you play it, you realize there is, by side you pick or way that you interpret or way you want to look, there is a villain in The Last of Us, but it's not the forefront. There is in The Last of Us Part 1 specifically, there is a villain, and I'm not going to get into it for people who haven't played it, and I guess it's opinionated, but there is one straight out villain. Whether it's an entity or person, I'm not saying, because The Last of Us is a little difficult for that. And The Last of Us Part 2, I haven't played all of it, so I can't account for everything. But there is, and even in that one, it's a stretch. It's like a huge stretch to say like there's any outright villainy. There's anti-heroism, there's non-heroic, there's bad things, really bad. There are travesties that happen. But that's the same as in Princess Mononoke. I just think I think what it is that I just don't like being railroaded into a feeling. My brain will get, I'm gonna get up and stretch and then decide if I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna also look at, I guess, the Amazon thing. I hadn't even thought about that. I guess the way when I try to have any kind of comfort for myself, my brain tries to recalibrate. I need to think usually hard about something I'm not thinking about. I need the logical part of my brain to kick in. And a lot of Ghibli films give me all the emotions and they let my logical part kick off. Except for that's the one part of me that tortures me the most and does not kick off. So no matter what I do, it's just there and I need something. So that's why I pull for things that's usually Princess. The movie when I was younger, of all movies, I'm going to get up after I say this one, because this one's really weird. Of all movies I used to pull from when I was younger, does anyone remember the movie Collateral? Because for some reason, that ended up being one of the movies I used to pull from when I was younger. When my brain needed to have a little think and recap. Yeah, with Jamie Foxx. Yeah, it's a weird one to pull out of nowhere. It wasn't just Cowboy Bebop that I like recalibrate to. The movie Collateral with Jamie Foxx and Tom Cruise. It's a really good movie, and it's one of the ones that actually, you could just look at it as being like, oh, is Tom Cruise another action? No, it's actually Tom Cruise doing a good job and not just doing the same thing over and over and being Tom. It's not Tom Cruise being Tom Cruise. It is definitely one of the ones that, like, when I watch it, even if you can say something's happening, I actually have to think again. And it's one of the only ones that there's a story that's told inside of it that every time it gives me all the things that I need for one thing. There's a story told in that movie that at the very end of the movie comes to fruition. It's like it borders on being Chekhov's gun to Chekhov's cannon. But there's a story told in it that's told from the perspective of one of the characters, that's one of the main characters in the movie, about how society works and how something could happen in society and still society would move on because we're basically a bunch of jerks. At the end of the movie, that story actually ends up manifesting itself. This is my way of not spoiling a movie that is like decades old, but still I like the movie enough that I wouldn't do that. And every single time I hear the beginning of it and I start watching the movie, my brain already is going and thinking, is there a way to stop it by the way that the story is being told? Can I decree if someone knowingly takes actions, shares what actions they're taking, other people participate in those actions, their actions are not justified but justified, but they can see the world for what it is. Does it put the burden of how society functions directly on those who take bad actions, or does it also put the society on a path where those who would overlook such obvious bad things on as a thing? That movie did that to me because there's a story told about it. Has something to do with the subway if you've seen it. Yeah. And I think it's just so cool. I used to watch that and like session 5, Ballad of Fallen Ages, sessions 12 and 13 of Cowboy Bebop. And there was one other. Oh, and like the last few episodes of Big O. No, that's not the other one I was going for. There's something else. I can't remember. Whatever. Princess Mononoke used to be one of them too. Okay, hold on. I'm getting up for a minute. And I guess I'm checking Amazon. And I'm gonna see if I've got enough energy in me. And my right arm is telling me that we might be like... I'm wearing black on black at least. I did mean to put a shirt on over and just like hide all this because there's I've got black straps all over the place. I'm all strapped up. But that's not what I meant for all this. Do I have a be right back on this? I don't. I just have to switch to my actual be right back screen, don't I? Oh, okay. I'll just switch to that. Bloop. I will be right back. I am checking up on my my stuffs to make sure I'm ready to edit. No, my Amazon wish list is not updated. Holy smokes. If it was updated, it would have hard drives on it. Because my biggest roadblock right now of getting a lot of things taken care of are hard drives. Plus there was just some stuff that was wow, I probably won't sleep until early this morning, because I'm gonna edit, export, and then upload. Because the only thing I have uploaded right now is tomorrow's Dead Space. I don't have, and I'm looking right now to make sure I've got the other at least footage ready. Just give me one sec. I'll while I'm in and out of consciousness trying to get things finished between now and noon tomorrow, we'll try to get that updated. I didn't even think about people wanting to do something through Amazon, because my brain is not in that mode. My brain is in the mode of I haven't earned anything, so why would anyone do anything for me mode. It's not like the oh woe is me. It's more like the hi, my name is Steve and I showed up, and then someone hands me a bouquet of flowers and I'm just like, I didn't even put on makeup yet. You know? Is that a good analogy? I don't know if that's a good analogy. What I'm really hoping is that I did not stop recording Little Hope in between episodes. I'm checking right now. Wow. I just went to the end of the face cam footage and it said, I'm trying to make sure that these are getting to be daily uploads. I recorded this a year ago. They were daily uploads. I was getting they were getting uploaded, the first 3. And then part 4 is recorded and it's just sitting there. Got part 5 of Little Hope will most likely be next Wednesday, so I can have enough time to catch back up to the story so I can record it. The Last of Us Part 2 will probably be end of next week if I can catch up to it. The Last of Us Part 2 is going to be the harder one to catch up to. That's a big time investment. And I hate listening to myself. I don't know how you guys are still subscribed. Why are you still here? How do people deal with me? How do you deal with me? Tell me your secrets. I can't handle me. It's awful. Have you heard me? Anyway. People just having to deal with the idea that, But yeah, Little Hope is the one that's getting edited tonight. And then I'll upload that. So tomorrow, which is Tuesday now, for me, I'm East Coast. I'll release Dead Space. There's 2 parts of Dead Space left. And then I'll stream Poppy to record. So I'll probably release it and then stream probably around 7-ish or so. And then Wednesday is probably Little Hope. Thursday is probably the last part of Dead Space, so it's finished. Friday is most likely Resident Evil 5 uploaded. The first part of me, I can't say anything bad about it. And Saturday is Resident Evil 1 remake, the movie. Sunday I haven't figured out. But I have to catch up on Little Hope so I can get to the other game this year. House of Ashes. Was that the game? Yeah. Games that have been sitting here forever, waiting for me to put hands on them, are stacked right here that I thought I was gonna be doing really fast. It's Dark Pictures House of Ashes, and right under it is A Plague Tale. Oh, I could probably take it off of this screen. I just got the wrong headphones on for me to think that I could take it off of this screen. Whee! Is this where we were? Cool. So these headphones are listening to the wrong thing. Lowe's Library. Yeah, House of Ashes and Plague Tale are right here. They've been sitting here for too long. I was doing Little Hope because these were the next two on the list. They were sitting there just waiting for me to play. I know that it's wrong for me to play a Plague Tale Innocence because it's just going to destroy my soul. I need to update that list though, because hard drives would be on there. I have currently right now, I think, for solid state drives that can run fast enough to do 4K stuff and get what I need finished, I have like 2 terabytes left. All right, I'll play through one more time. I need nose spray. I need a few things. Oh, I didn't even drink my nutrients. Nobody told me. Why didn't you guys warn me? Why didn't nobody warn me to not use my right arm so much? Little Hope, you made me think of how many... I took the bus and number driver's name I know. Yeah. Yeah, the first thing that came to my mind when I played that game is the first thing that came to my mind. Are you kidding? I don't know if it's the first one of the first suspicions that game is giving off that I know that's sitting there with my notes. Oh God, I got a snuffly nose. Is still the suspicion of, do I remember the name? The struggle bus I've got for remembering a freaking name and realizing that it could be nothing or it could be a lot of something. That game really did screw me over when it comes to that. Because my suspicion, like my spidey sense was going off. And I still have a note over there of like spidey sense going off. I also have a note over there about, and it'll probably get me back in the mindset, Salem witch trials. I think it was Salem. It was some witch trials. I have a few notes over there about all of that. I just have to rewatch me play, and I'll catch back up to me pretty fast. One of the few, if you want to call it a talent, innate talents I have, one of the few is catching a concept and then being able to run with it fast. I just can't master many without a lot of effort. I feel like it takes me way more effort than people that are supposedly not as smart as me type deal. Like, and I get jealous of them for how easily it feels like they can master a concept when I can't. And then I get very frustrated when I'm put on a pedestal of having kind of any intelligence, and I'm going, but you were able to do this, and I can't. Which usually it revolves around, I never feel like I can learn a subject deep enough to my own satisfaction that it's fulfilling, where I don't keep fulfilling enough that I'll stop second guessing myself. People who don't second guess themselves are either extremely knowledgeable, well-versed, or fools. And whether I be one or the other, there's very few topics that I've ever gotten the chance to feel like that on. One of them being, I mean, being a violinist, being a photographer, even though I knew I had room to grow, like having that ability of feeling like, oh yeah, like this is, like, I didn't feel, when I was at my best with a violin, I never felt like I had to just reach over and like, I need to practice because this or the other, I won't know it. My biggest nerves always were like being on a big stage and having a solo, especially when it went from hundreds to thousands. Because that got me. My biggest concern was always my mindset. It was never really the technical stuff. Anyway. Uh-oh. Anyway, the segue back that I'm trying to take is that if I rewatch myself play something, it won't take me very long to reabsorb like where I was, what I was doing, how I was thinking, what my train of thought was, all that stuff. What would take me longer is if I really have to apply a good bit of knowledge that's more than just like what I consider surface level stuff. Like, what would I consider surface level versus like applying? There were so many different witch trials. For me to have notes over there about witch trials, are you kidding? That's a fool's errand if I'm thinking I'm gonna remember that off the top of my head. Everyone remembers the Salem witch trials. That was not it. That was not the only. That's just one of the most famous accounts of any type of witch trial. I hope the game is around that because that's where my knowledge. Otherwise, it's me like, well, gotta study. If I have that written down, yeah, there's a lot of times where it's like I feel like I'm just smart enough to have my 2 cents in, and then I'm quintessentially the person that says I feel comfortable enough to have my 2 cents in, and then I immediately like I deposit my 2 cents. I'm like, I'm gonna need a refund. I should not have put my 2 cents. Like, is probably best if I invest that 2 cents to try to get a 3rd cent in there before we really stick with what I got to say. We should disregard everything I've got. I get into self-doubt very, 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 very fast. Unless you want to talk to me about like something like Marie Antoinette and her hairboat, then fine. We can talk all day about some historic stuff. I'm a dork when it comes to that, aren't I? When it comes to medical stuff and historical stuff, I end up being a dork. What's the definition of dork? I don't know, but I am that. She turned her hair into a boat. Who does a hairboat? She did a hairboat. Who does a hairboat? When I turn to a history nerd, or dork or whatever you want to call it, are things like let them eat cake, which also is me sitting there going, the saying is, you can't eat your cake and have it too. there's precedent, or like when I was just talking about this earlier today, other than Jeffrey, I think Jeffrey was here. How many people were here when I went off about like how amazing Zero is as an invention? How many people were actually here? How many people here were here for that? Does anyone remember that? Then please, somebody get my back on this, please. I need it. I need this. Oh, come on. I'm gonna get dead. No, don't go silent on me, chat. No, wake up. It's getting late. It is, isn't it? No, I know. No, don't worry. It was a while. It was years ago that happened. I went off about how like crazy cool Zero is, and then like nobody was really on board for that conversation. No one was on board for that, which is cool. That like to track and like to surmise what I was trying to say, like things that we take for granted, but we can't do advanced math without the concept of nothing. And like my knowledge of Zero, like apparently it goes to 3 BC Mesopotamia, but my knowledge of it is more like the Mayans, where they in charting the stars and the course of the stars and figuring out that possibly, you know, there's orbital rotation, the celestial bodies, all those things. When they're figuring out basically how stars are stars and how they work around us and how we work within that kind of structure and those confines, there has to be a starting point when to chart, and it couldn't be one. One can't be your starting point. So the idea of nothing, that things exist, come from nothing, they go to nothing, but also that if something it revolves and has a start point, the start point can't be one, because one would denote the next that there is something before that one would come from. And with them plotting celestial bodies, much less the idea that they figured out that there is a z-axis they had to deal with, even if they weren't writing X, Y, and Z and whatnot. That to figure out celestial bodies, there had to be null. And since null had to exist, they needed to denote it for being able to say everything that goes after that, which created the ability to have a null value for more than just what you think. Like, how do you without the creation of Zero, how do you represent that you're out of something before you even, how would you represent that you are in need of something? And that's where like my dork self came into it. Like the creation of Zero negated the need for there either to be an abundance or a deficit. It did have to be like a clean trade would be null, but it required items. So without Zero, let's say that you need food and you're someone who is in like you make domestic goods like clothes. You need food, somebody that's farming, they need clothes and goods. The idea of Zero doesn't have to come into it because you have an additive that you're willing to subtract from your possession to add what they've got into your possession. You come out with still something. You lost something, you gained something, equivalent exchange, blah, 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 Full Metal Alchemist, who cares? There are very few times where it goes from that to like when you break even. The term of breaking even implies that both sides received, I guess, null, but they didn't gain or lose is the better perspective. Without Zero is more or less defined as the idea of no gain, no loss, because beyond that is deficits. But even being able to declare a deficit or a debt or whatever to the debtor that you owe it to is a hard challenge to tackle because you can't denote anything other than when they come even and how far into it that they would owe something. So basically everything before 0 is either accounting for a gain or a discrepancy in what should have been a gain that is looked at as a loss from one party that they can recuperate until they go back to no longer having no less, no more at 0, right? The idea that 0 had to be created because stars being charted, once basically the Mayans figured out we are either rotating or it's rotating, something, celestial bodies are moving, but they do end up in the same spot. You can't start with 1. So let's say, as a just a stupidly simplified version, you try to start with the number 1 of like where a position of a star is, and you track throughout an entire year, whether it's our calendar or another calendar. You track, let's say that in another calendar there's 18 different denotations that you would not, you know, or let's say 12, one for each month, right? So you'd say, well, in January this is the first place, in February it's the second, third, fourth, fifth, blah blah blah. When you get to 12, it doesn't make sense to go back to 1, because going back to 1 when you're clocking a celestial body would imply not 12. Look, you had just located it and it's fence post error. That's what they were trying to get around. They didn't realize they were trying to solve for it, but they were solving for fence post error. When they were trying to look at different positions, if you think about it, if the same position could be the same twice over, it's going to be January and then, you know, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. January is 12. Like it ends up being that, like, it sounds like there's 12, but no, it's your same point makes it into, they had to figure that out. That's really cool to me. Right? Because you just count months on your fingers, you find out very quickly you can't easily go back to 1, because that makes it the 13th. That would be, I guess you could do, there's 12 points, minus 13 puts you back to 1, but 1 is not a null value. It's not a starting state. It is a positive state of gain. It means you've gone somewhere. It means you've gained something. It's distance. They were tracking distance. And the idea of not having 0 was a problem because it leads to fence post error. Just ask people who didn't account for a leap year. We had to have 7 leap years in a row for our own Gregorian calendar because we weren't accounting for the 1/4 of a year that is being lost if you don't have an extra day every 4 years inside the calendar, because it's not an even break of 365 days of rotating around for the celestial body to rotate around the earth, the sun. And so they accounted for it by a starting state with the star being at 0, it's null, it's nothing position. When it is there, it is nothing. When it returns to there, it is counted as a position, and at the same time, its position is back to nothing, which makes way more sense if you think about it when you have to track something. If you were if you had to track the winner of like a bunch of horses racing, they have to get back to the same place from which they started, right? But technically, that would be the easiest way then to win the race would just be take a step back and then move forward again, because you're back to null. That's the end of the race. The race would be dictated by who can be null again, 0 or who could be 1 again, rather, who could be at the first place. You get first place by being first to get to the line. The rules say you have to go that way, but there's nothing saying that you can't just go backwards and come back forward. It's the same thing, unless you're dictating that you're actually starting at nothing and to make 1 lap instead of just returning to 1, which doesn't make nearly as much mathematical sense. You have to travel a distance to gain it. You can start with nothing and then gain something out of nothing. It's a lot of things I'm just throwing around that sound like they're obvious, but to gain something out of nothing equals that 0 had to be added, and you had to start with nothing and then gain something. So many civilizations didn't have to do that. They didn't have to deal with the idea of anything other than you start with your materials, you get something, you trade it for something. If you trade too much, or you can have leverage over other people. You can have the rice farm. People have to ask you for food. They owe you something. You can ask them for something in return. Nowhere in that is there a null value. But when you talk about celestial bodies, you better have a null value, because it starts from 0 and then encroaches on something else until it can return back to its resting spot, which is a null. It's a 0. Okay. There's even more to it than that, and I'm still dorking out about it. What was the whole point of saying that? I need to go find when I dorked out about it the first time. I pick up on things like that and concepts, and I'm like, that's real cool. And then I'm like, okay, but the Aztecs, and I go, shit. Like, you see what I'm getting at? Like, I can pick up on concepts. That's all to say, I'm really good at picking up on concepts. I can run with them. I see where they're going and everything. Like the idea that we live inside a black hole, that makes sense to me. Like the going theory that if we're in an expanding universe, then celestial bodies, especially galaxies, Milky Way galaxy, they should all be spinning in equal an equal amount should be spinning clockwise, counterclockwise. That's actually not what happens in our universe. The majority of galaxies, like 2/3 just over, are actually spinning, I believe, counterclockwise. I believe are spinning. The direction doesn't matter. It's not, if it were truly just random matter, random spaces, they would be traveling in random directions as they have any type of orbit where they're pulling, and they're going in one pattern or another, one way to orbit celestial bodies. Since our galaxy doesn't seem to be up to random matter, but black holes, we know, as they enter over the... God, I don't want to get into black holes. I'm going into the unknown. Like, I'm going pure dork. Somebody stop me. I realized as soon as I was about to start pulling out some terminology, I was like, nope. Because that is... Okay. We live in a black hole, most likely. That's why everything spins, because spin is imparted on it when matter comes into the universe. That's why the universe is constantly expanding. It brings up the idea of what happens if we absorb, black holes can absorb each other, what would happen, and blah, blah, blah. Those concepts are easy for me to grasp. The idea of orbiting between two black holes, theoretically, if you were to make a figure 8, you had to orbit, slingshot to the other black hole, 2 black holes right next to each other. You orbit one, its gravitational pull keeps you in orbit, but the other one brings you into its orbit. You are basically slingshot and continue in a straight line, path of least resistance, and you orbit the other black hole. It would then return you to your starting point. You made a figure 8. Because of time distortion, you would actually arrive at your starting point before you ever got to your starting point. That to me makes sense. How matter gets into a black hole and we can pontificate about how we're living in a black hole without us ever being able to get to a black hole, knowing that the light that we are receiving in the way that we receive it, the way that the reason why it might be particle and wave is because it was already distorted when it arrived in our black hole that we're living in. That might be the reason why that we go by that as a standard. I don't know. All those things make sense right into the point. Someone smarter than me comes up and goes, actually. And it always seems like the people that come up behind me and say, actually, are people that somebody else had been like dogging before, or saying like, or they dog themselves and say that they're not all that smart. And I'm in awe and wonder of like, what a beautiful mind. And they go, I'm not, I mean, I feel like I'm always in awe of people who refuse to admit that they have a little bit of something up their sleeve. They got a little bit of something, you can call it whatever you want, gumption, I don't know. Wow, I almost just quoted Jason Mraz there. I forgot to ask Firebird, Fire Duck, if they remember me dorking out about Zero. And second, I'm usually in awe of people who learn things way easier than I do, because I second guess myself way too often. I've had very few subjects where I can be confident enough where I don't do that, and I usually end up standing in awe of people who have just within the last 2 seconds said that they are not intelligent enough to be considered intelligent. I'm going, are you kidding? I very much more respect earned intelligence, like you blood, sweat, and tears earned intelligence, than any kind of intelligence I would have from just reading a book and, you know, absorbing a concept and being like, that's a cool concept, I can run with it. I very much more would acquiesce, like, that I'm nothing compared to somebody who studies hard, studies long hours, knows what they know, and they know it because they fought for it. It's the idea of I'd rather have the doctor that had to retake a few classes and made B's than the doctor who aced every course they ever went through the first time and never ran into a hardship about doing so. Same with nursing staff and everything. I mean, as a gross exaggeration of like what I'm talking about, I'd rather have the nurse that, or the doctor that actually had to face failure because it made them come back, and it means that they were resilient enough and good enough, smart enough to be able to be in that position. People who believe that they already know everything usually are dangerous, and I don't like it. I usually stand in awe of people like that, and they are usually the first ones to go, I don't really know anything. I'm like, I would like to learn from you though, sir, ma'am. Hearing Neil deGrasse Tyson, by the way. Speaking of, recently he was corrected on stage, if I'm remembering this correctly, about, oh God. He was correct. Neil deGrasse Tyson was corrected by somebody about, oh, lightning. The physics of lightning. He explained it on stage, and one of the son of the pioneer of our understanding of how lightning in general works on our planet was in the audience and like wrote him a letter that wasn't like aimed to be rude. It was just very matter of factly, you were wrong. You got up on stage and you were very wrong about the things you said. And that's really cool. Neil deGrasse Tyson is like the kind of person who I wouldn't mind learning from for one reason. He immediately pulled them on a show, Science Talks, something like that, to have them explain how it actually works if he got it so wrong. And then so many times he had to just admit, no, he got it so wrong that he can't, there's no redeeming qualities in some of the things he said. Which is, which is crazy, because people who are usually that intelligent about a subject usually do not admit that they don't know what they're talking about. And over here is Neil deGrasse Tyson being like, I apparently didn't know what I was talking about. Here's our special guest, the person who knows what they're talking about. Luckily, the special guest actually absolutely knows what they're talking about, and it was really, really cool to listen to. It was also cool to hear Neil deGrasse like learn, and for like the co-host to say, I've never learned more than when you were wrong. I've never learned more from you than when you were wrong. And that stuck with me as soon as I heard that. The co-host saying, I've never learned more from you than when you were wrong. I like that. That's the kind of stuff that really, really jimmies my jillikers. I like the idea that he brought someone on there that he like absolutely like whooped his butt to in the subject. Yeah, he was trying to talk about how basically electrons are bunched up and they want to return to the cloud, and basically that it's the easiest point of contact from a cloud, that you have a lot of, you know, just electrons sitting there with their charge in the ground, pulling from the cloud. The cloud you have leads from the cloud the ground wants to strike up, the leaves from the cloud help it, and it finds the easiest path up. That's why you see it first come down, but it actually lightning strikes up. And the guy goes, no! The guy that was talking about it is like, my dad is the one that pioneered like this kind of science in general. And everything, it's like, basically, it was just everything you said was wrong. I'm very sorry, but everything you said was wrong. And it was just listening to him going like, oh, the second he realized he was wrong, he brought on someone who was correct. I stand in awe of people who are like that, because the one and the same person who knows that they're correct in that rarely gives talks on other subjects because of how much they believe that their knowledge is lacking. And I'm sitting over there going, I can't keep up with either of you. And both are sitting there going, well, I guess I just don't know everything. And I'm like, yay, that's what I like. I am the person that can learn really fast, and I can sound smart. I feel stupid all the time. I'm very good at taking tests and picking up subjects fast. I very much bow down and stand in awe of people who just don't. And at the same time, I also am very scared of the idea that I pick up things too fast, that I miss nuanced details. And with Nathan gone, and maybe when I make Soma the movie, so all of you guys can see Soma front to back, you'll see what I'm Yeah, I can throw the knife away. You'll see what I'm talking about. That with my brother alive, I was way more willing to make leaps of faith, of logic, assumptions, all that kind of stuff. Way more willing in that playthrough to make that than I am ever now. It might become very, very apparent when I actually put together before Nathan died and after Nathan died. You'll know. I'm pretty sure people are going to notice once I do that. I need to replay Soma with a jaded, older mind now. But with Nathan around, I was willing to ask why and go out on way more limbs, and now I won't. Okay, let's just go with what we got. Everyone thought he knew everything because he's knowledgeable and a good speaking voice. It is. I think he just commands a very good presence on stage, and that, like, most people wouldn't think of him as being humble, but I would see him. I don't agree. Let me get straight. I do not agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson on quite a few things. There are a few things I'm aware of that he believes are true, or things like that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not like Mr. Controversial with controversial topic. No, I'm not doing that. I am playing that game. He's very knowledgeable in where he is. That's not why I would listen. I can listen to plenty of knowledgeable people, and I can have people on Audible like just narrate textbooks, and it won't be any different to me. One is the charisma that he's got behind, but second is very much his knowledge expands. He didn't take an arbitrary break in his knowledge base because he got good enough, if you will. Ow. Hey, Night Lord, what's going on? I'm glad I could help you out. I'm about to be off YouTube myself right now, because little hope, it calls for me. I just scarfed an herb. Oh yeah, I'm seeing they're going. I just scarfed an herb. Those magical little things, and part of me is thinking about like lore of Resident Evil and everything, and going, yeah, you can scarf the little herb because of blah, blah, blah. You wouldn't believe how many times per time I ever pick up Resident Evil that I just stifle wanting to be like, well, the herbs are actually native to Raccoon City, and they were used in all these pharmaceutical and medicinal products and blah, blah, blah. And they were cultivated and everything to grow in different climates. And it was due to Umbrella and another entity, blah, 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 that made it so that you find the herbs you're used to all around the world. And I'm sitting there going, man, I want me to shut up. Uh-oh. Thinking about it, I thought about it a long time ago. They would have been out. They would have been out ages ago if the fan base hadn't been so toxic. That is like a. That is a topic and a half that I'm not gonna. It is way too late in the night to get into. Oh, I already have guys and everything made. Whether I make them or not is a different story. I probably will eventually. Here, not gonna be like right this very moment. Thank you, Blue Mocha 90. I appreciate that. I'm very close to being fitted here. The same picture provided Ian again plus Zero is a cool invention. Resident Evil guides were a passion, and then people demanded certain things, and then people got games and they decided to crap all over them. I'm not immune from human emotion, and it just wasn't something I wanted to do. Now that people will end up getting a few other games that maybe they'll stop. People got in their feelings and then they ruined the DLC. The game, let me make this quite clear. Since Resident Evil 9 and Resident Evil, I'm playing it right now. It's one of the few times I'll bring it up. Resident Evil 3 Remake was not finished. DLC was planned. They stamped it as finished because of the way that, you know, the critics and supposed fans of the franchise just railed it. And I guess they all forgot how the original played, which is more action-oriented, faster pace, didn't feel like Resident Evil. Very many times did they consider that Resident Evil wasn't going to be like the Resident Evil that you're used. Like, there's a lot of times like Resident Evil has been considered not to be Resident Evil, and they almost backtrack on Resident Evil. In fact, Nemesis is not even the name of the thing in Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. It's just that the thing is being a nemesis to you, and so everyone calls the thing the Nemesis. It's actually got a name, and I can't remember off the top of my head. In the original Resident Evil 3, the Nemesis isn't even called Nemesis. That's just the subtitle to the game. He's after the model T103 Tyrant. Yeah, people just got very, very, very antsy about things, and when it goes from being a passion to a pain, it's very hard to. It's very hard to. It's taken me some time to calibrate that. Sometimes what I'm doing here is just a job. It's like that I can't always have a passion and have fun. Like, and that's That's a sad thing to have to say. It's just how it is. Because I just had so much fun. But the world be how it be, and it do how it do. Yeah, it's a shame that people took it like that. My favorite part was going to be the idea that like it's obvious that they were going to start explaining things like so first being able to explain the capsules in the city, something that we were denied. But if you go boot up Resident Evil 3 Remake real quick, they did a little sly thing. When you're escaping the apartment complex, which you do escape in the original apartment complex because of Jill being an idiot, more or less. She set something on fire, a gas line or something on accident. I wanted to do something, and it's just people. It was. I wanted so badly to be able to get to the things like the unbroken wall, the shell that is left, because in the original they were starting to cover something that was never covered before. How all the tyrants ended up at the very, very end. Which right in front of the sign that says cinema, if you look to the left, the capsule that the Nemesis comes down in is actually sitting right there. So the one his protective clothing comes back into play in a better way. It's easier to start figuring out what the hell happened to Tyrell. Because his clothing is actually restrictive clothing. The clothing of the mutated tyrant is just to make it so that they added the leech to make him more intelligent, and that's not the first nemesis. That's not the first mutant tyrant. In the lore of Resident Evil, that's like they were becoming too intelligent. So many times the program got scrapped because the intelligence was too high for their creations, blah blah blah. And so the tyrant that we get, bye-bye, is one that's like, it's just the Goldilocks zone of stupid, I guess. Is a good way of putting it. I wanted to know specifically, like, there was a chance for the RPD to be spelled out a bit more. And they pulled employees away from it to go work and finish up Resident Evil 4. It made me sad. But no, I lost a lot of passion for things like that because I don't handle people who just are just desperate to compare or set an expectation that's unrealistic or can't at all make up their own opinion without the need of listening to critics first. So it just kind of killed quite a bit of passion, given that, like, I did my first playthrough of that game, and I did the first thing that came to mind when I played Resident. You can go even see my Resident Evil 3 playlist. Go look at when the credits roll, and the first thing that I started talking about was I can finally see why Resident Evil. I said I could finally see why Resident Evil 4 would need a remake with this engine. Like, that was the first impression I got. as soon as I finished Resident Evil 3 Remake, I thought to myself, oh, I really actually can envision Resident Evil 4 Remake. And knowing that a lot of the team that was on Resident Evil 3 was like, you know, Resident Evil 2's team, Resident Evil 3's team were all, when they're finishing their respective things for the engine, their projects, everything, the side projects for the assets that were possibly for Code Veronica, Resident Evil 8, everything, they're getting shuttle on off to work on Resident Evil 4. It's just, I had so much excitement for something that everybody else it's kind of like it's Undertale for the second time around. The reason I won't touch Undertale, I would not be the first YouTuber, and I am not gonna be the last that won't touch certain games. I will not touch on stream for at least the time being, or in videos for right now, Undertale and Deltarune. I love Undertale. I'd love to do that. I'd love to touch Deltarune. I won't, because when no YouTuber has come out of that one unscathed, and you know, the thing that you guys don't get to see behind the scenes of when creators get to actually convene, talk, whether they're bigger creators at like tens of millions of subscribers down to people like me, and we all actually get to talk to each other. It's one of those games that nobody comes out of it unscathed, because you get a lot of people who are supportive, and then there's just this mass of people who believe it should have been one way, you should play it one way, there's only one right way to do it. That the only thing I know that Undertale fans hate more than their own gripe, the thing Undertale fans hate most is the toxic Undertale fans, like on Reddit, basically. That game is a landmine. I won't touch it, at least for the time being. I can't believe that the player base for Resident Evil did that to Resident Evil 3 Remake. It baffled me, given how much we know of left assets of what was to come, of what was like there, and then they just had to call it because there's no profit in it. The game got marked down so fast, and there's no profit. And the studio that was covering Resident Evil 3, all of their employees needed to be used for Resident Evil 4 as soon as they were finished with what they were doing. And Resident Evil 4 was in development for so damn long, because it was in development since the beginning of Resident Evil 2 with the engine. The engine being updated and assets being made consistently for Resident Evil 4. And so, it was all moving in tandem all at the same time. And then the Resident Evil 3 being headed up by somebody who, one of the people who created the franchise. That's what gets me the most. That's what I haven't been looking at chat so much. I haven't pulled up on the teleprompter, but one of the people who oversaw Resident Evil 3 Remake is one of the, to put creative eyes on it, to make sure is one of the M's that stands for the M in making the original Resident Evil, like that, making this theme and how the pacing, it has influence, it has everything else. Getting one of those voices back in on it, just for everyone to go, no, your voice is wrong, felt very, very wrong. And I thought it was good. I'm probably gonna make a guide on it, and it's not gonna do very well, and I'm gonna have that same toxicity come back. The reason that there are two big reasons that I had a big slow, three actually. My family's health has tanked big time. Like my mom, my dad, even I'm busted up right now. But like my morale got shot when I realized that I went through dire straits, and that like when you're on YouTube, you're easily forgotten if there's something else people can watch. So that was a sad realization for me. The other one is just like I had fun with a lot of things. And having fun stripped away in video games is it took me being a YouTuber to get baffled by the idea of, if you're not having fun with it, then don't engage with it. Don't, like, of all times to be complaining about things like that, we live in an age where if you have a PC and Steam, you can return it if you don't like it in the first 2 hours. Like, you don't have to get it. You don't have to like it, but you don't necessarily have to. And it crossed the line so many different times that it's hard for. I really like the idea of Requiem coming out. I'm really excited about Requiem coming out. I really like so many things that I'm afraid to share passions on this platform sometimes, because I'm afraid of people just trampling on it for no other good reason than to tell me I'm wrong, they're right. Like, no, I just like it and you don't. And vice versa. I don't care for some things as much, and maybe you do. We just have a difference of opinions. Sometimes I'll play on that of being like, you know, I'll joke around about it. I never sincerely want somebody to come away thinking that like they like something and therefore they should be ashamed. Like what I'm doing with Resident Evil 5, Sheva walked into the tripwire. Listen, we can't overlook that. Like, she used the radio, and I'm looking at the AI going, what are you doing? And then she ran around the corner and immediately died. Like, that was, and to me, that was, I just stared at the screen going, I can't believe this is not butter. Resident Evil 9, and I'll make a video about it, I am very much looking forward to, because it seems very grounded. I like grounded storylines. In fact, I just released a video today where I gave thoughts for like 30 minutes, and I talked about how I could see Resident Evil 9. Wouldn't you know, 2 years ago when I talked about what Resident Evil 9 could be, when I said the Winter Saga is over, but I talked about what it meant for the... It's like I predicted how Resident Evil 9 would be created and off of what bones it would be made off of. And it did, even though I put in there, it could involve the Winters and whatnot, it didn't have to. It was about the idea of the success of writing stories that were based on the horror plus the storyline that's presented. And I liked the idea that Resident Evil 9 was probably going to go that way based on Resident Evil 8, the DLC especially, and how much content. I just released that video today. I made those opinions August 2023, and I put those in there purposefully to say, I'm not just trying to like just verbal diarrhea. I'm trying to say the way that the market looks versus and the way that story writing goes and how they just coalesce sometimes into being something nice. And it seemed like it was going, lo and behold, we're getting something that's 80% of what I talk about is exactly what it looks like we're getting with Resident Evil 9 so far. 80% of it, I just had to listen to while editing it 2 years before we got a trailer. It's almost like if you stop crapping all over things that you particularly don't like and look for things that could have a healthy critique instead of bashing it with criticisms with no solutions, good things can come of it. Newsflash, when I gave this talk years ago already, when Resident Evil 3 came out, I informed people of what the stock looked like, what Capcom had reported, what was on the Japanese Twitter, what was on everything, and let everyone know, sorry to say you're wrong if you thought Resident Evil 3 was finished when they declared it finished. It was a financial decision. They left it on the cutting room floor. If you wanted the clock tower, then you should have shut your mouth. If you wanted more to happen in the RPD, you should have shut your mouth. If you were one of the people who basically said the game was bad because it didn't have your favorite part in it, you helped ruin us getting those things by if you did not put it in a very polite, constructive criticism type way of saying, basically, don't forget your compliment sandwich. It could, I like this. I wish it had some of this, but it did draw on some of the elements of these things. Like, it's not hard to find something good. Resident Evil 5, as much as I don't like Resident Evil 5, because I pick up a game and want it to be horror, I'm like, I'll just play Gears of War instead. It's like, I do appreciate the co-op parts. If you actually have a friend, I didn't have enough friends that would want to play, and I didn't want to play Sheva all the time. And, you know, the direction they try to go with, I don't like that they just put the whole wash, like it's like in Spec Ops The Line and everything, Gears of War, the gray, the piss yellow that they put on all of it to make it more realistic. But at the same time, it is, if you do appreciate action games and you are willing to agree that somebody who's more tried and true like Chris would be involved more in an action game, then it does still fit the genre, at least of continuing a story, even if it's not the story you were hoping for and not the atmosphere you're hoping for. Like, you see what I mean? I don't like Resident Evil 5 really all that much. I still know how to say something about it. It's just that the challenge of me playing Resident Evil 5 and saying nothing about it is really hard. When Sheva will just run into a trip line and it's just like, start over. It's like, God, Sheva, why are you like this? And I'm doing it on solo for a reason, because I need the AI to be stupid, because the AI is stupid. No, Resident Evil 3 wasn't finished. There was so much more content out, and they just had to make a financial decision. We were gonna get that stuff. We were gonna get the things that people probably were complaining about, and we didn't, because people wouldn't stop talking bad things in a very disrespectful way. And I really wanted to give the community a benefit of the doubt. And then there came Ada's voice actress in Resident Evil 4. And I became disgusted with the fan base. That is why there's no guides out currently, because it's taken me time to remember this is also a job, and I can just say I don't care about the fan base. Just because it's just painful sometimes to know that, like this, I play Resident Evil 7 Ethan Must Die because it's a built-in randomizer. I really like that. I really like a built-in randomizer. In fact, this is practice for me getting back my, I have a record in this game. I used to 12 times in a row. I think it was at 12 that Ethan Must Die survived. And then somebody politely sent a video to somebody. It was checked by one of my mods, so I've never watched anyone else play this game. They checked it, and I believe they beat it 16 times in a row to take that record away from me. Now I would like to go take it back for myself. Yay, I want to go take it back for myself. Yay. Practice a little bit. I'm afraid of Requiem, but I'm so excited for it. Because, please, people, just, please. I could totally see a Resident Evil 5 remake now too. There's so many easy ways to spitball how to give it the horror theme vibe, everything, and action, and Chris Redfield, and all the things. There's so many easy fixes in retrospect, but like, if they leave out your little favorite part, and if that's how, if you're gonna crap over it because they left over your favorite part, then you're not a fan. You're just a critic that's hurting the fan base. It just destroyed everything. It made it horrible. That's why I didn't put out the guides for that stuff. I can at 2:16 a.m. I'm allowed to say this stuff. Those guys didn't come out because I was disgusted with the fan base. Resident Evil 4 just confirmed that it wasn't what I wanted to do. Well, and I'm finally looking at the teleprompter again. I should bring up the real teleprompter thing so I can just read you guys saying things right before I like finish. You got fans who want a Resident Evil 3 remake director's cut. Well, see, you're talking about like the director's cut of like people want it because they know I'm not the only one anymore after all these years that know that things were left on the cutting room floor and they just had to abandon. The team was needed to finish Resident Evil 4 and to finish and to be on the ground floor for side projects that were speculated to be Code Veronica, which is in development hell cycle right now. So Code Veronica was supposed to be earlier. That's why they're doing all these names for all these games, to get people away from numbered games, is thinking like the main series has to be numbered, because it doesn't. So Code Veronica started tumbling through development hell because of that one. So they need people that they were building assets for that. For 8, 9 obviously was there. Before that, it was, I kept saying over and over, how many times did I say Outbreak assets were being made? They were making so much of the city that Outbreak assets were being made. Where is the game being placed for Resident Evil 9? Oh, is it Raccoon City? Are we going back? are they showing pictures of having to be back at ground zero? It's almost like if you paid a lot of attention that there's Raccoon City, who's industrialized, and there are 3 outlying parts of Raccoon City that if you play Outbreak, you go through and are not all bombed to the ground. We're going to be touching those places from Outbreak, and almost like people might want Outbreak to be remade after that. Things that I speculated a long time ago just from what they were trying to do. It was not a long shot. It was not a long shot figuring out that 9 was going to be based off of either building off of this stuff or having to go back in roots. It had to be one of the two, something to bring back horror. They knew what they were doing finally with Resident Evil 7. 8 started going in direction. They're bringing it back with 9 with storytelling. It's obvious that they're trying to go that route. They're making enough assets to be able to do Code Veronica. People are talking about 0. I don't care about that as much because it's a story that would lead straight into the idea of 1 needing the remake, and I don't necessarily want that. 1 is, it's just so time consuming. It looks like the engine's coming along really well. And 3, one of my favorite, I'm gonna end the stream now. One of my favorite games from childhood is Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. It's the first Resident Evil I played. One of my least favorite games also is Resident Evil 3 Nemesis when it comes to the entire franchise. It's a weird dichotomy. The weird dichotomy comes from after playing like the campy horror that comes from 1 and the remake of 1, playing 2 before there's a remake, and then playing 4. 3 stood out to me as already being, this is kind of weird, stupid. But I had fun. I just had fun with it. My brother and I played it in the basement. We had fun. It's sometimes it's scary and claustrophobic. Like the Nemesis, we call him the Nemesis. He's the whatever. He's a tyrant variant, whatever, because he needs to be smarter. He just runs at you. He's the first thing ever to say words back at you. There's 3 zombies that, or turn things that have done that. Is now Brad, Tyrant, and I can't remember whatever. Probably Nosferatu or something like that. I don't know. I think there's 3. I think I counted 3. 3, but Resident Evil 3 always stood out to me. The remake was gonna stand out to me one way or the other. They left so much on the cutting room floor. If people could have shut their mouth. And then Resident Evil 4 and Ada Wong. You know how happy I was to hear a voice actress make me feel like she was actually... So many times has the development team come forward and said that after the events of Resident Evil 2, Ada Wong in the underground world, her whole backstory is based off of, in the underground world, she survived Resident Evil 2. And not only survived, she was working for the organization. Now, it's unclear at that point whether Wesker is working for the organization or using them. It's unclear whether how much of Umbrella is involved with the organization. The same organization that leads to Resident Evil 7 type deal, how much of their roots go to the but she's already working for the thing only known as the organization, where her liaison, who she's trying to get a sample from for, is Wesker. Wesker gives her a grappling hook. Her mission, it's implied Wesker somehow saved her life in Resident Evil 2. Now, whether he stepped in physically, which would explain how the briefcase got there with the grappling hook, or whether he just saved her life by leaving something for her, a reward, and giving her, like, letting her know the bombs are coming, which those were not those weren't nukes, those were thermo bombs. So like thermo bombs will incinerate everything, but like the creators talk, they're saying that basically in the underground world she gained 2 reputations at the exact same time, for being the one that can get it done and for backstabbing everyone. Like, she has no allegiance to anything but her own. She has a moral compass, and how many times they've tried to flesh out and just sometimes in interviews just straight out tell the community Ada's personality is that her moral compass is ambiguous, but it's there, and if if what she's doing goes against her moral compass, she won't do it anymore. Like, for example, when she handed over the fake sample of the virus, when did she hand over the fake one? It wasn't after Resident Evil 2. It was after, I don't think, was the Las Plagas the one that she handed over the fake sample? It might be Las Plagas. I'm not sure when she handed over in the continuity, but she's before handed over fake things. She got out of Raccoon City by actually getting a part of Birkin's skin, and his cells. So the G virus was still intact. She had something to deliver to Wesker. They also made it very obvious that her only true allegiance was Leon, that she has true feelings for Leon, and Leon's only two spoken true feelings, flirting or otherwise, insinuated, are for Ada and Huntington, of all people. But Huntington might be tongue-in-cheek, where he's just flirting with the person that's giving, whatever. Leon has, and also, luckily, finally, I'm so glad that they took it out of the Perry books and put it in official. I gotta go find where the source is again. I finally found it. I found a source. It's not just from the Perry novelizations of the books anymore. Huntington. Wow, Huntington's disease. I was thinking of the wrong thing. Huntington. I was thinking of a disease, not a person. Thank you, Patrick. Huntington, where he flirts with her. Finally did, whether it was a developer, he got drunk. He chose to be there. It's not just the Perry novelizations. Leon S. Kennedy has a drinking problem, and it started with going and being posted in Raccoon City. He got drunk and broke up with all of that is now continuity. If you want to tell the story, you have to tell the story that way. Period. Into discussion. It's no longer just a book thing. It's no longer just a Perry book thing. He is actually an alcoholic who got flat out drunk and did not make everything blah 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 blah. Dark Side Chronicles are no longer continuity. Dark Side Chronicles have the development team has already said that in itself can't be. Continuity is the story you're trying to tell front to back. Canon is the story that can be. It is canon that Leon can arrive at the police station in Resident Evil 2, and Claire can arrive first at the police station. Both of them can arrive first at the police station. Continuity speaking, Claire's got to get there first. Even in the remake, no matter what you think, Claire actually has to get there first, not Leon. In the original, it was dead obvious. Sherry doesn't get infected if you play it as Leon gets there first. Sherry never gets infected, so the rest of the games can't happen. Like 6 can't happen. If you play Leon A, Claire B, Sherry avoids getting infected. So even though Leon's disc is A, it's canon that you can play it either one first. Continuity is the story. You have to play Claire A, Leon B. It's the same in the remake, simply because of this. No matter what enemies are showing up at what times, it's things like the ladder. The ladder breaks for Leon, but not for Claire. She has to be in the RPD first. Otherwise, if Leon broke the ladder going up and down, Claire wouldn't be able to climb and descend the same ladder. On that same note, while it's boarded up for Claire, so she doesn't have to worry about zombies busting out where you get the club key, they have enough time, and you disturb them enough breaking the ladder that they finally bust out of that boarded up door and attack Leon, not Claire. They've been going at the door for so long that they do attack Leon. Leon is able to walk up and get the sample he's looking for because the pendant that at first in the original carried a sample of the G virus around Sherry's neck at all times is now a backup key to be able to get to antigen and the virus in the remake. You have to be there first as Claire to be able to unlock it so that Leon can get it. It must be Claire gets through things first. Leon's playing catch up. Now there's a lot of continuity things, like it's hard to tell that story because it's like, how many tyrants were there? There's got to be 2 then. There have to be 2 tyrants, which makes sense. There's a minimum of 6 that were released into Raccoon City, even by the developer's sake when the games were first released. For continuity's sake, the only person that can both trust and not trust Ada in any degree is Leon. She was ordered to kill Leon, and while they play it in the remake as tongue-in-cheek, it was an out-and-out order in the original Resident Evil 4 that on sight, Ada is to kill Leon. Not flashbang with sunglasses or whatever else. And she made up excuses of how she never got the chance in the original. In the remake, she makes up excuses of needing to use him. If you put together and go and listen to Resident Evil 2, when she's talking on the radio, she is speaking to Wesker. That is confirmed. When Leon gets shot, the person she is speaking to on the radio about continuing on forward after she bandages Leon is Wesker. She is speaking to Wesker on the radio. When in Resident Evil 4, she speaks to Wesker on the radio, it's the same song, different dance type deal, where it's the same thing. It's the same tune she's playing, and she's having to spin it a different way. He's useful, but not in the rookie, like, I'm going to send him off way. Now it's as he's capable if he's alive. And so Wesker's giving the direct threat in the remake, then keep your dog on a leash. But with also the idea of you have to put your dog down at the very end. She does not. In both games, she defies that. The only person that she really seems to have an allegiance toward is her own loose set morals and Leon. Now, there are people who fall for her, and that's the whole point of Resident Evil 6 and, you know, the C virus coming into being and cloning Ada, because that's creepy. Stalker gone on overdrive equals, you know, that part of that story. But like taking somebody and turning them into Ada is a little beyond creepy. Ada, the fan base disturbed me to no end over that one. That's when I realized that my job is really my job, and like I really have to suck up like some of my passions. She did a great job voice acting. She's supposed to deadpan. She's also not, you know what she's supposed to sound like she could be flirtatious, could be not. She's supposed to sound hollow and not. She gained her reputation from surviving, but she's trusted by no one in the underground, but trusted by everybody who wants to get the job done. She is the one that survives. It's not like some of the novelizations where she guns down Hunk. It's not like some of the games where she guns down Hunk as well. It's not like some of the times where she is known for getting the job done, being the survivor, but also somehow, just like Hunk, you know, also always surviving, she is known as a double crosser, except for her own morals. And those who know that know to use her when Leon gets involved. In fact, most of the time when Leon's involved, one of her moral compasses is to be more like Leon. And so when she starts acting the way that she does, even in the remake, it makes way more sense when you think, as she observes Leon, she now makes moves that are closer to his, especially in separate ways as it goes. And her voice lines make more sense in separate ways, which was voiced before the game was finished. And then everyone crapped all over the voice actress enough that she got death threats and all this other stuff going on that really was just disgusting. When you have to erase your online presence because of a fan base, the fan base is at fault. You can disagree with not liking her voice. You don't have to like her voice actress. I think her voice actress is the first one that actually jimmied my jillikers. I didn't like the original voice actress for Ada. I mean, I liked her, but not really. Like, she's neutral to me. She did the job for the time. But to me, it didn't fit. It just didn't fit. Yeah, well, all of her lines were already recorded for like separate ways and the base game. It's just in the base game, you're not supposed to see the more sensitive side of her, or that she cares, or that she's looking after Leon, or that she's doing, like, she didn't lay down all that many extra lines in the DLC. It was all recorded at the same time. It was purposeful by not only just her, by the directors to not include more it was by design. She sounded that way in base game. It was not like she couldn't do it. It wasn't like she just got better because of critical response. She'd already voiced the DLC. That's I'm not getting on anyone that's talking right now. I'm just saying, for anyone who thinks that she improved in the DLC, she had already voiced more than 90% of the DLC by the time you played Resident Evil 4. The DLC was voiced. That part was, the voice lines were already finished. Of course, there are retakes of certain things. She didn't improve that part. No, it was all done in one cohesive. That's not how you utilize voice actors to your best extent. She already did the thing. And then she got all the hate, and then people are like, oh, she did so much better because she got hate. No, it was by design that she sounded that way. Director sat down and went, you're not supposed to put together that the first time in 6 years that they meet, that she's basically idolizing Leon in the way that he carries himself as opposed to the way she carries herself. She's supposed to sound detached. She's supposed to, but when she's on her own, i.e. separate ways, sounds like separate means on her own, she can sound more whatever. And it's for her to get death threats. For her to get, and that's why I just don't care about what the community thinks anymore. Nearly as much as I did. You get in this weird thing when you're like in my position doing YouTube, where you truly believe that it's a conversation, where like we're gonna talk about like, oh, our favorite parts of a thing and how we think things could be improved. And you get in this position where you realize some people are just here to hate and slam, and they're not going to like give an inch. As much as I want to say like Resident Evil 5 is a travesty, it's an action game and I want a horror game. That's the problem. It's a pure action game and I don't want a pure action game. It's Resident Evil. I'd like it to be horror, please. So, and the AI is garbage for if you're not playing with somebody else. The co-op play is great. AI is just not good. She's gonna use up your best ammo and use up all your heals. It's just how she is how she roll. She's not gonna shoot what you need to. You tell her to back off. She's gonna play it more safe and actually survive. You tell her to be more upfront, and all of your ammo's gone on the wrong things. It's just how Sheva. It's just how she plays. But it's an action game on the premise that you're supposed to be scared of it somehow, and also on the premise that you're supposed to know Code Veronica, and that you're supposed to know Jill's variant of the virus saved her from the deadly infection that Wesker would have given her, and the idea that her hair went blonde because of the way that it apparently her skin got more pale and her hair goes blonde because of her interaction with the virus that she came into contact with, plus the dormant, like the virus that was inside of her already, that her body was constantly from being infected in Resident Evil 3. That's why she goes blonde, apparently. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. None of that's explained. None of that, like, you have a massive showdown with a big antagonist, and you don't even get to know why he's got such a big grudge, unless you were a console player. If you were a PC player waiting for a port, you didn't get the side story, so you didn't get to play the last mission when when Jill sacrifices herself. You didn't get to see that. You had to hear about it on like Game Facts or something like that. You didn't get to. No, Jill was not infected in the original Resident Evil. Her T virus infection. Her infection is weird. She didn't get infected with the straight out T virus. She got, it is continuity that she can resist the T virus. She got the strain of the T virus that was mutated in the original game called him the Pursuer. That's right. He's not the Nemesis. In the original game, he's named the Pursuer. In Resident Evil 1, she is part of the 10% of the population that is resistant to the T-virus. She'll fight it off, and she might have antibodies in her system, but it's not going to be any big deal. What she has in her system from Resident Evil 3 is a mutated version. The Pursuer, thus now named the Nemesis because of his popularity of his name, because of the subtitled name of Resident Evil 3 of the original. Yes, original Resident Evil 3, he's the Pursuer, not the Nemesis. He's never called the Nemesis. She's infected with a mutation because he's rapidly mutating. The more he sheds his clothes in the original and in the remake, the more he loses intelligence. His clothes are binding the mutations that the leeches are doing to him, that are giving him enough intelligence to follow orders. So that's why all of his bindings are there and everything in Resident Evil 3, blah, blah, blah. And they did a better job of showing how much he mutates if he's let loose of that, instead of showing him in an acid bath. In the original, he's let go with all the waste of all the bioweapons that are being stored underneath Raccoon City. When he actually survives that, absorbs them, and becomes the blob he is at the very end. In the remake, they just are straight out like, the more that you're trying to kill him, the more he's mutating, and he's still coming after you because he has a very rudimentary system of being able to do whatever, blah, blah, blah. But she gains a mutated strain, and she happens to be able to fight the resistance, or have a resistance to it, because there is already by a doctor. It seems in the original it's so easy for Carlos to just be like, wham bam, thank you ma'am, inject it into her. And in the remake, they fix that. See, so many things are fixed in the remake. Carlos being able to get an already synthesized version of a very complicated injection that would be a very complicated thing to fight something that was already active in her system, getting something on the level of antigens or a virus to fight a virus type deal is kind of explained in both games. So I'm not going to go on which one is more correct than the other without Jeffrey here, because Jeffrey would probably be able to correct me on which one is more plausible. Whether it's the idea of virus fighting a virus versus antigens would do a better job on an already mutating with leeches, nemesis, blah, blah, blah. They fixed that too in the remake, because it makes no sense how Carlos can do that. In the original, zero sense and zero logic. And he just has to go get it from a doctor who should have destroyed it and instead died before he could destroy it. Carlos just has to retrieve it and give it to her. She then can survive and go through the events she goes through. So many things that are just corrected and made better by design, and then people don't like it. Okay, I get it one time around. Death threats against a female for her voice lines. No, screw you, Resident Evil fan base. You're wrong. You're just wrong on that. I lost a passion and a lot of passion for a lot of those things just because of the vitriol and hatred that people show. That's it. I don't like Resident Evil 5 all that much because I like horror games. I don't like Resident Evil 6 all that much because there's a good storyline behind it, but it's hidden behind a lot of action that's not needed there. A lot of sexualizing Sherry that did not need to be there. Sherry will never look over 20 because of her variant of the G virus that's in her body. I think Jake's character could have been built off of. That's cool. Never gonna happen. Helena, or whatever her name is, plays two other. She's in the CG movie, and she plays another character. And they all have like basically the same backstory. Leon's part of shooting the president is not Ashley's dad. It's the president that they're all on good terms. It's implied, blah, blah, blah. It's just all over. It's tripolar. It's not even bipolar. It's manic, depressive, and whatever Chris is. Which is something in between. It's just an incomplete game. Even they could acknowledge that. And I'm just stating the obvious at that point. Resident Evil 5 is action. Resident Evil 6 is very incomplete. It can be enjoyable. And on the other hand, it has room for improvement. I'm not going to give a death threat to Sheva's voice actress if I didn't like the way that she talked to Chris. That's ludicrous. It's lunacy. By design, Ada sounds the way she does now. You know what I didn't like? You know what I appreciate? Did you know that in the 1,000-Year Blood War for Bleach, that the voice actor for Chad realized that, like, you know, Sato should probably be voice acted by somebody who is maybe of the Latin American descent, given that his whole character arc is about being kind of ostracized because of his Latin American descent, and somebody who was not Latin American was voice acting him. So he acquiesced the part for the 1,000-Year Blood War arc to somebody of that descent to make the part feel more authentic to audiences. And so many people complained that it didn't feel like the same Chad that they had watched. And then people started watching the Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War arc and realized, oh, this is what Bleach feels like without filler arcs and actual good story writing and telling. Wow, does the 1,000-Year Blood War arc feel different and feel real good as compared to the rest of Bleach. It takes so much of filler Bleach to get to good Bleach. Wow. He gave up the voice part because it felt more authentic, and he didn't want to take, and he also didn't want to take away work from people who are of that descent and stealing it. You know what? I agree with that sentiment. It feels more authentic by just even a little bit, just even a little bit. You know what doesn't feel authentic? Having a very old white lady play a very young Asian lady. She's Caucasian. She is half Chinese, half American. I get that. I also get she has a backstory built up around the whole idea that she didn't really get to live out that American part of her as much, and that she leans more towards her Asian roots. Even toward the idea of, you could see her conflicted morality when they're writing the idea that she was about to kill a kid over food, and seeing that it would come down to his life, she gave the food back up to the kid and ran away. She had a very bad childhood. Though, you know, Carlos didn't have the best childhood. He's a child soldier. Do we need to talk about Carlos's in Resident Evil 3 being a child soldier? Does anyone care when he's sexualizing and acting like he's a little, like, Romeo over there? When he's saying some very, very degrading lines in the original Resident Evil 3 that didn't date very well. And they updated it to be a little bit more, I don't know, way less not degrading to women. The way he speaks, they never agreed on his nationality, but they all agreed on the idea that maybe he shouldn't sound. They upgrade things, and then they give the part, and then they make it. He's 21 years old. He's younger than Jill by about, I think, 2 years. And he's a child soldier. He is on death row, and he's made to work for Umbrella to get off of death row, and he's paying back his services of being able to do what you see in Resident Evil 3 off of the idea that he used to kill people as a child. And he moves to Latin America, and that's why you never see him again after the events, because of being disenfranchised with what he had to go through again, feeling like he helped massacre more people when his job as a kid was to massacre. Did you know that about Carlos? Because it adds some depth to the character, which makes you think, wow, maybe we shouldn't shit on a game before you let them release everything, which also means, hey, if we got that kind of depth with Ada, maybe we should let a voice actress that maybe suits Ada, which is not a very corny, campy, we're back in Resident Evil 1, 1996, voice actors from Japan that are American but stationed over there. We just grab what we can get kind of feel, and maybe update it towards, she is supposed to be silky smooth, not transparent, very opaque to everyone, letting her guard down every blue moon with things like a teddy bear, throwing a key to Leon. I don't know. Those things are built by design. So if she doesn't sound all that right in the base game, guess what? A director told her to sound that way. If you give her death threats, you're the asshole. I have the answer for you. You're the asshole. It doesn't matter if you don't like her voice. There are just two facts. One, she was being voiced by a very, very not fit for the actual heritage, even the vocal cords that she could be biologically be born with. The likelihood she would sound like that is so close to zero that it's not a non-zero chance, at least, that she would sound like that, but it's also it's pretty close to a non-zero chance she would sound like her original counterpart. If you're gonna update things, for a new generation in remakes, get on board. If they're gonna take the child soldier and not make him do the sexist remarks he did of being the Casanova to Jill all the damn time and treat her with respect, maybe, just maybe, we're also going to do the same thing with Ada. Letting the voice actress spread her wings as she's not near Leon, because Leon's not supposed to know, because the closer she sounds to Leon, the more Wesker wants Leon dead, just like the original. It's everyone's head up their ass. She's not supposed to sound okay and good and whatever. She's supposed to come around as sounding flat in the base game on purpose. It's on purpose. If she sounds like she is too close to Leon, she is by order to kill Leon by Wesker in Resident Evil 4, in the remake and the original. It's just that on sight in the original, she is to kill Wesker, or to kill Leon. In the original, on sight, Ada is to kill Leon. Period. End of discussion. In the remake, Ada is to kill Leon as soon as either he has outlived his purpose, or if Wesker can tell that she isn't being sincere and she's kind of not doing her job because of Leon. If she comes across as not monotone and flat, Leon dies. There you go. That's the whole story, and it's spelled out for you. Go replay it and see how much it's spelled out for you, and especially in separate ways. Or go to the original, the one that people want to put on the pedestal so much, when we just love to laud the originals without actually realizing that it had a fucking lava room that you can't physically ever go near without being burned to death by just inhaling your first breath after saying, do you realize that there's a lava room in that game? The same game that it was, okay. And there's a giant statue of Salazar that just chases you over a bridge. A mech Salazar chases you. It's corny, it's campy. It's not right. A white woman that sounds like she's possibly not maybe that old, but is getting older. An old white lady should not be voicing a very spry, young, attractive, and she shouldn't sound anything but deadpanned. Remember, she's communicating with, I can't say this enough. She does not know how Wesker is listening in on her. She knows how to communicate with Wesker. She knows her contacts because of Wesker. She knows who Wesker has reached out to. She knows that Luis has turned over a new leaf, that he's trying to do the correct thing. She knows that Luis is to be used because of Wesker. Wesker's pulled the strings to give Luis apparently a chance, kind of, a little bit. That Krauser's involvement in all of this is also the organization pulling the strings. Wesker, directly or not, that you can just play the game and figure out for yourself. But he's in the project that slaughters everybody and he's disenfranchised with. But, you know, organization working with them or not, trying to do bioweapon out, blah, 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 or not. They changed a few things to make it fit for a new era. Okay, so she doesn't sound so deadpan. So she records all the same lines and they don't go with that route. She sounds flirtatious just like in the original. Then Leon's getting shot. Fucking idiots that sent her a death wish. What morons send her death threats and get her off of social media when the premise of her voice lines and the ones they chose to use were, and if she sounds like she's nice to Leon, she must kill Leon. And she doesn't know how Wesker is fully listening in on her. She doesn't know if she's fully being tailed. She just knows she can't say that shit to him. So when she says like very smooth, she's flirting and she's trying to help him. But when she talks to Wesker, you can tell that she is not dissuading him. The only part of that first interaction that you can tell that there is something that maybe you could say they should have maybe amplified. If you're going to go hindsight on it, maybe make it a little more obvious to the audience that she's conflicted when she runs into Leon. Maybe make it a little more obvious she's conflicted when talking to Leon for the first time. And that's it. That's all. That's all there is to it. When she says very smooth, she's trying to give a backhanded compliment to make it sound like he's in over his head, even though between the two of them, she is the one to trust. She's her own backstory. She's been trained way longer than he has. While she gets official training, she's been trained to survive. And you can go look up Ada's backstory. It's just like, Leon's had 6 years. She's had her whole fucking life trying to survive. She is the more capable of the two. He's just better in hand-to-hand combat. Thank you, Krauser. When Krauser was a good guy, right? Cool. She runs into him knowing that his good heart will not let him kill her because it's just like the first game. So he disarms her just like the first meeting, like Resident Evil 2. He wouldn't do it. He couldn't bring himself to do it. He tried to save her. She realizes what his character is. She aspires to be more like him. She didn't fear her being disarmed and everything. He wasn't going to kill her. So from then on out, it is leave. Do not stay here for me or the girl. Do you get it? She's not, no attraction. Do not show attraction. If you really like him, let him go. That kind of saying. They didn't portray that with just 2 or 3 voice lines. They didn't portray it well enough. And so she gets death threats. She's supposed to drive him away. She's supposed to get him away from all of it. When he says basically, I'm going after Ashley, she just kind of acquiesces to the idea she's going to do it. So he's now going to help her, and she's spinning it as he's creating a diversion, a distraction, a way for me to do my job. He's making excuses when Wesker had already ordered Leon's death in the remake that you played. So yeah, okay, let's play this differently. She's way flirtatious like the original voice actress. It would feel really awkward that he just walks away and does his little huh. Remember also in the original that he goes, women. Like, he gets pretty... It's not okay that you just push it off like that. Like, men can be kind of standoffish too. I'm in our culture, that's how men are kind of raised to be. But he's just like, women, am I right? No. Actually, they changed his character so much that he sits down and talks to Ashley on the couch. Once she kind of transforms for just a second, they flip that whole thing around so that that whole woman line is less sexist and more like, oh, I have a sensitive side too. You know, for a more modern time where we shouldn't be assholes who belittle women so often and so frequently and just turn them into sex symbols. No, she shouldn't be running around in a red dress. There's a reason they gave her a trench coat in the Resident Evil 2 remake. Where were they bashing her in that one? You know, if she's saying she's FBI and not having to be a researcher there or having to depend on John being in the laboratory, John's not down there in the remake. Remember that whole part? Where's John? No one's bitching about John. John doesn't belong in the remake. John and Ada being the password is why Ada remains Ada. Ada's not a real name. Ada Wong is a made-up alias. There's so many things that they just carry forward because it worked in the first one and it didn't work in the first one, so they used it in the second one. She's not supposed to sound like that. She is by design. She laid down all those voice lines. The Resident Evil fan base is toxic as hell. I would love to do a guide for Resident Evil 3 and 4. I can't wait for Resident Evil 9 to come out. If I had to do games of Resident Evil that I would replay over and over, guess what? Resident Evil 3 is in there. Resident Evil 5, I'm not in action. You'd be surprised for me to say, as much as Resident Evil 6, on the tier of games I talk about, which one I will not come back to, if I was forced to replay games over and over, the entire story, the entire story, I would go through the ordered list as such because I like story. 0, but I'm gonna not like how Rebecca acts in 1 because it's counterintuitive. She's a very strong 18-year-old who gets to be a prodigy medic and doesn't want to see combat anymore. I believe she's 18 in that one. And she spills Billy's last name wrong as she's trying to appeal that he should be pardoned for his crimes. Okay, but in Resident Evil 1, you know, Lisa Trevor, good story. And Lisa Trevor is the first one infected with the leech that infects the tyrant that makes the nemesis you know and love. Did you know that? Lisa Trevor is basically immortal. And when they figured that out, she is the first nemesis prototype. She's the first one that they tried to infect to see if they can make her more intelligent, make her be able to follow commands by infecting her with the exact same thing that they tried to use on the whole Pursuer projects. The tyrants that have thinking capabilities, they used it on Lisa Trevor first. That's where her importance in the entire storyline comes from. Without Lisa Trevor, there's no perfect nemesis. There's either a too smart or a too dumb nemesis. So they fixed that. So I'd get Resident Evil 2 in there. Resident Evil 1 remake. Not the original. Not the original. I get Resident Evil 2 for story, replaying it over and over. I want to say remake. Because I really don't feel like going through all the hoops of like piecing together some things and not piecing together others with how much gets fixed that leads into 4 for Leon and Ada's character development. And that's probably why, for just story purposes. If it weren't for that, Resident Evil 2, the original, because for story purposes, it does actually give you more options of how did Ada survive, which is something that is never freaking explained. She can die in 3 different ways in the original, and one of them being that the tyrant just slams her against the console and she dies in Leon's arms and still gets him the rocket launcher. How does she do? I don't fucking know how someone comes back from the dead, but you know, Wesker apparently does, because he does it. Then Resident Evil 3, you would not find me touching the original if I wanted good cohesive storytelling with a fucking 1,000-yard stick. Like, if my life depends, I would never get the original Resident Evil 3 if I was looking at the idea of I want a good, I have to replay them. I want good story. I'm a fan of story. I would like a cohesive continuity, a narrative. I know that sounds weird saying the remake of Resident Evil 2, but go re-look at the continuity errors in Resident Evil 2 original and realize that it is actually fixed more than you think in the remake. I take the remake to Resident Evil 3. I don't give a solid fuckity fuck about the goddamn clock tower. Do you actually remember what happens in the clock tower? It's filler. It's filler for you to decide whether you're gonna jump out the goddamn car cable or whether you're gonna stay inside of it. You remember that part? It's just all fucking filler. Because you have to decide, you have to play Carlos and stop the nemesis if you make certain choices from getting through the door. If you let him get through the door, he goes through the door and he kills Jill while she's still sick, while you're trying to go heal her because she gets infected. But did you jump out the door? You actually have choices that make an effect. Does the effect make sense? God, no. Is there an infected giant, like, troglodyte looking motherfucker, like, grub in a graveyard? That's more filler. It explains a few things, but it asks more questions. It can't, the T-virus shouldn't be able to affect that silly thing in the first thing. And it's like, it doesn't fucking matter. The only explanation is given is that it's in the graveyard because there are dead bodies. It's eating the dead bodies in the graveyard. It adds nothing of substance. The graveyard doesn't add. Is there something that could be built off of it? Sure, but I'm looking for story. And if I'm looking for story, I'm not looking for a very sexist Carlos. And Carlos should be taking her to the hospital. He makes way more sense in the remake. And Jill makes way more sense not going through a goddamn clock tower for no fucking reason while she's sick. It makes a lot more sense that she's in a hospital where you go get hospital supplies to get a hospital's cure for a hospital type synthesis to a hospital. You see where I'm going with this? It makes so much more sense. And then the community bitched about it, so we don't get to know how Tyrell survived, limped his way back over, and then gets killed. Do you know that's something that we were gonna get? We were gonna get Tyrell and that broken wall with the tyrant that goes after him in the RPD where you get the spade key. There's a reason the wall's still intact. Tyrell is there. He leaves Tyrell behind. Tyrell's the one that gets chased down. Why do people have to ruin good things? I would take the remake. The clock tower is bullshit. Go replay it. It is filler. It's fucking filler. But you know what you were gonna get if you didn't complain about it? You're gonna get the clock tower. there was a story to be told through the eyes of a character who didn't need to be fleshed out by a team that was needed now by Resident Evil 4. It needed to be told by Nikolai, Carlos, and Tyrell, not Jill. You tell the story of the clock tower through Jill. Are you really that desperate for your 3-piece first aid carry pack that you are willing to... He needs to be more feral. Why would you want the clock tower? Have you ever thought about that? His clothing is restrictive. His clothing is a limiter. The leeches that they put in Lisa Trevor don't work. Her immune system, because of what she was infected with, Lisa Trevor's T-virus was so potent, it actually took control of the leeches, killed their effect on her, and she actually absorbed the leeches and could use them to her own effect. That's why they look like the Nemesis leeches, tentacles coming off of Lisa Trevor, but not quite. She's more powerful than the leech that could infect the Nemesis. The more you destroyed him, the more you got rid of his outer shell, the black clothing and everything, the more he transforms. The more he transforms, the less smart he is. That was the problem with all of the tyrant variants that came before the Nemesis. As stated in the files in the remake, in the original, and all the Perry books, the developers, later games about the actual Las Plagas combined with Lisa, combined with blah, 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 when you get to Tricell, all that shit that comes up in Resident Evil 5, what's dropped in Resident the idea that the Lisa in Resident Evil 0 with Marcus and his leash, all the stuff points to the idea that Resident Evil 3 is fucked up. And if I want story, I'm gonna need the remake. It actually corrects that. Are there rooms for improvement? Sure. Is the clock tower one of them? No! It's not! The tyrant gets more feral every fucking time he takes damage from Jill. You gotta make a choice. Make a fucking baller choice real quick with me here. Can you handle it? Would you rather a dumbed down storyline that makes no goddamn sense for what they're telling in the remake, or the one you got? The one that says the restrictive clothing makes it so he can't transform, and so since she shredded it up in a showdown on a roof, he's not going to follow her on 2 legs like he's gonna be more like a quadruped. There's nothing in him to say not to be like that. He's transforming. The more tentacles you see, the more feral he is. He's not thinking right. He's just got an order. Why would he walk upright when he's got all of that mass? It was a mistake that even the original designers of Resident Evil 3 and the Nemesis admitted to, that they didn't emphasize that enough, that they had to go back and explain it. People didn't know he was called the Pursuer, not the Nemesis, much less that every single time he lost clothing, it was graphical limitations, and what their look at was for it, it's just lost in translation. Why can't people just accept that? It's just kind of lost in translation. It's no longer lost in translation. Do you want a dumbed down version of Resident Evil 3, or do you want one that's grounded in the pseudoscience that they presented? If you take away his restrictive clothing, he's gonna mutate. If he mutates, he grows. He's got the T-virus and the leeches. If you go by Resident Evil 0 and the leeches, which they do grow in Resident Evil 0, they make everything grow. Plus Lisa Trevor from Resident Evil 1 remake, plus knowing what they say in the documentation in the original, roll it over to 3. He's gotta be bigger. How is he walking through the corridors of the clock tower? How is he doing it? It's not easy. It's not easy. I guess you could make it, you could force it to happen. You know what though? By every account, it looked like you were gonna be dealing with Nikolai. And that would have been way more interesting, because does everyone forget that we never get to see Nikolai betray? Or did you even know that there's a hidden cutscene that you probably don't know about in Resident Evil 3, the original, where Carlos has to shoot one of his fellow child soldiers? They're not all child soldiers. One of his fellow employees that are mercenaries, he has to shoot one dead. And he gets upset, and it's only if you have to follow a few things. It's not very hard. You can trigger the cutscene at any time, but off the top of my head, I'm just not in the mindset. It's not a hard thing. You just have to be able to get there with Jill. If you get there, blah, blah, do one basic thing. I can't remember what it is. You get to see Carlos in a very different cutscene where he's trying to say, don't make me kill you, don't make me kill you. And then he gets on the ground.
I'm much smarter than the things that I say.
Usually much smarter than the things that I say.
Thank you.
Maybe I'm in the minority, but I loved the remake of Resident Evil 3 and never understood the complaints of the missing clock tower. The game was so much fun.
It was so
Smiley
much
face
fun.
Emoji.
I never got the complaints either. Everyone hashtag over there. Thank you so much. I should wrap it up because I am a tired boy and I should edit the things I should edit and know that I'm barely gonna get any sleep. In fact, I'm probably gonna edit the things I'm gonna edit and then just gonna go to sleep. Don't worry about what I'm sleeping, how I'm sleeping. But here we go. And I'm gonna address it because the remake and Separate Ways weren't developed concurrently. Yes and no. She was able to change. Go reread the sources. She did lay down her voice lines because a lot of the voice lines are continuations from the base game. A lot of the ones that people say that are better, go look at where they're placed. That's all I've got to say. They were developed in many ways concurrent. The gameplay, no. The storyboarding, a lot of the voice acting, she didn't go back and relay down all those voice lines. She's talked about that. The devs have talked about that. The game itself, the gameplay, of course they had to. Yeah, well, I mean, they were also, at the same time, they were storyboarding already 9. Code Veronica was in the development hell, which is still in. 8 was, what, where was that? 3 was being, 2 and 3 were helping 4 being made. 4 was being made the entire time. Her voice lines that were changed or voiced later because of development changes make up the majority of the 10% she had to go relay down tracks for. Yeah, it was estimated. Those numbers are already out. I'm not making that up. About 90% was already voiced because it's just play Separate Ways and realize it didn't break from when she radios in and then she's saying something else. She's already saying it. No, they didn't have all the gameplay elements down. No, they didn't have all the scenes down. Yes, she had to come back and voice 1 or 2 things or revoice a few things. She was able to. It wasn't because of everything critique, blah, 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 blah. It was not because of backlash. It wasn't. It couldn't have been, given that only about 10% of anything she voiced in Separate Ways was a revoicing. That game was the development. I don't have it in me to backtrack. Storyboarding, voice acting, getting all that stuff, they're not all the same thing. 3 was a great game. I loved it. Watch my original playthrough of 3 remake. Hear my excitement and finally me saying I could understand Resident Evil 4 being remade. Just go back and watch it, and you can see how much excitement I have inside of me. You can go re-watch my Resident Evil 3 remake, just the last the credits. You can hear I'm so excited about the game. I loved it so much, and I could see how Resident Evil 4 could actually get a remake. Like, it made sense. Leon being remade made sense once I saw what they could do with Jill. And so I was excited about the franchise, and everyone shat on it. And no, RE4 remake and Separate Ways weren't developed concurrently. I will have to pull up my notebook if I have to answer that question. Resident Evil 2, 3, 4, Code Veronica, 7, 8, and one other I'm forgetting. We're all in development concurrently as a fact. What stage in development they were in is a totally different question. Resident Evil 4 was but a speck in the dust when 7 was being made. But as add-ons and things were being made of like End of Zoe and things like that, when we're getting our last DLC for Resident Evil 7, they're not only looking forward to 8, they were making their engine that could remake Resident Evil 2, 3, and 4. They were going back to that. They already talked about that. One of the M&M2 studios that made Resident Evil the franchise went back to 3 specifically to help fix that, while they had a majority of the team help perfect 2 remake to make it for a more modern time. The assets were being built for a new engine that had to be able to run all of the games. So when they were discussing and talking about, like with Capcom, with their board, what they wanted to do, they had to make a, you know, like most companies do, a plan of what games to make. Games that have fallen through the cracks right now are things like, you know, Code Veronica, where even in the Japanese Twitter said, that's ongoing. What would you like to see most as a non-numbered, and then it's in development hell now because of Resident Evil 3. They started making assets for 2, 3, and 4, starting with Resident Evil 7. You can see so many things being reused and it seems silly, but they were also playing around with the engine that they're making and knowing that they're storyboarding, not necessarily yet voicing, but there are some voice lines laid down for the idea of what would it sound like for Ethan to maintain and continue on if 7 is successful with the franchise. So they did make assets as they were making DLC. So when they're concurrently being made, their concurrent part of their development is DLC for Resident Evil 7, asset creation for 7, knowing it will go to 8, storyboarding for what would be 8, which is part of development. You got to start drafting a script, a general story, knowing that their board had already voted on remaking 2, which would lead to 4 for sure, and that sales would dictate 3, and that assets, voices, and everything would need to be made and rolled all into 1, and production was starting to bog them down. And they decided to make a baller decision that people just didn't like. They reused voice actors and actresses, which you can go hear for yourself. You hear a lot of the same ones between 2, 3, and 4 for a reason. And between 8, 2, 3, and 4, there are reused, recycled voice actors and actresses for a reason. 4, they poured a lot more resources into because there's more open world, open space, everything. But it was in development at the same time. They just hadn't coded anything. They just had assets and an engine and the idea that this is the next thing. That's called development. That is called developing your future plans, your story, and why you're writing what you're writing. It is developing a game like Resident Evil 4, when in 2, you make strategic decisions that you're writing down that you're going to script into 4, which you're already starting to script as you make 2, which is being scripted as you're making assets for Resident Evil 7 DLC, which you decide to make changes for Resident Evil 8 based on the reception of the model that they introduced at the end of 7 for the new Chris Redfield that they tried to relaunch, that they kind of stuck with. But you can go see how much of it I'm telling the truth by going and for yourself, go back to Village and look at the Chris Redfield art. Go try to prove me wrong that they're all not in development, separate ways. The things I'm talking about in development is proven in the extras of Resident Evil Village 8, because they have the drawings that are reminiscent what would end up in 2, 3, and Village, and Chris Redfield is the biggest one in there. There is a in the storyboarding process, the character creation process of making a game, you throw out a lot of drawings. In fact, I know a lot about that because that's what that bookshelf is dedicated to. Game design process and character creation for all the games we're talking about right now and more. In fact, I could just read to you about it from books, but instead I'm talking to you about it. That this is how they did it, and they wrote that shit down. And it's on that shelf. Now, most of that shelf now is Final Fantasy and Nier, but you know, I have my own preferences too. So, and yeah, and I don't take that back. I Final Fantasy and Nier dominate that shelf now. if you go look at the end, you can see that Chris Redfield's drawings are all over the place. And there's even in Resident Evil 2 Remake, a non-playable version of Chris Redfield from Resident Evil 7. Did you know that? It's still there. You can pull him up at any time. His character model can't do shit, but it's in the game. Why would you put a character model in the game unless you're going to, I don't know, just put some assets in a place to see if they work? For people who don't know how this works and don't realize how game development, voice acting, all these things work, their ignorance is what hurts things. Yeah, the scrawny, very small people didn't like Chris Redfield, Resident Evil 7, is an actual asset you can pull up at any time in Resident Evil 2 Remake. Did you know that? Because they coded it in there to start carving out the space while they were making both at the same time. And also more assets that are used in Resident Evil 3 and 4 all at the same time. Like, you know why I'm going hard on people? Why I always go hard? Because they speak before they went to learn. And they learned from a wiki page and they didn't bother to check the links, check the dev notes, check the anything. It's just hard. It's just real hard when there's a hyperlink next to so many things and anyone can edit a wiki page, but no one can edit what devs say, what they publish, what they actually put out for fiscal reports, what they actually put out for shareholders and those who would invest, with the timelines that they put out for what they're going to say at game, not only at game shows. When devs come forward and accidentally reveal what they're doing, I came forward a year and a half, 2 years before Resident Evil 4 was officially announced and said, it's being made. A dev on the team said it's being made. And it's pretty much mostly made, except for they need more hands-on to polish it out. But they got, like, the important parts that need to be made, not have it in development hell, they haven't made. And everyone went, that's wrong. It couldn't be right. I mean, there's not been any official announcement. It says right here on the wiki, and I just stopped talking about it. And then it got announced, and everyone who remembers that, flooding my channel, telling me, did you see Resident Evil 4 being announced? Yeah, I saw it more than a year ago when I fucking told all of y'all it was being made, because the developer on the project said it was being made. You know who I'm gonna trust is making a thing? The person who's making it. If I'm looking to someone like you, Patrick, and I'm gonna look for the next album that's gonna drop from an artist, and the artist doesn't want to say anything, and the fans are only speculating, but you're working with that artist and you accidentally let it slip, yeah, I just finished mastering like 3 different tracks for them. Who am I gonna believe that probably they might have a new album coming out? Am I gonna believe the record label that wants to keep it under wraps? Am I gonna believe, you know, other that are all keeping NDAs? Am I gonna believe all these other things? Or am I gonna believe you who just let it slip? Oh yeah, they are making an album and I did 3 things for them. Like, I'm gonna believe you. You see what I'm getting at? Like, you make Grammy Award winning music, right? Well, I mean, you help people make a lot of, your ears bleed from having to help people make a lot of garbage as well. And you work on a lot of other stuff, but still you have a Grammy under your belt, right? So if I had to believe somebody, and everyone wants to keep it under wraps, but you just happen to come forward and say something and no one chats, I'm gonna believe you. I'm gonna believe, and that's why I come down hard on people. It's all public now. It's nothing's really being hidden. People just read, oh, I'd like to think I wouldn't let that slip, but there is a producer who let that slip. A developer who let that slip on the game. 7, 8, 2, 3, 4, and Code Veronica were all being developed at the same time. Code Veronica's in development hell. 7, of course, got released first, and a lot of the things that were used to develop the game were done off the back of the initial sales of Resident Evil 7, but they were making assets because they made a bottom up, from the ground up rather, engine that they needed to use. That, like, if Resident Evil 7 bombed, that's in the end for the franchise. That you can't make, they were just gonna sell the Resident Evil engine off to somebody. Like, that's how robust they made the damn thing. They knew what they were doing, or they're gonna just use it for a different project, most likely. just shift the whole team to another more profitable franchise of some sort. But that engine that they made is very, very robust, and they had to make assets from the ground. They can't just borrow shit. They can't just Gmod that shit in there and just say call it a day. But during Resident Evil 7, during the DLC that I'm playing right now, all of the games are in development. What games we got, different story. Resident Evil 4 Remake and Separate Ways were always, from the beginning, in development together. Full stop, into discussion. Development means that they storyboarded all of it as a generality, because it's not a mistake that Ada ends up in some places and not in others when you play the base game, and then magically the dev team had to make a think tank for how to make them all come together. They didn't have to do that shit. They already knew where it was going. They already had to know what kind of lines would be said and lay down tracks of what works and what doesn't. Go look up if you want to see really behind the scenes, in-depth behind the scenes of what it looks like to do that kind of work and also have to mocap it. Go look up The Last of Us Part 1 and see how they did it, where there are so many takes, including the idea of like what takes kind of make it, what don't, and how many times you might come back to a take, and how many times that you don't use the take that you can lay down voice lines so many times, and some other person that is doing the sound design of some sort can just take the one that you're least satisfied with, and it's not your choice. Troy Baker's whole story is like, he didn't know what was going on. He didn't know the reason for like The Last of Us Part 1, the reason that he's voicing. He thought he's acting his heart out. They forced him to come back to that scene, the opening monologue scene, everything, revoice that because Neil Druckmann said he got it wrong until they got it right. So you got the one he got in there. He thought he was doing it right. He didn't get his way. Now he can look back and see, oh, that's why they did it. He didn't have a vision. The ones he wanted versus the ones they use, totally different realms of reality. They did voice act almost the entirety of both of them, both Resident Evil 4 Remake and Separate Ways. It was storyboarded. They just didn't, all the game design, all the assets were practically made. Not all of Ada's character movement, weaponry, how it would work, damage design, how she'd go. All of those things were already storyboarded long in advance. Very, very minute changes were made when they actually had to code, develop, make any extra character, any extra sets, any extra design, any extra anything. Very few things. But she had already recorded all of it. And let me get that through to everyone. All of it. All storyboarded, which was 100% of the foreseeable game. She had laid down voice lines for all of it. All of it. And then she came back to do things that they, on storyboard, when creating it, added, subtracted, changed around, shuffled. The tone didn't quite match because they decided to have this come before that. But those changes are so few and far between, you're going to have to go searching for them, because I actually so far can only find one change they made after base Resident Evil 4 was made remake. There's only one thing that I can find that is a tonal change that they shifted for Ada's story in Separate Ways that is flip-flopped from how they did the base game. So they didn't need to do anything else. No, they didn't change her voice lines. They didn't tell her to do something different based on critical response or reactions. She was already hiding and crying over people giving her death threats. She's not necessarily up to doing her best, but she did come in and voice line, and actually some of them were phoned in. She didn't have to go into the original studio for a few of those. Most of her voice lines were finished. They just had her do a lot of voice lines. There are voice lines that probably sound way more like you would think Ada should sound like. They just didn't use them because they were trying to convey something. If you didn't like the way they conveyed it, that's a personal preference. If you believed Ada could have been voiced better, man, this is a personal preference. If you believed another voice actress really could have nailed it, even if they're going for the stoic kind of standoffish, if she shows feeling, if you believe that, you know what, that's your prerogative, because that's called me being me, you being you. There's other people. If you truly believe that they could have the rest of the ensemble that they had and the original Ada doing her lines, you either have a lot of faith in that original voice actress, which she's not bad. She is not a bad voice actress. She by far is not a bad voice actress. You either have a lot of faith in the original voice actress, or you're fucking delusional. It doesn't work. There is no sound designer, Patrick or anyone else, who is going to touch that dog shit pile. No one's going to do it if she stands out like a sore thumb. They went back and made Carlos, even whose ethnicity is never defined except for in the guidebook that they already said. The developers of the original Resident Evil 3 said we just had to put something that, like, his ethnicity is never solidified, and that's on purpose, and they apparently never will. You can just kind of take it with a grain of salt that maybe where he goes to retire to might be where he came from, but he was also a child soldier, so maybe he doesn't want to go back to where he fought from. But all of that, I digress. You're just delusional if you think the original makes it sound like a cohesive. Because there's somebody like Patrick Carrier who has to go behind your delusional ass and listen to people lay down these voice lines with this new ensemble of a new Leon, a new Ashley. You got a new Ashley, a new Wesker, a new Krauser, you know, a new Luis. All of these people that are dramatically different if you go listen to the original versus the remake. You have this ensemble, and then you're really gonna stick her in there? That's a massive amount of faith in her. And if that's what your faith is really in, mad props. Just remember that the remake is a bit more grounded, and so her voice lines in the original are more flippant and flamboyant and kind of and more sexy because she's wearing also a flamboyant red dress. Yeah, because you know what? The thing that screams to me as a more grounded game in the lore that they're trying to tell in this whole series when remaking it, the thing that screams to me as really grounded in reality of this made-up universe they've made, of trying to bring it into a modern era, what screams that to me is a red dress with a slit that goes up to her belly button. That's what screams I'm an undercover agent. When you're wearing bright fucking red with a little embroidered pattern that screams, don't forget, I'm half Asian descent, even if I'm half American. When you're wearing that and you have glasses that can somehow be a normal pair of Raycon, or not Frick. What brand those fucking things are? Ray brand, whatever. A normal pair of shades that turn into a force of light that blinds him, and then whatever. And that's just women to Leon, right? Okay. This is why I have to stick to a script. This is why my feelings on Resident Evil 9 have to be on the script. I can't handle any. This all started for me saying, would I make a guide? The answer is yes. I probably eventually will make a guide for Resident Evil 3 and 4 and all the other ones, more like detailed like I wanted to do. And I'm pretty much Ray-Bans. Yeah, but the real life version, but it looks weird. I think someone identified like her sunglasses. It's just weird that someone would go through all that trouble. But I guess you gotta, fashion after something. The Matilda's called Matilda because of the movie where Leon protects Matilda. Anyone ever watched that movie? No, but the gun's still called Matilda. The handgun. I'll just ask. You know what? Yeah, Patrick, I know. That's why I know I have to make a video. You're right. I feel the same 5 questions ad nauseum. So that's why I need to make a script and make a video. You're dead correct on that one. Like, that's spot on. That's why I know I'm actually going to put out my thoughts on Resident Evil 9, and I'm gonna put out my thoughts as Resident Evil franchise as a whole and its fandom, like its fan base, and those who. And I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it with. I have a teleprompter. Thank you so much, Vamp. I have a teleprompter that I can actually use, and I have a place that works for a teleprompter that is, as of right now, undisclosed to the public. That I can, a place that works of using a teleprompter, right? That I can put together a script and just talk all Matt Pat style, right? Of being on a couch or whatever. And I can put out my thoughts on Resident Evil 9 and in general, like the remakes and what I think about them, like with all this time to like stew and think and blah, 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 and just like come to these conclusions on what I think of the franchise, but specifically what I think of the fandom, what I think of the fans of the franchise. My specific opinion is that the biggest enemy I've got to this franchise right now are the fans. Like the biggest enemy to this franchise are the fans. I do like science horror fiction. Parasite I like body horror. Like I do like what normal Japanese horror is thought. More body horror, more things like, oh, it's a human but it mutates, like Parasite the Maxim. I do like things like that. I also like posing questions that make you think more. I like the idea that you don't get away without having to put a little bit of thought, even if it's something action or horror or something like that, that there's a deeper meaning or message or something behind it. I do like being able to mix up the two, where you can pick up things, but saying things out of pocket for the fan base to say things like Ada had a chance to improve her voice lines. Saying something like that is saying something as asinine as saying, well, Rose, the voice actress who played Rose, had a chance to fix the ending credits of Resident Evil 8 on the bus once she saw the fan response to being on the bus. She had already voiced it. And she had probably already voiced at that point. No, actually, I do know she had already voiced a lot of what would become Shadows of Rose as they're scripting it. She was chosen. They didn't give her a trial run for the outro of Resident Evil 8. That's not why they hired the voice actress for Rose. They hired her because she had a bigger part beyond that, and she had already been laying down voice lines for that and others. Saying Ada's lines are just, there's room for improvement. She could get feedback. She could change it. And that she was able to go back and do that. And then having the gall to assume that she had the authority to force them to force voice the directors and the producers and the actual the audio engineers, force them to take those voice lines, the new ones that she thought would be better as opposed to the ones that they chose. You're asking a whole lot of things that are just not correct. For example, Rose is in Shadows of Rose, is based around her. That's why it's called Shadows of Rose. Am I giving something away? I don't know. I released a video today that ended up it's got her on as a thumbnail. So, I mean, it's really hard to hide that she exists. But, you know, she exists. She didn't just start existing after they're like, oh, you did really good on a bus. She existed before that.
the whole thing was storyboard. They were storyboarding Shadows of Rose as they made it. So the voice lines sound really natural, fading from the end of Shadows of Rose into the ending of Resident Evil 8 because they did it all at the same time. They didn't make both parts of the game, the gameplay parts of the, but they made it at the same time. You know why the reason they made it at the same time? Because some of those voice lines required some of the voice actors to be there at the same time. And it's called a financial decision as well. So she didn't have a chance at a second time unless they were gonna phone it in or have her basically voice it on her own without being able to bounce it off of another voice actor that is no longer there because they did it at the same fucking time. It makes no sense what people say. All the surface level things are so frustrating because all it would take is just a little more than a few lines off a wiki that some 13-year-old bored kid off of school break that's trying to figure out how pre-algebra works wrote for you to read. And on average, if you're reading it off of wiki, someone that age or somebody who just got their bachelor's in English wrote it. So thank you, internet warriors, who take your best pieces of information, not from that, but yeah, the wikis are vetted. They sure are. By the links that you should be clicking on at the bottom, that will point you to the things that I've said before and people don't read. The wikis are vetted. You know who vets wikis and who gets paid to vet wikis? The same people who vet textbooks. Do you know who vets textbooks? Have you looked that one up too? If you're gonna bring that up as if it's a tidbit I didn't know. Because I brought up both people. I just did. You know who vets both of them? Bachelors of English. I just said it. I think I just said it. The average person writing it and the person who's vetting it, who's rewriting it, it is about the same. You're getting your information from the same type deal. I'm not delusional on how that works. On how a lot of it's coming from a lot of teens, 20s, 30s, a lot, and being vetted mostly by those who are in their early 20s who just got or are in the midst of getting their English degree, just like almost all of the textbooks you will ever read, ever publish in the last 40 fucking years. I'm not even 40 yet, and they were all vetted by English majors. Congratulations if you are in biology or if you're in psychology, if you're going into nursing, go fact check me and don't use fucking wiki for once. Find out they're all vetted by English majors for a reason. And the person whose name is on the front of it, the person's name on the front of it is somebody who is willing to sign their name on the front of it for money. So that's why textbooks have been getting more and more expensive, by the way. If you're in college, your textbook costs more because they are purposefully making spelling errors, and people who are English majors that are graduating, that are getting jobs in that field, are making the error on purpose so they can republish the book, and that person who has their name on the front of it can get more royalties. And a lot of the professors, a lot of the doctors, a lot of the scientists whose names are on the fronts of those textbooks actually don't know all the words that are in those textbooks because they didn't write them. They wrote, let's call them cliff notes, and an English major wrote them out. And then it was their job to go back and look it over to make sure it was pretty much right, and then you get your textbook. That's how the majority of them are written. It's a really sad world and people don't even realize that's how it works. The vetting process then is by some admins that are paid on wiki. Yes, there is the idea that some admins, most of the wikis that are made for video games are not the same as like Wikipedia. They're separate wikis that are made for these things, which do not have the same oversight. And sometimes those are the cited sources for the actual Wikipedia that asks you to donate like $1 to $10 every single year or something to be able to keep it a free site. So when you click on the blue hyperlink, sometimes it's linking to the fucking fan wiki that does not have oversight and does not have at least a college level someone making spelling corrections, errors, mistakes, whatever. They're not the same entities. A fan wiki and real Wikipedia are not the same. So when you cite a fan wiki on your real Wikipedia page and some person with a college major and then somebody else comes along that works for Wikipedia and is just checking in, making sure that a game is a video game, they have a few more important things to do unless they're getting bitched at day in and day out by the people who are looking at Wikipedia as somehow now the new encyclopedia of the world. I don't know when that happened, but now it happened. Unless they're getting really bitched at, they're just making sure that the source that they click on, the hyperlink, which has the fan site, is correct, and the site that the source is correct. It's all correct. So now that it's correct, and they check it off. Ooh, it's vetted. That's not really. See, the thing is, once again, I actually did do my research. There was nothing hyperbolic about that. The majority, as of COVID, now, I said the big C, I'm sorry, as of about that time, the majority of wikis are started and majorly edited by those who are of teenage years. Sorry if that bothers you. It's the reason why for almost a goddamn decade, the wiki about the sun, the one that was vetted, you know, the important thing that we revolve around as the earth. So, you know, we're all in it together, said it was a burning ball of gas when scientists for a long time, ever since wiki's been invented pretty much as a thing that we can use, and they started asking for donations, said it was plasma. It's not gas. It's not a ball of gas. Go use any time machine for you seeing web pages as they were developed, and they cache and they take, you know, snapshots of the web pages as they used to exist. Go fact check me. The first paragraph talked about how it's a burning ball of gas, and when it gets into the bigger chunk of it, plasma is ionized, which means it's no longer a gas. It's a separate state of matter. What the fuck are you on about? Plasma makes up 99.9% of our universe. I don't think this is worth the conversation with you right now. Plasma is not just a superheated gas. It is a different state of matter. There are 4 states of matter. Do I need to teach class, or do you need to go back to middle school? Because my son, who is in 6th going into 7th grade, he'll be going into 7th grade, was just tested over this. Are you smarter than a 7th grader, you fucking troll? My 7th grader just had this test. Can you pass it? Plasma is, can you repeat after me? Because he got graded on it. Plasma is a separate state of matter from gas. It is not gas. It never has been gas. And as far as science is concerned, for our best scientific theories, it never can be gas in the way that you're saying just superheated gas. It is not that. Thank you very much. It is not that. It's not that. That's not what makes plasma. It's not just superheated gas, which is why the wiki now reflects that, because fucking trolls think it can be superheated gas. Or should we digress into... I'm not speaking layman's terms. It's the thing you said was vetted, right? That's why I have to have these conversations. And that I feel very, very much like this is a stupid conversation to have. It's not about a layman's term. There's nothing layman when you're saying is being vetted, and it's not being layman's terms. Because I can just do this, because this is actually boring me. Because all I can do is that. Listen. States of matter might not matter to you, but obviously your troll brain needs to go back to 7th grade or 6th or 5th. Holy crap. That is actually a troll. That was a made me shake troll. yes, we can melt. You can make water into all three states of matter that we interact with. Holy shit! That's a trip. Oh my god. I think I just found one of the 13-year-olds that writes part of the articles for wikis. Holy shit. Holy shit. As I was saying, those vetted articles allowed for almost a decade for the sun to be officially scientifically described, not layman's terms, but officially scientifically described as being comprised of burning gas. The sun is not comprised of burning gas. Full stop, end of discussion. It's not. There's no layman term for that. It's not. The layman term for the sun of what's happening, the reaction that makes up the majority of what you see, is plasma. Just like the layman term for the idea when, if I would like to sip on this, this is a liquid. Did I put some solids in this and blend it up? Sure did. The layman term is a liquid. I wouldn't call this a solid right now, because you know what it isn't right now? A solid. It's moving. You know when it is a solid? You know when it is a solid? In a snapshot of time, because that's how time works. We live in a linear time space, in a world. Do people realize that? In a snapshot, a window, a traditionally made stained glass window is a solid, unless you look at the window over a 1,000-year period, in which case it's a very slow moving liquid. The state of matter changes depending also on time. So you have to depict that whether time is involved. You have to depict distortions in whether time would be involved, could be involved, should be involved, whether what's comprising the material. Is it something that is stable? Does it degrade over time? These things dictate matter that's around you. And it matters for things like, I don't know, for Mr. Sharpshooter over there, things like carbon dating. We use carbon dating for a reason. Carbon breaks down on a consistent matter. You know what happens with Schrodinger's cat? Why it makes a very good psychological thought process? It's not about whether the cat's dead or alive. The cat's always been dead or alive. It's about that the uranium that's being used is so unstable that you cannot ever predict when it will basically degrade and degenerate. And therefore, the whole thought experiment around Schrodinger's cat is not whether the cat is dead or alive. It's whether it matters that the cat's dead or alive, because you have to see it to quantify it. Meaning that it happens whether you see it or not. It exists whether you observe it or not, but you cannot record it. You can't describe it. You can't relay it until you observe it. The whole thought experiment. Schrodinger is basically the same talk about this. Our states of matter matter because uranium degrades. And when uranium degrades, it shoots off a part of it. And we don't know at what point it does that. If you trap a cat in a box using that uranium to basically degrade a line of rope that would then swing the rope mallet into a vial of a poisonous substance that would kill a cat in a box that you cannot hear through and you cannot see through to observe, is the cat dead or alive at any given point? And the answer is not about, well, the cat's both dead and alive. That's the wrong answer. Wrong answer. You're wrong. The cat is not both dead and alive. And the thought process is not. It was all a thought process about, we have to be able to observe these things. We have to quantify them. We have to measure them before they can actually matter to us, but they still fucking matter to the things going through them. The cat trapped in the box, because the thought experiment is supposed to get you out of your own goddamn ass and get you in the real world. Get your head out of your ass and get in the real world and realize there's a living, breathing cat in the thought experiment. How do people not remember that part? A living, breathing cat is in the thought experiment. The cat very much knows if it's dead or alive. The thought experiment isn't whether the cat is both dead and alive. It's not, because the cat would tell you if it could, but the box can't be seen through and it can't be heard through. Otherwise, you can't smell it. You just smell a dead cat, you'd see a dead cat, you'd hear nothing. It's a dead cat. Or you'd hear a meowing cat really wanting out of a box that probably doesn't have like a full bowl of food, but it ate like the center of the full bowl of food and like scooted the rest of it around the ring of the bowl of food, and then asked you for more food for the bowl of food, even though it has almost the exact amount that you fed it for lunch, but it ate the dead center, and your cat is an asshole. Like that cat isn't able to scream at you, and it's very much alive. If you can get your head out of your ass, because people are self-centered, everyone's self-centered to a degree. It's called survival instinct. The whole thought experiment is the idea that you can't be that way in science. Your subjective reality is not the objective reality of the entire universe. And so the whole thought experiment is more a thought experiment on how do we observe and quantify the world around us, and how do we perceive things. But it's more of an experiment on the uranium itself. That's the variable, not the cat. The cat being dead or alive is not the variable at stake. It's the uranium. You know, something that would change a state of matter, which matters because, yes, that is, go fact check that one too. Stained glass is a liquid if measured over thousands of years. It's a solid if measured over a few minutes. Time even matters for a state of matter. Why the fuck would we teach kids that it's gas? You see how easy it is to hear that people don't like just grasp the world around them? Yes. If I were to measure this liquid in this cup in fractions of nanoseconds, there's a possibility this liquid, having been once milk, a little bit of Hershey strawberry syrup, and a powder that comes from whey protein with a milk substitute in it, there's a chance that there is enough mass condensed in enough space here that in fractions of nanoseconds, if this is measured, it might be able to be measured as a solid instead of a liquid, because the molecules are not moving fast enough. Molecules move in a solid, they're just packed very tightly. They might be packed tightly enough in this, in fractions and fractions of nanoseconds, that this is a solid in that time space. But for me right now, like, that sure didn't taste like a gas, and that sure didn't taste like a solid. It tasted like a liquid. Oh, no, my tongue thinks it's a liquid. Like, time does matter. Also, if you were to simplify the sun as plasma is superheated, one, it's not superheated, it's supercharged. The charge is so strong that it sheds ions. Ionization is a real thing. When it sheds that, what you're left with is a hyper. I should just read the wiki myself so I don't fuck it up, because I don't want to. I don't want to fuck it up. I'm actually, my brain's a little frazzled. What state of matter something is, how we teach even our kids about that, how things are vetted, how we write them down, how we quantify them, how we even do thought experiments like Schrodinger's cat, have everything to do with realizing what we're judging over what period of time. The sun is made of plasma, not burning gases. We now know that. Until we are proven differently, gases are not what comprises what we call the sun. There are byproducts of a gas, because plasma has a byproduct as it passes even through as lightning. You know, plasma temporarily is there. Most lightning is cloud to cloud. Clouds weigh millions of pounds. Many times there is a disturbance in charge. That's where Neil deGrasse Tyson had to be even corrected by himself. So you can go talk to the person that tutored Neil deGrasse Tyson on Science Talks if you want to go hear about how plasma on our own Earth actually works. That's beside the point. Plasma is still a different state of matter. It does matter what state of matter something's in. We wouldn't be worried about global warming if it didn't matter whether ice was solid or whether ice was now liquid, which makes it water. We also wouldn't denote between the two of them because it wouldn't really matter. But we do care about how cold something is. We do care about how hard something is. We do care about that it's made of H2O. We do care about what's inside of that and what gets released into, like, as a greenhouse gas. We do care about the gases that come back down. We do care about us. We care about all those things. They should be written as such. They should be vetted. They should be articulated in a way that anyone can read it, that anyone can regurgitate it in a more, in a better way that can further more educated talk. There's no need to say like things like layman's terms for things that should be considered more rudimentary, especially when I'm not even joking. That was actually what my first plasma in general. You know why that gets to me? My son was in first grade, and that was the thing that I had to have a parent-teacher conference between me, my ex-wife, and first grade teacher, because she got Rowan in trouble because they were trying to teach states of matter, and Rowan spoke up and got shamed by the teacher by saying this fourth state of matter is plasma. And she shut him down, and we had to go in, and I had to go in full force of like not being full force, because it's very hard to see your little kid crying and all he can do is then what does this mean, and pull up TED Talks and pull up the reasons why we care about like what elements, what they do, what they mean. Why do we call noble gases the noble gas? Why do we care about those elements? How are elements discovered? What makes molecular structures so poignant in one thing and so volatile in another? Why would just one atom of why can carbon and density, is the arrangement of it, be the difference between pencil lead and a diamond? Why all of these things? Rowan's watching all these things and getting a very in-depth discussion. I can't remember, but it's a Cambridge or Harvard teacher that he was watching a subject about plasma and that the universe is made of it. And then he got on to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and then he got on a few other things. And then he went to school and they talked about states of matter, and he tried to keep saying, no, there's a fourth, it's plasma. And the teacher said he was wrong. And then we had a parent-teacher conference because my child is crying hysterically. And I had to go in there and explain to this teacher that vehemently told me that first she said that plasma is not really a state of matter, it's burning gas. God, how wrong that is. Because there is a very, very, very bad thing with trying to call gas and plasma the same. Passing by states of matter usually creates an output, input and output. Anyone who goes through chemistry, you learn that there's input and output. So it's easy to say we freeze ice. It's harder to say what do we get. So it's like, but she's teaching it and everything, and my son's crying, and I'm going in to say yes, it's recognized. She tried to say it's not basically a recognized state of matter, and then she's trying to say, well, we're just talking about on the Earth. Well, plasma does exist on the Earth technically. So my 1-year-old was trying to get through it, and then he got obsessed with it, and then I had to get obsessed with it. Well, you're explaining. Okay, do we have another? Is it the same troll? Should I just? Here's science. Take chemistry. Brother, plasma is literally ionized gas. So do the chemical equation for me, please. Write it out quickly, if you can, for me. How the state of matter of, a rock that is superheated changes into a liquid. Let's talk about molten magma. Under the surface, the same thing that would come out as lava is magma. Let's talk about the chemical equation for that. Show it to me in writing. Show your work, because as it hardens, it changes states of matter. Is there an output to it? Yes, there is. The output matters. When you turn something from a gas to a liquid to a solid or something, is there an output? Yes. Is there an input? Yes. It's not literally just that. No. You're empirically and scientifically wrong by saying it's just literally ionized gas. Yes, that's part of the process. When you take chemistry and you even do the equations for it, if it was just ionized gas, then there wouldn't be plasma. It's not just. This is why I'm gonna have to make the videos on Resident Evil, because when I talk about some of the things, I realize this is the I'm gonna have to be careful with words because my analogies can't even work. God in heaven. Yeah, I know. Where was I? Oh yeah, I was gonna edit a video and then probably like chill on the couch while it uploads. I'm gonna have to script things for Resident Evil because, and for my thoughts on it and for what's coming up, because my thoughts on the franchise, my thoughts on what could have happened, my thoughts on how the industry works and how things is, what it's going against. I can deal with comment sections, I think, better and deal with it one time over than dealing with it over and over. And that's what drove my passion away from Resident Evil 3. You can see even from me talking right now that this isn't something that I particularly enjoy, but I am passionate about defending. Because like I'm like, if it weren't for the fact that I really would just rather go through like my biology with labs, if it weren't for the fact that going for nursing, I would rather just, I've already gone through biology and chemistry. I need labs for the nursing program. Why you can't, okay, it's fine. Science has also changed. It never hurts. But my own chemistry, biology books, right, that are sitting right there. There's 2 volumes of biology and the 2 volumes of chemistry. They're outdated and I'm rusty because I don't think I've actually picked those up for quite some time. I realized that the biggest thing I should have learned and I didn't learn from Resident Evil 3 was that it is easier to say things once and enjoy yourself and let people just bash. Like, make something where people can direct their focus and anger toward, and then make the thing that you enjoy and keep them separate. Like, I'm going to make a video on my thoughts on Resident Evil 9. Not because I want to, but because I don't want to get into debates on how good or bad or anything as the game comes up, or if it gets reviews that say, you know, all that kind of stuff. Good night and hello to anyone that I haven't said. I'm calming down for the night. Okay. Sorry about that. And excuse me, I did burped a little bit. Just as I probably should put down my thoughts on the fandom being all over the place, and the story is kind of all over the place for some of the games, but like what's been done and like what we've lost out because us as fans not looking more than surface deep. Almost like people who don't look more than surface deep on states of matter and believe that that doesn't harm science. Cause fuck semesters worth of having to learn your input and output in chemistry. It's not like all of living matter biology depends on that and what state of matter that you're dealing with, what temperature, whatever. I digress. I've now learned that I should have probably put opinion like the trailer comes out, my opinion. The game comes out, my opinion. Resident Evil 3, like the remake, my opinion on it, so that when people come into my streams, they already know how I feel about it. And then if it ever comes up, I just point them to that. I should have learned years ago that would have been way more for me than you guys. It would have been so that I could keep enjoying what I enjoy. And if you don't agree with me, then you already know up front. And if you don't know what I'm thinking, then I don't have to repeat it. I should have learned that, and I didn't, and that is on me. I should have learned that. So I will be making videos on my opinion so that, like as Patrick said, I end up having to say the same things over and over and over and over. Yeah. Get as bullshit. You shouldn't have to do that, but it keeps piecing and avoids this crap. Yep. Pretty much. And it's not like I don't have, like, I'm excited about Resident Evil 9. Resident Evil Requiem, I'm excited about that. If it turns out to be a flop to most people and I like it, I'll still be excited about it. It'll also, what I'm learning is that it will also behoove me that after it comes out, if I really like it and everyone else doesn't, it will behoove me to make a follow-up video of why I enjoyed Resident Evil 9. So that people who come to my channel, or even make a short about it too, just put it at as many places as possible, whether people want to have 1 minute's worth of a talk about it, they want to have 10 minutes worth of a talk, or they want to have an hour's worth of a talk. They can know my opinion on it, the way I view it. They can have their opinion, and then we can enjoy whatever's on the screen and what I'm playing. But debating things like that, is a debate is just going to devolve into arguments, because this is just an opinionated thing. What's not opinionated is how just disgusting it is to insult a voice actress. Or what's not debatable is how production of games like this and voice actresses and how they work and all that stuff. Those things aren't debatable. But I do realize that people will make them into an argument in a heartbeat. And that I can't find the debate, because debate requires common ground. And people don't want to give an inch because they believe it's giving a mile. When in reality, acquiescing that you might have overcomplicated or undersimplified something is not defeat. Sometimes it's just the path and avenue toward a common understanding. Being able to make a video of saying we undervalued Resident Evil 3 no matter what flaws we saw in it cost us DLC. They had to declare it a finished game and just move on. It cost them to just leave it as it was, as a finished product, because of when it saw the limelight and the blah blah blah. I think that I would be making videos like that, and then I think I'll eventually make guides, because people who, if I put out enough things that show my opinion on things like this, then it will allow me to also make guides, which I did have a passion for, because I'm a dork. I'm just a dork. I just like writing things down and then figuring out how to do it best. I'm just lame like that. Like the most fun I have with video games is getting a notebook and being like, oh, that's how it worked. Okay. And then writing it down, and then being like, the next time I run across it, being like, how the fuck did that work? And then being like, I wrote a note. I'm like an old school gamer. I need to play some Zork. I need to play some text-based Zork on here. And oh my God, I just forgot. I can actually broadcast my iPad to the screen. We should play text-based Zork, and I should have my iPad have digital graph paper so we could try to make maps and beat Zork. Because for people who don't remember that is a text-based game where you have to look left, right, forward, backward. And if you just decide to say, I walk right, it'll be like, you walked off a cliff, game over. Like I grew up in an era where like that's kind of my gaming style, where I was taught by that, so I like that. Can we do Planescape Torment? Oh God. That would be hysterical. I'm glad it helped you out, Raging. I'm glad it could help out. I know I seem passionate about my passion comes from most of the time, and this is hard for me to I admit this to how many people are here? I was about to say I admit this to very few. So this stream is, yeah, it's late night enough. I admit this to very few as I wrap up here. Oh my God. Titus, thank you so much. 36 minutes ago, I should have unpaused it. There's an alert just sitting there, and I feel like a jackass now. There's I feel like a jackass now because I was really kind of who I am, what I like to play, what I want to bring to the platform, what I do, what I say. Of course, I'm not you. Like the first argument ever was like Aaron Hansen so wisely said, like, you're not me. Like that was the first argument ever. People realizing they weren't each other. I like story-based games. I like certain types of actions in games. I like how some games play out. I like the development process. I have dislikes when it comes to certain genres. Something I could like in one genre, I would like in different. If you name Resident Evil 5 as anything other than Resident Evil, I'd probably like it a lot for being what it is. An early co-op game that the AI was more made for co-op, and it's more action-based and isn't as gritty as like Gears of War type deal. And it's not as like sci-fi as like Halo. Like if you just, you know, if you call it like you see it type deal, I'd probably like the game. It's called Resident Evil, and I think, okay, and the horror, the horror vibes, and they went for not that. If I put my opinions out there, I get them all out, and I get my opinions out there on a lot of things. Maybe people would start understanding that if you let me loose with my passions, you get more things like the guides. I say cool, calm, even keeled. The thing I don't usually admit to people of why I'm so passionate is not because I'm angry. I do know I have one friend here that is awake that has actually heard me say this. So I can have this as proof. I know there's one. I don't know if I've mentioned it. Like Patrick, I'm specifically naming. I don't know if I mentioned it ever to you. I don't know if I mentioned it to another person that is in chat. But there is someone here that might still be awake. My anger gets mistaken very, very often. When I'm passionate, when I'm looking like I'm very like animated, what looks like anger to a lot of people is actually another emotion for me. Not anger. Anger is something that I had to go through a lot of counseling to learn, because I never got angry. But if anyone would like to answer that for me, if there is by chance anyone that can 1-2 words to even come close to what it actually is, what actually makes me so passionate about talking about things, then I'll end it off, because it won't be me saying it. It'll be somebody else that remembers why I actually get like that. And yeah, it's not anger. Other than that, I'm gonna play an alert while that goes. There is another emotion that drives that, and it's just not. It's not what you think. It probably isn't what you think at all. But anyway, I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna let you in on a little-known secret of comedy. Bad things aren't funny when they happen to Daddy.
What about Mommy?
Oh, Mommy's fair game. Go for the throat.
I hope this helps a bit for your bills.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry that it's 40 minutes after you did it. I didn't realize they were... it's like, are you me? I have this problem with people. The desire to educate. No, there's the desire to educate. Then there's the desire to be understood. There is another part. I don't remember in talking to you if I actually slipped and said. I was hoping... Because I do know I've mentioned it to one other person. I don't know if I mentioned to you. Did I ever mention to you in brief talk that it's not anger that I get? Like when I get very, very seeming animated and everything, the most misunderstood thing about me is that it's not anger. It can turn in and rarely does turn into anger, but it's not anger. It is absolutely the same thing as me being a little kid. I was hoping, because I see one person in particular that I think should be able to say. Because if it's not me saying it, then it sounds like, oh yeah, he has said that before. But I'll just trust that you guys can trust me that if they can back it up, if they're back in chat. There are a few people who have heard me say it. It's actually sadness. I'm actually usually distraught or sad. it's not anger. It's it's for me, when I get angry, it's that I'm getting more distraught and upset and sad. It's almost always that I'm getting distraught and sad, not angry. And the most deceiving thing about me is that it'll go, I'll get more animated, I'll get higher pitched, but the more serious the topic is, the lower my voice ends up going. And so people don't usually realize that, like, this is my projecting voice, not my actual speaking everyday voice. My normal voice is deeper than this. Probably more gravelly, whatever. Just, it is what it is. This is I can speak like this for a little longer. Otherwise, I'd shoot my voice in the dick every single time I tried to talk for too long. This is the trained version. But no, when I get like that, like when whoever was trolling and whatever and saying stuff about, no, I'm usually getting very, like, upset, not angry. I'm getting very, like, sad and distraught, and, like, you can call it even denial of, like, people would actually think this or do this or say this. Like, denial of, like, I can't believe something like this would happen. Why would... And usually it turns around into, in my head, why is this happening? Why does it have to be like this? That's the recurring question ever since I was a little kid. When I get the most animated, it's usually, why does it have to be like this? Because in my head, somewhere deep down, I think I was mute by definition until age 6, but I didn't really speak until age 4. So, like, age 4 to 6, up for debate whether the definition of mute counts for me. And then even past that, I was shy, even when I learned to, like, speak to other people. But I learned to have to survive way before that because I grew up poor. It always turned... My brother's emotions and my emotions were vastly different. By the time I was crying at home, it was usually the idea that my brother was upset. I was already sunken into this deep place of why did it turn into this. My tears usually came from, why can't we just live on a farm? My sadness came out when I lashed out. And that was one of the most misunderstood things. When any violent actions I took when I was young on really bad streets, growing up with a really, really bad younger life, it was sadness. And that's exactly why, for anyone who's been here long enough, I said the first fight that ever got me hurt, and the first time I ever had to sew myself up, Nathan was 8, I was 6, I believe that one, not 5 and 7, where we got attacked, and I tried to hold the kid down, and I didn't know what to do, and the kid pulled out a knife and stabbed me, and Nathan saw that I got stabbed. I'm 6 years old, and the kid stabbed my brother in the arm. For those of you who have been around a while, you've probably heard this before, that Nathan, at 8, my older brother, who passed away quite some time ago, in next year it'll be 10 years that he's been dead. This channel was made on his birthday. So in September 23rd will be 10 years of me being on YouTube, and is also his birthday. The last one he had 10 years ago. My brother figured out that if my mom knew that how bad it was for us, if that could happen to us, she might not ever be able to get us out of this situation we're in. Like, defending someone's point of view is something that I've played the devil's advocate many times just because of the situation. But the thing that's always hard for me to explain is that it's the same tendency as when I was younger. Nathan had to teach me how to, like, from our having an encyclopedia set, we tried to guess at how to make it better. We were both hurt badly enough that, like, the hospital was probably needed, but we got lucky. And don't get me wrong, me talking about being shot and stabbed, these are all luck things. The average a gunshot victim is going to pay somewhere between $60,000 and $120,000 for getting shot. I've been shot a few times, like separate occasions. Like, they weren't the same. It wasn't like, oh, he got riddled with 3 bullets. If I have 3 bullet wounds, they were at 3 separate times. that I'm probably showing you. I don't think at any one time I've been shot. Nope, that's not right. There's one time I was shot twice. Nor has there been any real time that I've been really stabbed, like when I talk about being stabbed. So when I say I've been stabbed before multiple times, they were different occasions. It wasn't a nice thing. If it makes sense of why I will sit here and talk about something or get passionate about it, it's actually because it's not really all that different. I tried to hold down a kid because I thought it was the right thing to do. Because they shouldn't get hurt. Because they should have a chance. Because why are they even why are they coming after? Like, my brain was full of why. What's happening? Why Nathan, like, where's parents? Where are adults? What's going on? Why are they trying to hurt? What did Nathan say? It was a lot of, it's just a little kid asking why over and over. And then got stabbed. And then going home, hey, Flakes. I'm in the middle of something. It's been a hot second. Because if I recall correctly, there's a Flakes from that side of the world from a long time ago. Let me see. But hey there. My whole mental set was proven and changed back then. We got chased down again. Shortly thereafter. And my reaction was to break that kid's kneecap. He never walked completely correctly again for the rest of his life. He's now dead. That's all true. That's what happened. It all came down to the idea of, why did it have to be like this? When I get passionate about things, it usually stems from me being the same reactions I had as a child. My reaction to violence is usually to look for, like, it used to be to look for leadership, and now I realize that I just became the leader. In many respects of things I used to follow. I was sad for why things had to happen. Then we got stabbed. And I was sad that like my inaction hurt my brother. My sadness when being attacked by the same people made me want to not ever have Nathan get hurt because I'm too weak again. I broke a kid's kneecap. I thrust my everything into his knee. I didn't think of breaking it, but that's exactly what happens. Don't take a synovial joint and thrust, anywhere between 40 to 60 pounds of human flesh against it. It'll probably not do very well for that joint, especially if they also are not all that big. Like, you don't want to do that. You don't want to, synovial joints, you don't want to make them go the way they're not supposed to go very harshly, very suddenly. I did that to that kid, not because I was angry, not because it was necessarily defense. It was because I was sad and I didn't want it to come down to the way it was the first time. I made a mistake, and that's what, it's the same thing. That's all it is when you see me get animated. And it's why I can calm down so easily, because when I get sidetracked, when I get reminded what I'm talking about, I'm not upset the way you think I am. I'm sad, and speaking angrily doesn't get you nearly as far as being calm, which is why a lot of people, when they see my guides, they realize if I'm given the opportunity to be just myself and I don't have to be something else, not YouTube standard, not the Resident Evil guy, not the one that has to defend the same 5 points like Patrick Carrier said, or explain the same few things, you'll probably see my passion coming through again, like I used to smile all the time for videos that were way close to my brother's death. I should have been really, really sad, and I still had passion. I still had happiness. It's the idea that I'm letting people's things dictate, but more that when I get into that mode, I usually am defending and wondering why. That's it. That's all. I'm sad. It's usually sadness. Like the idea that, for example, and I'm not hoping like there's still a troll here, but like for someone to believe that there's no big deal, no big difference between the 3 states of matter that we're used to here on Earth, and that over 99% of our galaxy or universe that we, to our speculation, is made of plasma. There's no big difference because, being told, dude, it's just literally superheated gas type deal. That causes distress for me. Because when I look at chat, I don't imagine kids. So I imagine that there's adults. And then when I imagine that they could be an adult like me. And if they're an adult like me, I have a child. And then when I think of the idea of the implications of like, okay, so what I would like to do, like when it comes to, going back and becoming a nurse, having RN behind, after my name that, registered in Georgia to be able to practice and whatnot, that I have to go back through biology, chemistry, my choice, whatever, with labs. It's going to be biology, but I'm going to want to take chemistry. I've already been through it once. It matters for how the world around you functions, for how you should respond to the world around you, how it's functioning, and what should matter in your own life when it comes to how the world does or does not function in the way that it should or should not function, as at least on a scientific basis. And so when I see something like that, I get distraught because when I make something like what I think is a simple point of like Wiki being vetted, well, how vetted could it be when the summarization of the sun, first paragraph says, is a ball of burning gas. Second paragraph says, mistaken as a ball of burning gas, it's plasma, which is what it used to say. And I know it said that for a long time because the first person to ever point that out to me was my brother. And he's been dead for a long time. I noticed it, but I never really realized that it actually said that. And so it just is funny in a way that's kind of weird that one of the last things I can remember my brother and I like talking about, because we always had random conversations like that, was that Nathan bringing up like always just check your sources, because your sources are going to be your better bet. It's like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, I check my sources. He's like, yeah, well, I mean, like the same sources that would tell you like one article was going to say gas and was going to say plasma, and you should like, what are you talking about? I was like, oh, what? Really? Like, and then Nathan like showed me, like, I remember back going in like this, I wanted him to be on the channel. I had already done a few things with him, not for the channel. I hadn't made it yet when we talked about that, and it was there. So it's back like 10 years ago. You can go and see that, at least as far back as then. It's distressful to me because they're not the same thing. It's, yes, an oversimplification of a liquid can be just a solid, and it can be like water passes through that. Not all elements, not all things pass like that. There are certain things that pass straight from gas, to solid and back. They don't actually liquefy. There are certain things that, pass states of matter. There are certain things that go from liquid to plasma, and it's because it's the output. The plasma is usually the output in the chemical reaction that's happening. It's usually instead of a it's not, when you having to start talking about chemical reactions, you can have an output that is just sloughing off something. And while you could look at it as being like, is that a gas that burnt? It doesn't have to be that way. It's just that if you quantify what is the output, you get plasma out of something that didn't come straight from a gas. So it is possible to change states of matter. Like water is a good example of like something that has to pass through states of matter linear, but not everything has to do that. So I get distraught when people would say that, just about as distraught as when we had a member a long time ago try to encourage a lot of people to eat fiber, or not eat fiber. Fiber is unnecessary. You don't really need fiber to live. And then just happened to neglect to mention that they were taking fiber supplements. The fiber incident. Don't ever do that. And if you're under a doctor's orders for not having fiber or something in your diet, cool. Not having fiber inside of you is going to lead to an impaction and kill you. Your body needs fiber. It needs a few things to digest from it. Mostly foliage. Mostly helps with aids with digestion. But there's a few things that your body actually gets from fiber. The fiber incident. Some people that are old enough to the channel would know. Where a long-term supporter I had to kick out because they wouldn't stop about how people would be healthier if they just didn't eat fiber, and that they were losing so much weight and becoming so much healthier. I couldn't allow it. I became very distraught and I sounded very angry, but you know what was really going through my head? Very, very upset that if anyone believed him, my channel is the cause, that there's an impaction. Like, and don't get me wrong, my channel, to my knowledge, has only been the cause of 2 deaths, as stated by the people who died. That's a fun thing to know. Don't worry, police. It's not my channel killed anyone. It's people who cited in their reasons for not living anymore that part of their lifeline would be my channel, and then something I did or didn't do, like streaming enough or being online or something, was part. So only twice have I ever known that my channel has actually played a part in someone's life and or death, even if it's their choice. Hey, look, the controller disconnect. It was still distressful for fiber. It's distressing to me that somebody could be in my position and look at a child and oversimplify. My child is going to be in college type, end of high school, college type courses starting not this coming year, 8th grade. There's a new program that's being done in my area. He's good enough for that. He'll be doing math that's usually covered 8th through 9th/10th grade next year. After that, math is the biggest thing holding him back. In 8th grade, he'll be getting he'll be doing pre-cal and calculus. I don't know if I don't know if he starts calculus 2nd semester of 8th grade, but we don't get to choose that part. If it's not, then he'll be pushed back to freshman year. He does calculus, and then from then on out, it's all college courses. So in this new program where I live, with the school system he's in, my son enters into college as a with almost all undergrad courses that you would think of that are core classes, almost the full 60 hours just finished if he wants. In fact, the course allows you that with the track he's on, his senior year, he can just go to college, commute to, and be a true blue, dyed-in-the-wool freshman in whatever track he wants to be in. Even earlier than that. If my son's fascinated by interstellar things, like Interstellar is his favorite movie, outer space, astrophysics, physics in general, all those things really make him happy. And all of this is stuff that he could explain as well when it comes to that. When I hear people talking about like a fandom and downplaying like stuff, okay, part of it's a passion. When people get abused and I'm trying to start explaining, sometimes I get hyper excited about a fandom because people's fandom being toxic enough affects real life people. Nothing's really changed. All of it's usually, I'm sad, why did it come to this? Why didn't people just talk more? Why didn't they look up more? Why didn't they do? And then I do the whole, do I blame myself? Do I teach? Do I shut up? Do I do nothing? If I do nothing, is it my fault? It's my fault now because I did nothing. So, you know, you see that cycle? It's really fun. So I get all wrapped up in my own head. That's where it all comes from. I'm usually sad, not angry. That's why I get all passionate. Which means that if you think about all the times I've been passionate about things, it's just, I'm just usually sad. Which is probably a depressing note to leave it off on. But I really actually got to get some things processing over there, or they won't get processed. So, what have we learned today? States of matter matter. Fandoms can kill games. Anyone can be a critic. Anyone can vet textbooks. I don't know if people actually knew that one. That's crazy. Your best bet as an English major to get your head start on a job is to be somebody who proofreads and vets things, even like textbooks that we have. I point over there like you guys realize that I actually have a a giant bookshelf over here full of textbooks. I don't know if you guys know that, but there's video games top 2 shelves, bottom 2 shelves just packed full of textbooks. Middle shelf is like hodgepodge. Some of it's about tracking, for, you know, a giant tracking when my skills in tracking are getting really rusty. One of them is my portfolio as a photographer. Yeah, I point over there and just like, yeah. But I'm for right now gonna get back to work and then go pass out while things upload, and then you guys get more content, and then I'm just back here again, and I'm going to make videos about all these things so we never have to talk about them again. And because I had to restart the stream, I'm not gonna play credits, but I'm going to thank everyone that I can. And my arm is dead. And I just tried to move it, and it just said I will not move. But Titus, Smooth, Sarcasm, Kelsey, Alyssa, Wolfpack. I know gifted memberships were, I think, from Sarcasm or Vamp. They do consistently. Everyone who has got a shield, we get more shields here soon. And in general, in the future, if you have my number, feel free to get me off of talking like this, because I don't need to do that, because it'll just make me more sad if I admit that it just makes me sad. All right, gotta go now. Thank you guys so much for being here. Hope you guys enjoyed. It's something, I guess. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Later today, I'll post Dead Space, and then I'll just play Poppy, and I'll schedule it when I am conscious enough to realize what the hell I'm doing, and confident enough that I can record it, because you saw what my computer did to me earlier. It betrayed me. Fucking saboteur. Bye.